Tuberculosis has ravaged this man's body, his face marred by a ghastly hue, lips cracked and stained with blood. At this moment, the very air is akin to knives, swirling chaotically within his lungs, each breath a profound torment. Arthur lies prostrate on the ground, his form in shambles, strength seeping away with the blood flowing from his numerous wounds. The eyes of the gunslinger are clouded with a daze, vast expanses of darkness encroaching upon him, and Arthur knows that this darkness heralds his demise. Yet before him lies a gun. Seize it, if only he can grasp it. Though Arthur is utterly drained, if he can secure that weapon, he may yet vanquish the traitor lurking behind him before he meets his end. The gun in his possession symbolizes the bullets within the enemy's flesh. Even as he nears death's door, his body weakened to its utmost limits, he still harbors this unwavering conviction. The gun has never betrayed him. This finest gunslinger of the West intends to use his final bullet to settle the score with the traitor named Meatsai. The ground is littered with jagged stones, and Arthur's body is a tapestry of wounds. His hands, battered and bruised, reveal exposed flesh as his nails are torn from exertion. Behind him, the traitor stirs they had just battled on the cliff before tumbling down together. Although Arthur regained consciousness first, his condition is far worse than that of the traitor. He must act with greater urgency. The excruciating pain coursing through him does nothing to diminish his resolve. Perhaps there remain many unfinished matters in his life. Yet, in this moment, his sole desire is to eliminate that wretched traitor. This hatred must find resolution. Arthur is determined to intercept it with his very life, preventing its spread any further. At last, his hand finds a gun. In an instant of relaxation, darkness nearly claims him, but Arthur inhales sharply, dispelling the shadows that threaten to engulf him. Summoning every ounce of strength, just as he is about to grasp the gun and seize his chance to conclude everything, his hand is pinned down. A black boot, tailored trousers. Arthur knows precisely who it is. This man, entrenched in the West, is overwhelmed with tumultuous emotions, momentarily robbed of the courage to lift his gaze. What he has fought for all his life is a fallacy. His heart plummets into the abyss. Disappointment and the agony of betrayal weigh heavily upon him, like a stone pressing upon his chest. He recalls the lives lost for the gang, their tragic ends flashing before his eyes, one by one. Now it seems so tragically absurd, laughably so. The greatest jest life has played upon him is to have a man he regarded as a father lead him step by step toward irredeemable doom. It's all over, Arthur. It's all over. A voice, robust and commanding, reverberates above him, striking Arthur's ears like a complete negation of his existence. Straining to raise his head, his body follows suit, and Dutch's face comes into view. Oh, Dutch, the man before him, during the gang's disintegration, steadfastly chose the side of a traitor. Helplessly lowering his head, Arthur can muster no more strength. He cannot fathom what has become of Dutch, who chose to believe a traitor after merely 2 years in the gang, a man who has caused so much death. Why? As the leader of the gang, why would he align himself with someone so treacherous? Enduring the searing pain within his chest, Arthur struggles to speak, forcing the words out. He is a traitor, Dutch, we both know it. At that moment, Meatsai stumbles closer, his right arm hanging limply, likely dislocated from their fall. Among the three, Dutch is now the sole arbiter of their fate. Dutch, he's delusional, mad, even he's on the brink of death, spouting nonsense. Meatsai approaches, hoping to sway Dutch to his side. The Pinkertons, the very hunters pursuing them, have surrounded this place. If he can align with Dutch, he might mitigate his risks significantly. Both Arthur and Meatsai await Dutch's response, the air thick with silence, save for Arthur's labored breaths. Dutch, I've sacrificed everything for you. Truly, Arthur gazes at Dutch, observing the complexity of emotions etched upon his face. Suddenly, clarity washes over him. Some truths can only be discerned when one stands at the precipice of death. Perhaps Dutch has always known who the traitor is and who remains loyal. Perhaps he simply does not care. Traitors or loyalists hold no significance for him. Dutch, once a formidable force in the West, envisioned himself at the pinnacle of the food chain, relishing the power to command all. Yet, under the relentless march of time, all his illusions have crumbled into dust. This disparity has driven him to madness, forsaking all principles, morals, and sentiments, those very things he once held dear. He has transformed those around him into mere pawns in his quest to reclaim his shattered dreams. Without a backward glance, Dutch strides away, accompanied by the incessant prattling of the traitor. Although they depart in opposite directions, Arthur understands they are ultimately kindred spirits. No one will spare a thought for the prostrate Arthur, a terminally ill fugitive left to await his demise. On the cliffside, the horizon is painted with the pale light of dawn. In the east, at the world's end, the crimson glow of sunrise spills forth, brushing against the treetops below. With great effort, Arthur props himself against the rocky wall, the warmth of the rising sun failing to penetrate his being as death steadily encroaches upon him. Swallowing the copious blood that surges from his throat, he trembles as he retrieves a letter from his breast pocket. Due to Arthur's struggles, the letter is battered and nearly saturated with his blood. This letter is a farewell from the one he loves, a missive of parting. For the sake of the gang, he relinquished the request to elope with his beloved, severing all ties with her. With great difficulty, he grips the letter and begins to tear it to shreds. His corpse will likely be discovered by the Pinkertons. He cannot leave behind any trace of information that might burden those he cherishes. A fugitive like him probably does not deserve love. Clenching the remnants of the letter tightly, Arthur hurls them over the cliff. In the distance, footsteps approach. It seems the Pinkertons have arrived. These rabid hunters will never release their grip once they sink their teeth into you. But none of it matters to Arthur anymore. The darkness that signifies death spreads rapidly before him, both fearsome and serene. This is Death's specter, feared by many, yet embraced by others as a mere visitor. Ah, fate! Arthur mocks himself internally. Death envelopes him like warm water, wrapping him completely. The footsteps draw nearer, yet no one cares anymore. Indeed, this is fate that a man clad in a sharp suit and a black top hat stands before Arthur's lifeless form. He bears no resemblance to a Pinkerton agent. His impeccably tailored attire and the incomprehensible words escaping his lips suggest otherwise. I have come to bid farewell, old friend. Though you do not know me, and strictly speaking, I do not know you, I feel compelled to speak on behalf of Fatito, not complain about it. This world knows no fate. Nothing is predestined. Everything is the result of your choices. On the cliffside, the man in the top hat stands alone, addressing Arthur's body as if engaging in conversation. Though a rational person would seldom converse with a corpse, he mutters to himself, stepping closer to Arthur and tipping his hat in respect. In any case, farewell, friend. I hope you can pen a new destiny. For an individual, true darkness lies in the cessation of thought. When it begins to envelop you, when one becomes aware that death is imminent, even the strongest will is filled with sorrow. Lie's collapse is irreversible, yet who can genuinely claim to have no regrets? Yet, Arthur's death brims with absurdity that he sees nothing, which is to be expected, yet the awareness of this fact is not. Despite the surrounding darkness, unfamiliar memories and emotions flood his mind. For a moment, he feels as though he has become another person, timid, taciturn. His existence is filled with violence and discrimination, akin to a discarded doll tossed amidst refuse, a vessel for others' unbridled rage. The amplified fist of his alcoholic father, the mockery in his classmates, smiles the individuals with flamboyant hair encircling him in a shadowy alley. Yet he exhibited no inclination to resist, as if by merely shutting himself away, the darkness enveloping him would cease to exist. Thus he sat in silence, observing his fist descended upon him, listening to the venomous taunts of others, stripped bare and cast onto the streets. He witnessed the escalating brutality inflicted upon him, fists transforming into clubs, then into the very furnishings of the room. The insults morphed into the spittle raining down upon him. The malevolence of the world flows like water, gravitating towards the lowest depths, ultimately converging upon certain individuals ensnared in the quagmire of society's underbelly. Chapter 2. The Trapped Soul. Countless times, Arthur yearned to swing his fists, though he could not comprehend how he had come to be in this predicament. Nevertheless, every encounter felt as if he were experiencing it firsthand. Damn it, the sensation of another's fist landing upon him was unmistakable. It was akin to Arthur himself being battered. Yet, his consciousness felt as though it were obstructed by some unseen force, even when he furiously swung his fists. His body remained utterly unresponsive. Arthur resembled a ferocious beast confined within a cage, while outside, a cacophony of incessantly barking pet dogs echoed, Until, under the guidance of that father, a group of individuals stormed into his home, pinning him to the ground without uttering a word. They wielded ropes, binding him like livestock, and subsequently blindfolded him, leaving him unaware of his destination. After an extended period of jostling, silence enveloped him. Who was this man? Towering yet seemingly incapable of shedding even a morsel of flesh, suddenly, a jarring conversation pierced the air, followed by the abrupt removal of the blindfold. In Arthur's line of sight stood a figure clad in a white coat. Busily preoccupied with some task, his back turned to Arthur. "Vol, you are truly revolting, bringing home the flesh of swine each time. Do not think we are unaware of your intentions." The retort came from a burly man on Arthur's opposite side. A towering figure with a face full of excess flesh, crowned with a balding head, resembling a corpulent pig farmer. "Revolting? Poi. How dare you accuse me of being revolting? The anesthetics approved from above could fill your pockets to the brim. As I remove parts, how many swine have spasmed in pain, ruining numerous components in the process? Spare me, the higher-ups have said nothing." The response was laced with disdain. "My son needs to attend a prestigious school. What's wrong with earning some money? Everyone in Night City knows how exorbitant tuition is at the dog company's school." The man named Poi stood before a machine, his complaints unfiltered. As he applied extra force to the controls, he impatiently interrupted Vol, bellowing once more, "Shut your damn mouth. Look at this fellow. Almost entirely comprised of original parts. We've struck gold this time." As he spoke, he turned around, and Arthur finally glimpsed his face. A cruel grin adorned his countenance, revealing yellowed teeth, with veins protruding around his temples and eyes. Most disturbingly, his eye sockets were hollowed out, replaced by a pair of grotesque black prosthetic eyes. Crude in both design and installation, jagged metal jutted out, accompanied by blackened, crimson wires embedded deep into the flesh surrounding his face. Quickly, anesthetize him. This guy's body is practically untouched. Failing to sedate him would be a waste. If the flesh of the swine was composed of cheap, inferior prosthetics, then violent disassembly posed no issue. However, Arthur's body held far greater value, necessitating careful consideration. He envisioned a substantial sum of money beckoning to him. In this era, prosthetics proliferated, as capital sought to control the lower echelons, brazenly promoting the convenience of such modifications. They urged individuals to sell their organs in exchange for superior prosthetics, luring them with the promise of considerable wealth, which sounded akin to a free money scheme. Yet, capital remained silent on the maintenance of prosthetics and the immense burden they posed on the nervous system, particularly the brain. Thus, as prosthetics became more ubiquitous, the world became increasingly ensnared by the grip of capital. In stark contrast, the price of healthy original organs continued to soar. The wealthy perpetually sought to replace their aging, original organs, prolonging youth and indulging in life without restraint. "Speed up. You cannot escape. Why the rush?" He laughed. "Are you eager to take your useless son to the cloud op for a debauch? He has come of age, yet remains an undeniable wastrel and fool." Meanwhile, the perverse man who relished bringing home flesh approached Arthur, a silver intravenous needle in hand. Upon his arrival, the red light on Poi's prosthetic eye flickered rapidly. "If you dare mention my son again, I shall tear that repulsive face of yours off and affix it to the wall." His tone was chilling, as the grip of a firearm inadvertently revealed itself, nestled within the folds of his flesh. I surrender. It was my fault." Vol's lips curled into a mocking grin, evidently dismissing the threat. His voice dripped with sarcasm as he leaned in closer. Your son, will not even reach the cloud op. For you are both spineless cowards." It was clear that Vol held a higher position than the corpulent Poi, showing no fear of escalating tensions. The red light in Poi's inferior prosthetic flickered wildly, but ultimately he managed to contain himself, regaining its composure. "Humph," Vol scoffed, then forcefully jabbed the intravenous needle into Arthur's wrist, lifting his gaze to extract a vial of yellow liquid, injecting it into the syringe. Although Arthur's memories were suffocatingly bleak, and the original owner of this body had minimal contact with the outside world, he still possessed a fundamental understanding. For instance, it was evident that his wretched father had sold him into a group of scavengers at that. The exorbitant profits from organs and prosthetics had birthed these filthy vermin. They lurked in the city's shadows, typically preying upon the societal outcasts, akin to drug-addled vagrants. Yet, exceptions existed, such as wealthy second-generation heirs seeking thrills, or those from the middle class ensnared in financial crises. In summary, everyone was their target, regardless of one's status. If they fell into their clutches, they would swiftly be dismantled into parts, circulating through the black market. At this moment, Arthur could only watch helplessly as the yellow liquid flowed drop by drop into his body through the catheter. He thrashed in a frenzy, yet all his efforts remained futile. Confined to the realm of thought, unable to exert any real influence over his body, Heaven knows how many years he had endured this torment, able to see and feel, yet utterly powerless to act. Just then, the machine beside the corpulent man erupted with a piercing alarm, its volume so intense that even the vial delivering the anesthetic trembled. Fuck. What's happening? The small screen of the device abruptly turned red, indicating that the three waveforms representing Arthur's heart rate had converged into a single line. His heart had suddenly ceased to beat, and all physiological indicators were plummeting rapidly. Poy's voice grew frantic as he frantically manipulated the controls. Damn it, what did you inject him with? His organs are failing. Furrowing his brow, Vol scrutinized the machine before lowering his gaze to the vial. It shouldn't have any issues. This fellow was purchased with the boss's money. If something goes awry, we won't fare well. Gritting his teeth, Vol retrieved a pneumatic injector from his pocket, hoping this efficient emergency medication could buy them time to complete their task, aiming it at Arthur's chest. He forcefully pressed the injector, simultaneously activating the switch. A sound akin to a deflating balloon echoed, and both men anxiously observed the screen. No change occurred. The line representing the heart rate lay as flat as a lifeless fish. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Dead organs held no value, even less than a deceased pig. The boss would undoubtedly tie them to this table, slaughtering them like livestock as compensation for his losses. After a prolonged silence, Vol's words shattered the heavy atmosphere, yet it only intensified the tension. You must take responsibility for this. Poy, it is your fault. His tone left no room for argument, as he adopted the demeanor of a petty tyrant. No, Vol, it is the medication's fault. It is you. Poy's face, flush with excess flesh, quivered as he shook his head in frantic denial, resembling a man in the throes of a seizure. Wrong, Poy, it is indeed you. Regardless of where it goes, you are responsible. Vol appeared sincere, adopting the guise of a comforting superior. Do not worry, I will speak on your behalf to the boss. Poy had already made numerous enemies due to his penny-pinching ways. It was essential to remember that they were all monsters and human guys, yet Poy had inexplicably placed his useless son in the forefront of his concerns, burdening himself unnecessarily. Poy's entire visage twisted in desperation, the red light in his inferior prosthetic dimming. He pleaded, Please. I have another son. I beg you, do not cast me aside. If they both bore the brunt of this blame, neither would emerge unscathed, yet they would possess a chance for survival. As long as they both insisted that the fault lay with this flesh, and with Vol as a minor leader, he would retain some favor in the eyes of the boss. This would equate to Vol exchanging his future and status for both their lives. However, it was evident that the other party was unwilling. Vol's sincerity showed no signs of waning, as he spoke in a grave tone. Do not speak nonsense. Whoever makes the mess must clean it up. We must be honest. Vol would not sacrifice himself for another. That was the act of a fool. He certainly did not consider himself one. Chapter 3, Mutation and Escape. You are forcing my hand. Poy trembled, caught between fear and fury. You are the one who has driven me to this. His hand suddenly darted towards his waist, exerting every ounce of strength, leaving 4 distinct claw marks on the rolls of fat. A dark gun barrel was aimed menacingly at Fuer, while Boy raged like a lunatic. You shan't escape either, you wretch. It is your fault for leaving me no way out. I advise you to remain calm. If I perish, your worthless son will not escape either. The boss will undoubtedly flay him alive. Fuer feigned composure, aware that Boy's son was merely a leash tethering him to the gang. The two enforcers found themselves in a tense standoff, utterly oblivious to the lifeless body lying on the hospital bed. In between them, Arthur's body lay quietly, yellowish liquid steadily coursing into him. Waves of excruciating pain relentlessly surged towards Arthur's soul. Yet he felt an exhilarating thrill. The pain in his limbs also awakened his senses, as if they were regenerating, perception extending outward with each pang. Neither noticed the fingers of the deceased twitching slightly. Before Arthur, Fua, observing Boy frozen in place once more, felt a surge of confidence, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I could keep an eye on your son. How about that? As he spoke, he laughed and shrugged. Having a son left in this world could be deemed not a futile endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Boy, taken aback by Fuer's derision, suddenly chuckled awkwardly. The foolishness and panic that had marred his plump visage vanished without a trace, as if he had transformed into a different person. He suddenly seized Fuer's hair, thrusting the gun barrel directly into his throat. Boy's violent outburst was akin to a predatory beast springing forth, sinking its fangs deeply into its prey, coldly observing the blood frothing from the corners of Fuer's mouth. He resembled a fish floundering on a chopping board. You spoke the truth. That vial of medicine was indeed swapped by me. He grimaced, adjusting the gun's angle with brutish force, the black metal barrel embedding itself into Fuer's flesh. You see, one must possess vulnerabilities, otherwise, no one will trust you. And that son I brought to the forefront is indeed a worthless wretch. He scrutinized the gun's position with a serious demeanor and nodded in satisfaction. Under Fua's wide-eyed gaze, Boy calmly pulled the trigger. The bullet expelled from the large-caliber handgun detonated within Fua's mouth like a cannonball. Fua's skull erupted, and he was instantly slain. Boy grinned maliciously. How could he dare to deliberately kill the boss in front of everyone? It was Fua who had betrayed him, threatening to conspire against him in a bid to pilfer the profits from this meaty pig before them. By shifting all blame onto Fua, Boy could extricate himself from the situation. Arthur, lying on the bed, remained utterly still, knowing the gun in the assailant's grasp left him with few opportunities. The fat man, blood-soaked and grinning wickedly, stared blankly at the corpse on the floor. Although the gun remained in his hand, it had noticeably relaxed. The firearm represented Arthur's chance. His frail body was incapable of physically overpowering the rotund man. Seizing the gun was the wisest choice. Boy reveled in his triumph, completely unaware that the body on the hospital bed was stealthily reaching for the handgun he held. The contents of the syringe were personally chosen by him. He was confident no one could survive. Yet Arthur's existence was an anomaly. Once he felt it was time, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the fat man's hand that clutched the gun. His body crashing to the ground. Using the weight of his own body to compensate for his weakness was the best strategy he could conceive at that moment. The sudden assault proved effective. As Arthur rose from the ground, he observed the fat man's bewildered expression. But Arthur had no intention of wasting words. He pulled out his gun and aimed it directly at him. This fat man was treacherous and ruthless, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the grass. The best approach to deal with such a person was to fire without hesitation. Arthur did just that, pulling the trigger without granting the man any opportunity. The immense recoil jolted him back a step. Even with both hands gripping the gun, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. The recoil caused the gun's aim to veer slightly. But disregarding whether the bullet had claimed the man's life, he swiftly fired again in that direction. Pain surged through his wrist, and when he looked again, the rotund figure lay motionless on the ground. Arthur frowned at the scene, ignoring the ache in his wrist as he gripped the handgun tightly. When he had fired, the man had been facing him directly. How could he now be sprawled on the ground? Though he couldn't comprehend why such a powerful handgun had failed to end the man's life, Arthur was certain that the fat man was not dead yet. He staggered to his feet, locating a half-height medicine cabinet, propping the gun against it. This way, most of the recoil would be transferred away from his wrist. Arthur resolved to empty the gun's chamber. He was eager to discover whether this fat man was truly dead. Boy lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear. The bionic skin on his chest had been utterly shattered, exposing raw flesh and even revealing faint outlines of his ribs. This skin had been painstakingly accumulated over the years. Under the pretense of funding his son's education, it was now rendered completely useless. Once that meaty pig approached, he would surely crush its bones one by one and slice its flesh to vent his fury. Moreover, since he was not dead, dismantling him would allow for some measure of retribution. Now, he merely needed to await his arrival. However, footsteps were conspicuously absent. Instead, a sound reminiscent of metal clashing echoed. An ominous premonition began to stir within Boy. Damn it, what is that bastard doing? The next moment, his answer came, accompanied by a deafening gunshot. Boy felt as if a cannonball had struck his back, the tremendous force pinning him to the ground. Shattering his ribcage, he violently coughed up a pool of blood, accompanied by chunks of his internal organs. This time, it was evident he would not survive. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he turned to look. The gaunt figure resembling a lanky bamboo stalk was crouched behind a medicine cabinet, half of his body exposed, the gun's barrel emitting wisps of smoke. He had won too many times, so many that even when ambushed and gravely injured, he still believed he would triumph, for according to the usual narrative, he had always been the one to laugh last. Alas, some things are not worth losing even once. There was no time to ponder. Another bullet followed swiftly. Watching the bullet embed itself in the man's chest, leaving behind a gaping hole, Arthur exhaled deeply. What sort of monster was this? The third bullet struck the man's back, yet failed to penetrate, merely leaving a dark mark. He could still rise and flip over. Arthur was not entirely ignorant of the world. After all, he had been an observer for over 20 years and possessed some basic knowledge. Unfortunately, the original owner of this body was a full-fledged recluse, inherently limited in his understanding of the world, and thus Arthur could not grasp much. However, he at least knew that it was now 2076. Barring any unforeseen events, it was barely 200 years since his death. The world had transformed into this. Shaking his head, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, temporarily suppressing the sense of weakness in his body. The pressing concern was to escape this cursed place. Thanks to the fat man's plan, there were no other individuals in the stronghold at this time. Otherwise, the gunfire would have undoubtedly drawn everyone in. Tucking the gun into the left side of his waist, an extremely accessible position, Arthur staggered towards the exit. Behind the door lay a dimly lit corridor, and at this moment, the night outside illuminated the end of the hallway with a kaleidoscope of colors. Dragging his feeble body, he made his way in that direction. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the foul odor of decaying flesh. Just from the scent, one could imagine how revolting the hidden sights in the darkness were. Descending a narrow staircase, the environment suddenly opened up significantly. Utilizing the feeble light from the ceiling, he observed that this level consisted of a hall cluttered with numerous hospital beds, haphazardly arranged as if carelessly discarded refuse. All the beds were covered with pristine white sheets, exuding a sinister atmosphere in the dim light. Across from the staircase, Arthur spotted the exit of this hellish place, a large door made of alloy, devoid of windows, imparting a sense of heaviness. The surrounding silence was profound. Arthur's footsteps echoed hollowly throughout the hall. Just as he reached the door, his hand about to touch it, an eerie sound of breathing emerged from behind him. The sound was accompanied by a shrill gasp, as if something was lodged in the throat, obstructing proper breathing. It seemed there were still survivors in this hall, but given Arthur's current state, it was only natural to disregard them. His hand hovered by the door. It was a common sensor door that would open with the slightest touch. After a lengthy pause, "Damn it," Arthur cursed under his breath, turning back towards the direction of the sound. Chapter 4. The doctor in the dimly lit hall. Rows of transport beds were arranged haphazardly on either side, appearing as if they had been carelessly discarded refuse. All were covered with neatly laid white sheets, exuding a chilling atmosphere in the dim light. However, for Arthur, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, this was nothing remarkable. He had encountered numerous grotesque beings in the West, all of whom he had sent to hell without exception. Upon locating the general direction from which the sound emanated, Arthur rudely tore aside the surrounding white cloth. A more intense and putrid stench, mingled with the scent of blood, assailed his nostrils. Mangled corpses lay before him, nearly extinguishing any desire he had to continue his search. Clearly, this hall was nothing less than a complete wasteland. The prospect of survivors was utterly implausible, just as he began to doubt whether he had imagined the sound. An unusual breathing noise reached his ears once more, this time emanating from his left side. Grasping a corner of the white cloth, Arthur lifted it with determination. There, lying beneath, was a woman in a yellow uniform, perhaps in her 30s. Her face bore extensive bruising, and her limbs were twisted at various unnatural angles, resembling a damaged doll. A deep laceration marred her neck, undeniably fatal in nature. Yet, under the light, a metallic sheen flickered from the wound on her neck, which gaped intermittently with her breaths. It appeared that the scavengers had mistakenly presumed her dead and discarded her here. As for why she had survived, in this damned era, if monsters that could withstand 4 gunshots could exist, why not a woman who remained alive after having her throat slit? Grabbing hold of the woman's clothing, Arthur exerted himself, preparing to hoist her onto his shoulder. However, as he did, a sharp pain surged from his wrist. It seemed that his wrist could not withstand the recoil of the gun, fracturing under the strain, rendering him unable to exert force. Reluctantly, he twisted the white cloth into a makeshift rope and secured the woman to his back. Damn, she was rather heavy. Cursing under his breath, Arthur departed from that place. The night city, by night, certainly held a more tantalizing allure than in the daylight. A kaleidoscope of lights and unabashed outdoor holographic projections permeated the night, while the appropriately enveloping darkness concealed its repulsiveness. Upon exiting the building, a potent scent of industrial waste hung in the air, a sharp and foul odor reminiscent of paint mingled with toxic gas. Instantly, Arthur recognized his location, Watson District, the northern industrial area. Yet this industrial zone had long been abandoned by capital. Rust clung to the iron fences lining the streets. The factories along the roadside had succumbed to decay, with wild grass sprouting from their edges, lending an air of desolation. The Vortex Gang's denizens, akin to maggots on corpses, congregated here, signifying that the night was far from safe. The ugliness of this place was seldom spoken of. If Night City was a beauty, this locale was but a festering sore upon her smooth skin, oozing and putrid. Choosing a direction, Arthur made his way southward. There, a row of neatly arranged high-rise apartments completely isolated the northern industrial sector from Night City. They served as a veil over the blemish. With each heavy step, a wave of dizziness relentlessly assaulted Arthur's mind. The effects of the substances still coursed through him, causing his muscles to feel as though they were dissolving, his strength ebbing away like a receding tide, and the world around him twisted and spun. Soon, he collapsed to the ground, plunging once more into a profound darkness, reminiscent of the cell that imprisoned his soul. Everything from his former self slipped beyond his control. Memories, emotions, they surged towards him like fledglings deprived of their parents, overwhelming his spirit. Those memories were so barren, nearly disconnected from time itself. Yet within this desolation, the intensity of emotions threatened to engulf Arthur's very soul: grievance, innocence, rage, hatred, and finally, a deep-seated numbness. Even with Arthur's willpower, he felt his soul teetering on the brink. Should these chaotic emotions breach his essence, madness would surely ensue. Summoning every ounce of strength, he struggled to escape this damned cage. Yet the torrential wave of emotions nearly drowned him, his thoughts spiraling into chaos, genuine death looming ever closer. "Hey, kid, wake up." From the outside, a low, gravelly voice broke through, akin to a lifeline thrown to Arthur's soul. Desperately, he grasped at it, laboriously prying his weary eyes open. In his blurred vision, a man bent over him. Concern etched on his face. Sensing Arthur's awakening, the man exhaled in relief, gradually straightening up and stepping away. Ugh! Upon regaining consciousness, a wave of intense pain coursed through him, as if his very flesh were being torn apart inch by inch. Grimacing, Arthur struggled to sit up, but the searing agony forced him back down. Resigned, he lay on the bed once more, straining to utter a few words. Where is this? He barely completed a sentence before another cry of pain escaped him. It felt as though a burning coal had lodged itself in his throat, the sensation compelling him to seal his lips. "Rest well, young man. Your body has been injected with an organic toxin targeting your nervous system, rendering you paralyzed for a time." In Arthur's dazed vision, the figure moved about an apparatus, a ghostly blue light illuminating his face. To reactivate your nervous system, I had to increase the dosage of certain special medications, which will result in severe phantom pains throughout your body. But do not worry, this phantom pain will only last for a brief period. The man spoke with a calm, reassuring cadence, imbued with an almost comforting magic. "It is a miracle you survived. When I found you, your nervous system was nearly non-functional." Arthur did not respond. He silently absorbed the phantom pains coursing through his body, relishing the sensation of being alive. This was far preferable to being consumed by chaotic emotions that threatened to devour his soul. Moreover, due to the recent crisis, Arthur's spirit and the memories of his former self had merged completely. The disjointed sense of observation and the alienation from the world had vanished entirely. It was as if he had truly been reborn, entering a different realm, one that resembled a future yet to unfold. Once cornered by the so-called civilization of yore, Arthur now perceived that this world had not improved one iota due to its wretched nature. As time passed, the phantom pains that had engulfed Arthur gradually receded like a retreating tide, and clarity began to return to his vision. The environment was dimly lit yet surprisingly dry and serene. Not far from Arthur, the doctor reclined in a chair, a small screen before him, occasionally erupting with frenzied applause. Curiously, despite the dimness, he wore a pair of dark glasses. Noticing Arthur's movements, he turned his head, a smile dancing in his low-toned voice. "It appears you are recovering. I recommend you check yourself for any lingering ailments." Arthur struggled to sit up. He found himself in a technologically advanced surgical chair, surrounded by monitors tracking his bodily condition. Cradling his head in his hands, Arthur's distinctive raspy voice broke the silence. This was the first time he had formally conversed with another since arriving in this world. "What just happened to me?" "You were injected with a substance I have never encountered before. They are macromolecules that can deceive neural cell recognition and enter cells through endocytosis." In summary, I have not eliminated those substances from your cells, so you remain at significant risk. The doctor approached Arthur, his hair neatly cropped. He was robust and tall, his muscular frame straining against the dark shirt he wore, adorned with an array of tattoos on his left arm. His appearance was hardly that of a conventional doctor. "So, I am still going to die, am I?" Arthur muttered, his head bowed as though lost in contemplation. "Kid, be optimistic. I mentioned that I am unfamiliar with that substance, so its effects on you remain unknown for now." The doctor gently patted Arthur's bicep, this unexpected familiarity not at all off-putting. Beyond his exterior, the man exuded an air of forthrightness. "Optimism brings good fortune, does it not?" Releasing his grip on his head, Arthur gazed up at the doctor standing before him. Having been granted a second chance at life, he had fully integrated the memories of his former self, yet this unfamiliar world still felt surreal. The doctor's presence somewhat alleviated that sensation. "Doctor, what is your name?" he inquired. Victor, though I cannot truly claim to be a doctor." The man chuckled, returning the question. "And you? To return from the northern industrial district with your life is already a stroke of luck." Arthur managed a faint smile, his voice raspy as he replied, Arthur Morgan." Chapter 5. The vanished. A grave expression settled upon Arthur's face. This body bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, youthful yet pale. With strikingly handsome features, the spark in his blue eyes shimmered, as if declaring his arrival in this new world. "Your name carries quite a reputation in Night City, I must say, particularly your surname," Victor remarked casually, evidently attempting to lighten the mood. In this godforsaken city, fame is hardly a blessing. Perhaps I should change my surname. Arthur shifted his shoulders, a profound sense of weakness surging relentlessly from the depths of both his body and soul, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Even during the most dire moments of his illness, he had never felt so feeble, unable to muster the strength to lift an arm. Ha! You have guessed incorrectly. The person I speak of is a legend in this city. Numerous young souls trail in his footsteps, yearning to catch a glimpse of his lore. Straining to lift his emaciated arm, Arthur gestured towards Victor, hoping he was not merely a skeleton, fragile as a matchstick that could snap at the slightest touch. Shaking his head, Victor regarded the self-deprecating Arthur, a smile gracing his face. How could a legend possibly be frail, especially one who was a lone wolf, a killer? To idolize a murderer, it could only be said that the city, filled with dreamers, was indeed rife with scavengers. You, my friend, Victor observed Arthur's placid expression, bemused yet amused. You truly enjoy a good rebuttal. Where did you learn that stubborn temperament? Arthur's words reminded him of two figures, Dachi and the father who had sold him to the scavengers. Dachi's fate was irrelevant to his present circumstances, but the man who had betrayed him would not escape his reckoning. Additionally, there were those scavengers who deserved to be flayed alive. He, Arthur Morgan, had nearly been devoured by a swarm of insignificant insects. At the northern edge of the city, in the Watson D. Perhaps it is indeed as he said. Arthur finds great appeal in it. Thank you, Old Vic. This friend, provided there is no deception involved, shall be Arthur's first genuine bond in this unfamiliar world. Time passes swiftly, and the meals provided by Old Vic are truly satisfactory, coupled with ample rest. Arthur's physical condition is steadily improving. Although he still appears gaunt from a distance, the pallor that once marred his face has faded. For nearly half a month, he has been assisting Old Vic, learning much about cybernetic enhancements. On this particular day, after Arthur had just helped Vic with a patient who presented only minor issues, a figure hurriedly entered the clinic. It was a woman, her lips adorned with pitch-black lipstick, her eyes encircled by dark, peculiar makeup, and her short yellow hair disheveled. She introduced herself as Misty, the proprietor of a rather unpopular fortune-telling parlor located just above Vic's clinic. Hey, Arthur, Old Vic. The NCPD has arrived. They couldn't retrieve any identification for this woman, and the police require you to bring her back. Despite her bizarre and erratic appearance, Misty's voice was ethereal and gentle. This stark contrast rendered her presence particularly contradictory. It shouldn't be the case. Even in death, a citizen's information would typically remain accessible for a year. How could it be missing? Old Vic slumped heavily into a chair, leaning forward as he activated the screen on the table. The sounds of raucous cheers and passionate boxing echoed forth. Clearly, someone had tampered with the situation. Let us not forget that peculiar substance I possess, which you have never encountered. It was evident that someone was exploiting the scavengers for human experimentation. Arthur stood to the side, his gaze fixed upon the screen that Vic was studying. Those corporations are no different from scavengers. They hardly regard people as human. Vic did not turn his head, yet his voice brimmed with indignation. Just then, the cheers on the screen reached a crescendo, seemingly affirming Vic's perspective. Let us not concern ourselves with this for now. The NCPD insists we take that woman away, or they may resort to euthanasia for her. Misty added. In such a world, it might be the wisest choice to remain indifferent. However, Arthur still inquired, what is her condition? Will she never wake again? This question was naturally directed at Vic, who had stabilized her injuries and possessed some understanding of her situation. It was likely a car accident. In any case, external forces had inflicted significant harm upon her. The most critical injury was to her neck. Although the emergency expansion tube she had installed saved her life, the spinal contusions and dislocations had caused severe nerve damage, and I cannot estimate when she might awaken. After hearing Vic's explanation, Arthur fell silent. Although she was merely a stranger, he still wished to lend a hand. Yet, he had already troubled Vic enough and found it difficult to voice his intentions, observing the solemn expression on Arthur's face. Vic smiled gently, rising from his chair to stand behind him. Go retrieve that woman. I have a ready-made life pod here. It won't take much effort. He patted Arthur on the shoulder, his face adorned with a habitual gentle smile, and inquired further, are you truly not connected to that woman at all? With a resigned shrug, Arthur responded with a hint of melancholy. Not at all. I've simply spent too much time with an old friend, and I am quite willing to help a stranger. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Misty while donning a jacket. Let us go and assess the situation. When Arthur and Misty arrived at the NCPD precinct in Little Chinatown, a chaotic group of officers clad in blue were bustling about, seemingly indifferent to their presence. After considerable effort, they finally located the woman in a cold, remote room. The unnatural twist of her neck had been corrected, now swathed in neat white bandages, thanks to Vic's emergency care. Her disheveled red hair framed a face that had regained some color, though her eyes remained tightly shut, showing no sign of awakening. "It seems I must get to work," Arthur remarked self-deprecatingly to Misty. "I can't afford to owe old Vic too much, or I might be thrown out." Misty, despite her exaggerated and eccentric makeup, possessed a quiet demeanor. "Old Vic is quite generous to his friends, as long as you don't debate him over which boxer is superior. His judgment in boxing is rather poor, and he always selects the wrong fighter. Vic merely disdains cybernetics and looks down upon those who gain strength through enhancements," Misty observed, her voice kept low to just the right volume for comprehension. As Arthur lifted the woman, he agreed with Misty's sentiments. Although the trophies on Vic's wall were coated in dust, it was reasonable to assume they were not mere fakes procured by him. After ensuring the red-haired woman was settled, Arthur promptly sought out Vic, requesting him to introduce him to some work. "I know a few intermediaries, but are you sure your body can handle it? You've only been recuperating for about half a month." Arthur pondered for a moment and realized that he had no recollection of any intermediaries, prompting him to inquire, "What exactly does this intermediary do?" Vic regarded Arthur's expression with curiosity, and upon seeing his genuine confusion, he began to elucidate. "They are individuals who find jobs for mercenaries, acting as intelligence headhunters, typically possessing a wealth of resources." "Headhunters," Arthur mused, stroking his chin. "They must take a significant cut. Why wouldn't team mercenaries seek jobs themselves?" The role of intermediaries is multifaceted. First, they assess the danger of tasks, which serves as a form of protection to some extent. Moreover, they possess a multitude of connections and access to timely information, saving considerable trouble for the task at hand. Of course, the most critical aspect is confidentiality. They handle a multitude of unsavory dealings, ensuring that the clients themselves remain hidden, Vic explained, shadows forming on his face under the clinic's single light. Arthur understood and even felt reassured. Dealing in unsavory affairs. "Ah, that was his forte. It seems you are still a rookie. The work of an intermediary is fraught with peril. You would be better off learning from me." Vic expressed concern, clearly unconcerned about any losses Arthur might incur, which reflected his attitude towards friends. With a grin, Arthur shook his head, signaling Vic to cease his admonitions. He was determined to repay Vic, and moreover, he had confidence in himself. This old cowboy, despite having regained his youth, had not lost his speed in drawing his weapon. With an old-fashioned revolver, he could traverse the West. Now, equipped with modern firearms, he could navigate Night City just as deftly. Arthur could remain humble in all matters, but when it came to marksmanship, he had never missed. His eyes were akin to those of the Grim Reaper. Patting Vic's shoulder, Arthur spoke with resolve. "You make the connections, trust me," gazing into Arthur's determined face. Vic chuckled and shook his head. He did not relish questioning his friend's decisions. That was a path each must tread alone. He preferred to remain nestled in the dim clinic, like a rock standing steadfast behind his friends, awaiting the moments they needed shelter from the storm. "You have indeed embarked on the path of a edge runner. I hope you can venture far." "Edge runner? What is that?" Arthur inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Vic sighed resignedly. In the lives of mercenaries, one is often surrounded by gunfire and danger. They walk the edge of society, with the abyss lurking nearby. Thus, those who pursue this line of work are called edge runners. Listening to Vic's explanation, Arthur chuckled heartily. "Oh, they're just a bunch of outlaws." Vic paused, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. "Edge runners, indeed. However, I prefer to refer to myself as a cowboy." Chapter 7. Upgrading Cybernetics regardless of the name. At its core, it remains a deadly endeavor. Yet, one must acknowledge that the darkness of Night City conceals myriad filth, where human life is scarcely valued. Vic's gaze inadvertently fell upon the woman Arthur had brought back. A seemingly ordinary person, perhaps with a modest home, who was nearly consumed by this city, leaving no trace behind. Do not worry, old Vic. At the very least, I must first repay my debts. Arthur's hoarse voice conveyed determination, even a hint of confidence. Though nearly 2 centuries had passed, people still wielded firearms. As long as there were guns, Arthur had no reason to fear. Vic offered a wry smile, shaking his head as he frowned at Arthur. Clearly, there were aspects of which Arthur remained unaware. "Evidently, you still lack an understanding of the dangers involved. Take your current situation, for instance. You possess hardly any combat-oriented cybernetics, and many firearms are beyond your capability to use. The most perilous aspect is that the neural processor in your head is woefully outdated, inferior even to the most basic civilian models. You need not fear a hacker attack. I believe sunlight could render it inoperative." Instinctively, Arthur reached back to touch the metallic interface at the nape of his neck, where a thumb-sized metallic recess was embedded in his soft skin. Arthur was aware of its purpose, after all. It was his only cybernetic enhancement. Even in the absence of funds, newborns would be mandated by the government to receive a free and compulsory neural implant, serving not only basic functions but also acting as a form of citizen identification. It appears that its capabilities extend far beyond what has been mentioned. Your neural interface is devoid of any concealment, encryption, or even a firewall. It is essentially a glowing target. Victor, observing Arthur's expression of confusion, elaborated, "Thus, I must replace your frontal cortex and operating system to prevent you from meeting an untimely demise. Moreover, the unidentified substance within your body may be the result of a clandestine experiment by a major corporation. I believe it prudent to alter your identity. In light of this, Arthur lamented with a tone of resignation that he owed Victor a significant sum of money. He felt fortunate to have crossed paths with Victor, for otherwise, survival would have been exceedingly challenging. Therefore, you shall need to wait a few days while I procure some essential hardware for you. During this interim, you can stay here and familiarize yourself with the ways of the edge runners." With a pat on Arthur's shoulder, Victor returned to the table where he often watched boxing matches and resumed his work. In the days that followed, Victor busied himself contacting various black market suppliers for Arthur's cybernetic enhancements. Arthur, on the other hand, delved into the intricacies of the edge runner lifestyle, acquiring knowledge that was far beyond the reach of his former self, a vulnerable student afflicted with autism, much like the scavenger whom Arthur had shot. Likely equipped with armed synthetic skin, even a high-caliber kinetic revolver had failed to claim his life directly. And then there were the hackers lurking in the shadows, capable of incinerating their enemies' minds without a trace. As this period of anticipation unfolded, for days later, the first of the cybernetic enhancements prepared by Victor arrived. It was a square silver metallic box, adorned with interwoven black patterns that gave it a weighty and technologically advanced appearance. Centrally displayed was a neatly arranged array of letters forming the logo, Kuroshi, with the letter O abstractly shaped like an eyeball. Kuroshi Optical. Arthur found himself murmuring, "You are indeed fortunate. The products from this company are reliable. And this is a confidential internal release, one that cannot be obtained through ordinary channels." Victor hefted the box and proceeded into the clinic. Is this an artificial eye? I have no intention of altering my vision. Arthur followed him into the clinic, not out of aversion to these modern advancements, but rather out of confidence in his own eyesight. This is not an artificial eye, but rather a built-in scanner integrated into the cornea, eliminating the need to replace your eyes, Victor clarified from ahead. The decision regarding Arthur's cybernetic upgrades had been made after careful discussions between Victor and Arthur, ensuring that none of Arthur's innate abilities would be compromised. The scanner can be used in conjunction with your neural interface, assisting you in collecting battlefield data and displaying your status in real-time. In summary, it is indispensable. As he spoke, Victor opened the box, and a plume of white mist wafted forth, accompanied by a chilling breeze. "Lie down," he instructed, gesturing toward the surgical table. "I shall install it for you." In the following days, the cybernetic enhancements Victor had prepared for Arthur continued to arrive. One was an external neural interface from Wintermoon Electronics, and the other was a ballistic coordination processor designed to be embedded in the palm. I have not provided you with combat-type enhancements. Should you require them, you may choose for yourself. However, I must caution you that any type of enhancement that significantly alters your circulatory and nervous systems can impose tremendous stress on your original psyche, potentially leading to an incurable affliction known as cyberpsychosis. In this age of entertainment, every morning, the television stations of Night City broadcast an intriguing program called Dead Man's Lotto, which exploits the misfortunes of those who have met untimely ends. In Night City, gang conflicts, acts of terror, robberies, and crime proliferate endlessly. News of cyberpsychosis frequently surfaces, and Arthur is aware that those affected constitute a perilous group, often accompanied by substantial casualties. "Perhaps you should enlighten me about this illness." "It seems rather dangerous," Arthur remarked, instinctively touching his palm. The ballistic processor, while comfortably fitting his hand, still felt subtly different from his skin. Excessive implantation of cybernetics can exert immense pressure on the nervous system. And if this pressure becomes excessive, it can overwhelm a person's reason, leading to loss of control and extreme aggression. The manifestation of this affliction is akin to rabies, directly targeting the nervous system. Victor removed the assisting mechanical hand from Arthur's arm while explaining, and Arthur opened his palm to reveal a swirl of black patterns that shimmered with a metallic sheen, along with sensors extending to his fingers. This was the ballistic coordination processor he had just installed, capable of aiding him in monitoring weapon status. "I suspect the influence of such a device is minimal," Arthur inquired. "Indeed. I refer to those enhancements that replace the original nerves. It is those that impose stress on the body." As they spoke, Victor picked up a handgun from the nearby table, a standard piece produced by Magley and Company. Instantly, a stream of data surged into the peripheral vision of Arthur. Displaying on the Kuroshi scanner, not bad. I must say. He rotated the firearm in his hand and tilted his head, feeling no sense of dissonance. The equipment I have calibrated will certainly not hinder your performance. Moreover, this system boasts a high safety rating. Unless you encounter a top-tier hacker, it should not present any issues. Victor smiled as he detached the assisting arm from his own hand. Knowing Arthur's lack of knowledge regarding hacking, he had specifically selected an external neural interface for him. Although this device from Wintermoon Electronics lacked any expansion slots, its firewall and stealth capabilities were unparalleled, even capable of forcibly shutting down without causing the user to lose consciousness, making it particularly suitable for someone like Arthur, an outsider to the hacking world. Additionally, Arthur.as Victor's voice trailed off. 3 contacts materialized before Arthur: Father, Okada Wakako, and Regina Jones. I do not have many intermediaries I am familiar with, but these few are capable of meaningful communication. You need not reach out to them proactively. I have mentioned you to them, and if any work arises, they will contact you. Observing Victor's furrowed brow, Arthur understood that his friend was concerned for him. He chuckled. You don't seem like a stranger to these connections. It appears you've been quite secretive, old Victor, managing to befriend such prominent figures. I once saved individuals under their employ, so they merely acknowledge my skills. As he spoke, Victor's expression grew increasingly serious, his deep voice laden with gravity. Arthur, some edge runners can be blindly trusting of their intermediaries, as these intermediaries provide them with information and even protection. But you must understand that both you and the so-called reputation of those intermediaries exist solely for the sake of profit. If the value of what you possess outweighs their credibility, one can never know when they might turn against you. Nodding solemnly, Arthur patted Victor's shoulder. Fear not. I have always relied on myself. Chapter 8. The first job. The first call from the intermediary came that very day. A gaunt voice imbued with an elusive confidence. Arthur recognized the name of the caller, Okada Wakako. Kid, I've heard a reliable newcomer has emerged in Watson, and a friend has passed along your contact information. I have a job of moderate size. I wonder if you might be interested. The old lady's tone was akin to that of a kindly neighbor, yet this very woman wielded considerable influence in Westbrook. I don't specialize in much, but as long as it's a money-making venture, I doubt I would refuse. The youth's bravado was palpable. Let's hope you aren't merely a FAAD. I will send you the details of the task now. If you execute it well, we may find ourselves collaborating frequently. With that, Okada Wakako hung up the call. Simultaneously, a crisp notification chimed in Arthur's mind, delivering a stream of data regarding the task. This technology is indeed convenient. Arthur tapped his head lightly before reviewing the information sent by her. In Westbrook, on Twisted Street, Okada Wakako's territory, a robbery had taken place 2 days prior. Labeling it a robbery felt somewhat inaccurate. It was more akin to a massacre, as every living soul within a certain convenience store had been slaughtered, and the assailants had even killed a few passers-by during their escape. They had fled north. Traversing the municipal center, Wakako's people dared not engage there, ultimately losing track of the perpetrators. However, they were certain that the culprits had vanished into Watson. This gang had undoubtedly slapped Wakako in the face, necessitating that both parties measure their strength against one another to determine who was the more formidable adversary. At the end of the document was a note regarding compensation from Wakako. I will pay you €2,000 if you perform admirably. A bit more would not be out of the question. But do not attempt to deceive me with a lump of unrecognizable flesh. Damn it. Am I taking on police work again? Perhaps sensing Arthur's mutterings, Victor, who had been watching the boxing match, leaned forward to turn off the monitor and turned his chair to face Arthur. Is the first job really that quick? The mischievous mice committed their misdeeds in the south and scampered to the north, thinking that by changing their guise, no one would ever find them again. Arthur nonchalantly replied, casually picking up a nearby handgun as he stood up. I shall go and meet this world. So, you're taking just the simplest of handguns, Victor chimed in, resembling a nagging old woman. Arthur had already arrived at the clinic's entrance when he suddenly turned back, a questioning expression on his face. By the way, how much do I owe you? Just over 10,000. That's clearly too little. Hey, just how much is it then? Arthur pressed for an answer. 47,000 euros. A friendly price. Observing Victor's gesture of surrender, Arthur turned to leave. Damn, I might as well find a cleaner to sell myself. Exiting the clinic, he ascended the steps leading to Misty's fortune-telling booth. Despite the bright day outside, the small booth exuded an unusual gloom, only a few stubborn purple lamps casting their light. Misty, adorned with an eccentric makeup, resembled a witch from a swamp. It seems you've received a job. Would you like to draw a card? Arthur frowned as he approached the counter, where a stack of rectangular cards lay before Misty. What is this? A trick to peer into fate. Misty's explanation, though vague, was grasped by Arthur with some effort. I thought only blind beggars engaged in such activities. So, how should I draw? Misty gestured for him to spread the stack of cards on the table. Feel free. Draw as many as you wish. Casually extracting a card from the middle, Arthur flipped it over and placed it on the table. The card depicted a figure standing with its back to the world, a pale scale serving as its shoulder and skeletal frame. A special card. It's called Justice, a card for resolving disputes. It summons order, seeking to unveil lies and deceit, returning everything to its natural state. Justice signifies a fair judgment, but it also entails necessary procedures. After her explanation, Misty looked up at Arthur, only to find him utterly perplexed. It seems I am ill-suited for such mystical talk. With that, Arthur raised his hand, pointing to something behind Misty. On the wall behind her hung a deer head ornament, atop which rested a gambler's hat. Made of brown leather, the hat had slightly upturned brims. Its curvature firm and natural, almost identical to a hat Arthur had worn in a past life. I would like that. Misty followed Arthur's pointed finger to the hat, her face breaking into a gentle smile as she turned to retrieve it. Consider it a gift for you. Wishing you safety. The people from Wakako had already located the hideout of that group of thugs, within an abandoned factory in the northern industrial district of the city. Many rats preferred to hide there. This aging intermediary hoped Arthur could uncover the reasons behind her attack and was willing to pay extra for it. However, leaving survivors would undoubtedly complicate Arthur's undertaking. But then again, who could blame Arthur for needing money? The streets of Watson District resembled cheese infested with maggots. The wide, orderly streets emanated the fragrance of civilization and corporate success. Yet the ubiquitous excrement and stains on the walls cast a stench over it all. At times, the shadows of the past indeed evoke a sorrow more profound than desolation. After a taxing journey, Arthur arrived near the abandoned factory mentioned by Wakako. It was a cluster of low buildings, devoid of any chimneys, while the surrounding walls stood solid, without any gaps or damage. The sun was now low in the west, and under the fading light, the factory was eerily quiet, not a sound emanating from within. Arthur found a hiding spot next to the factory, skeptical of the thieves' discipline. He needed to wait for them to reveal a flaw. Sure enough, as midnight approached, a figure stealthily emerged from one of the factory's rooms, leaving the premises in a furtive manner. From a distance, Arthur trailed behind him. The night in the northern industrial district was hardly worthy of the title Night City. Apart from a few malfunctioning streetlights sputtering sparks, there was little activity. The figure moved directly northward, soon veering into another abandoned factory. Without hesitation, Arthur swiftly followed him inside. A nauseating stench assaulted Arthur's nostrils, the ground littered with vomit, both fresh and stale, exuding the overpowering scent of alcohol. Upon entering one of the factory rooms, the figure was nowhere to be seen, but the distant sound of an elevator operating resonated. It seemed he had descended via the elevator. Now, Arthur faced two choices. Either descend directly to find him or remain and wait for him to return. After careful consideration, Arthur decided to go down. Judging by the location chosen by that group, they had no solid footing here and wouldn't leave such a prime spot unattended. Moreover, from the outside, it was highly likely that this place served as a venue for amusement. Arthur decisively called the elevator, and upon entering, it began its descent automatically, before it even reached the lower level. A growing sensation of vibration surged from beneath Arthur's feet, accompanied by the booming sound of music. When the elevator doors opened once more, the deafening music crashed over Arthur like a tempest. Before him stretched a corridor adorned with blinding lights. The illumination spilled from the space ahead, while two burly men lay slumped against the walls, occasionally twitching. Rubbing his ears, still ringing from the vibrations, Arthur stepped over the two men and pressed on. Instantly, he felt enveloped by the pounding music that assailed his eardrums. The circular hall was packed with people, frantically writhing to the music, the air thick with the splashes of drinks they clutched. The atmosphere was rife with frenzy, the lights above akin to sand scattered in the eyes of the beholders, rendering them unable to open their eyes. Arthur had no intention of directly seeking out the figure. Instead, he forcefully parted the crowd and laboriously made his way to the bar. Chapter 9. Trinkets from the company. Though the lighting behind the bar was dim, it was significantly better than the dance floor ahead. Behind the counter, a scantily clad female bartender clutched a large bottle of liquor, swaying her body in rhythm with the bar's music. Her exposed synthetic skin appeared of remarkably poor quality, resembling mismatched rags stitched together, her face obscured beneath a massive electronic circuitry. What would you like? The bartender's cheeks emitted a harsh sound as she noticed Arthur's approach, the noise just audible amidst the chaos. Something stronger. Never mind. I'll look for myself. Arthur acted like a typical patron, snatching the electronic menu from the table and pointing to the whiskey option. The figure he had been following was seated at the bar, engaged in loud conversation with a motley crew of cyborgs, pouring liquor haphazardly into his mouth. Adjusting the hat atop his head, Arthur lifted his glass and silently took a seat beside him. A cyber psycho went on a rampage a few days ago, the one who caused chaos at the municipal center. We managed to snatch this from the trauma team. The dangers within are beyond your imagination. The man's voice boomed, and Arthur, positioned behind him, absorbed every word clearly. Those gathered around him voiced their objections one after another. Struck it rich? You think someone who struck it rich would scurry back here? Do you think we're fools, completely unaware? Those trauma team contractors are just laborers, no different from street sweepers. And I hear you've crossed paths with someone important. Maybe you should worry for your lives. Perhaps these words struck a nerve, for he erupted in a furious roar. We do our business with clean hands. Once we sell the goods, we'll enjoy ourselves in a bustling place. Meanwhile, you lot can only huddle here in this tiny industrial district like worms. Each person present seemed to be intoxicated with madness, rendering his hysteria unremarkable. Indeed, his outburst only elicited laughter from those around him. This conversational dynamic inadvertently delineated factions, and the surrounding mockery gradually fueled the man's rage. Before long, he vacated his seat near the bar and stormed toward the exit, groping the women on either side as he passed through the dance floor. Arthur observed that none of the group who had been conversing with him showed any intention of following. Evidently, they regarded him as a mere joke. Silently calculating the time he had spent in the elevator, Arthur set down his glass and trailed behind. One must admit, the brain-machine interface was remarkably convenient. The entire process felt like an exchange of glances. The elevator served as a dividing line between two worlds, and upon Arthur's return to the ground floor, silence enveloped him once more, accompanied by a lingering hum in his ears. Now was the opportune moment to strike. Spotting the figure in the distance, Arthur swiftly drew his gun. In the next instant. Bang! The reason for his immediate action was that in this quiet, open space, sounds carried far. He needed to distance himself from their stronghold to avoid alarming them. In the distance, the figure collapsed in response, emitting a pained scream. Rushing over, Arthur struck the man's mouth with the butt of his gun, the sharp cry swiftly transforming into a muffled whimper. He swiftly grasped the man's belt at the lower back, dragging him into the adjacent abandoned factory. Arthur, having returned to his old profession, exhibited no signs of unfamiliarity. Despite nearly 2 centuries having elapsed, gripping the collar of his captive, Arthur yanked him upward. A fierce punch landed squarely on the man's face, and he was then slammed against the wall of the factory behind them. Shut up. Don't eat the sour radish. I ask, you answer, or I might just create a hole in your head. Observing the man's frantic nodding, Arthur did not lower the gun pressed against his temple. Now tell me, were you causing trouble on Okada Wakako's turf? Perhaps due to the loss of several teeth. The man's voice was somewhat comical. I don't know. Covering his mouth, Arthur's knee forcefully struck the gunshot wound on the man's leg. Fixing his gaze on the wide-eyed man, Arthur's raspy voice echoed once more. This is the last time. I prefer to hear the truth, and I like obedient children. The man stammered. Why? There's a personality who knows about the goods in our hands, and they want to silence us. What goods? Who's searching for it? And why the need for silence? A few days ago, that cybermaniac who went on a rampage at the city center, we stole a body part from him. It's a data separation chip for auxiliary brain machines. Arasaka is willing to pay handsomely for it, and those military tech lunatics are after it. Intriguingly, the matter seemed to involve the corporation, indicating the item as considerable value. Send me your boss's information, and you may leave. Once the brain machine received the information, Arthur sent him straight to hell. He incinerated the scene. He had no desire to attract the company's attention, then proceeded toward the hideout. By the time Arthur arrived at the location, the remaining 4 individuals were surprisingly asleep. Without a struggle, he seized control of the scene, pinning the so-called leader, bloodied and battered, to the ground. Now speak. Where is that damn separation chip? Spitting blood, resentment flickered in the man's eyes as he glared at Arthur. Who do you work for? What separation chip? I have no idea what you're talking about. The chip was his ticket to freedom. How could he possibly divulge it so easily? Without further ado, Arthur thrust the gun into the man's wound, twisting it a few times. Where's the chip? I don't. Arthur tilted the gun and fired again, coldly uttering 4 words. Where's the chip? It's in my head. Let me go, and I will leave. I beg you for my life. Reaching behind the man's head, Arthur located the separation chip slot and successfully extracted a chip, simultaneously delivering him a bullet. After capturing an image with the brain machine, Arthur set the place ablaze and departed from the northern industrial district. The factories here were predominantly steel structures, minimizing the risk of uncontrollable fires that would only burn as Arthur desired. Without delay, he headed straight to Westbrook.at this hour. The once lively twisted street had transformed into a desolate void. Arthur felt at ease as he found a pachinko parlor and entered without hesitation. A few patrons remained, fixated on the machines before them, their eyes glazed over with a blood-red hue, a result of exhaustion and madness intertwined. As the chimes rang, Arthur ventured deeper, encountering a robust young man behind the counter. "I'm looking for Wakako. I've taken on her job to collect payment." The young man's eyes flickered, seemingly communicating with someone. Then turned to Arthur. "Follow me. The boss is inside, having breakfast." Upon pushing open an inner door, Arthur beheld Wakako, kneeling behind a low table. "You managed to accomplish this in just one day. Truly impressive. So, what are the results?" A warm smile graced her aged face, reminiscent of an ordinary grandmother. "They're all dead, but I am unaware of their purpose for being killed here. In total, there were 5, just as your information indicated. Not a single one escaped." Indeed, Arthur did not intend to mention the separation ship to Wakako, as it pertained to the corporation, and their relationship had yet to reach a level of complete trust. He recalled Victor's words, "Too much at stake will undermine the intermediary's credibility. Here are 2 photographs for you." Saying this, Arthur sent the images of the corpses to her. "While you didn't bring me any live ones. These photographs suffice. I can offer you 2,500 euros. You did well. Let us stay in touch. The more friends you have, the more business opportunities arise. As their eyes sparkled, Arthur smiled at the 2,500 transfer notification. "Of course, madam. Generosity always begets friendship." Chapter 10. An interesting thief. Arthur felt quite satisfied with this job. This mode of operation, devoid of intermediaries, saved him considerable trouble. Yet, his seasoned experience revealed potential issues if the intermediary's intelligence faltered. Even with just a missing key detail, it could place mercenaries in significant peril. Nevertheless, in the realm of intelligence, problems were inevitable. Next, Arthur resolved to pay Oldway a visit. The data within that separation ship was convoluted, and Oldway was the expert in such matters. Standing on the elevated train heading towards Watson's Chinatown, Arthur reminisced about his old companions. However, it seemed that the beloved horses had become a luxury for the wealthy. Just as he gazed out the window, lost in thought, an unsettling sensation crept from behind him. In a flash, he instinctively reached back, seizing the wrist of someone attempting to approach him. Arthur's first impression was that it was slender. Likely a woman. "What do you want?" The wrist tugged backward tentatively, but upon sensing Arthur's strength, it relinquished the effort. Turning around, Arthur was greeted by a girl with pastel pink hair. Her exquisite face blended Western dimensions with Eastern delicacy. Initially, Lucy felt no fear due to her appearance, confident in her ability to escape trouble. However, upon meeting Arthur's gaze, her heart raced. Those blue eyes concealed a crimson world, one fraught with death. Anything ensnared within would become prey. Utterly defenseless. Sir, you have a bug on your back." She instinctively diverted her gaze, inspecting the man's hat. Quite retro. "Bug? Are you referring to yourself, little girl?" With one hand, he felt the 2 chip slots at the back of his neck, which were devoid of anything. He then reached into his pocket, where the chip belonging to the cybermaniac lay safely. Confirming he hadn't lost anything, Arthur prepared to release his grip. Just then, at the rear of the carriage, a young man sporting a buzz cut rushed into his peripheral vision. Upon witnessing Arthur grasping the girl's wrist, a look of alarm flashed across his face. In an instant, he charged at Arthur with inhuman speed. It was noteworthy that while Arthur's eyes could detect the flapping wings of an eagle, the youth's velocity appeared almost normal to him. Instinctively, Arthur extended his hand, focusing intently, blocking the young man's path. Thanks to the boy's evident youthfulness, Arthur restrained him by pressing against his throat, preventing him from advancing. Observing the boy's futile struggles, Arthur furrowed his brow deeply. As a top-tier gunman, he recognized the heightened state of concentration that surpassed ordinary limits. This lad, however, seemed far from that. "What's your speed? What's going on?" he rasped. "And what about you? How can you see my movements so clearly?" Since installing the Cyan Wiston, the unique rapid domain had bolstered his confidence. Yet today, this man had managed to apprehend him. In that state of speed, while others appeared frozen, this individual seemed almost normal. "Young one, your neck remains in my grasp, so I shall ask first. Understood?" Perhaps due to the boy's naivety, Arthur's patience grew, and he refrained from delivering a punch. "I have cybernetic enhancements. Could you please let me go?" Noticing the boy's frantic flailing, Arthur realized they were merely 2 petty thieves. This reminded him of his unpleasant experiences in St. Denis. Releasing his grip, he smacked the back of the boy's head before finally letting him go. Scram. As he regarded the two youngsters before him, Arthur inexplicably ruffled the boy's hair. The defiant strand stood upright, leaving him bemused as to why hair could defy gravity. "Why can you keep up with me?" Perhaps sensing Arthur's lack of malice, the boy lingered. Curiosity etched upon his face. The innocence and naivety in his eyes were unmistakable. Decades of practice, coupled with a bit of talent. Of course, most importantly, it's the enhancements. This sentence was a thought that Arthur added in his mind. "However, you don't seem very old," the other party mumbled. Indeed, Arthur now appeared no different from a young man in his early 20s. He raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to the boy's backside, causing him to stumble. Arthur's hoarse voice grew increasingly impatient. "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and scram." "Then, what is your name?" the youth asked, clutching his backside, his expression one of ignorance to the situation. Perhaps finding the fellow somewhat agreeable, Arthur revealed his name. "Arthur Morgan." "Your name is quite cool. You must be a wasteland wanderer 2.0. I'm David Martinez. Could I get your contact information?" Upon saying this, a friend request appeared before Arthur. He accepted it just as the vehicle came to a halt in Little Chinatown. Choosing not to linger with the two youths and exiting the car instead. This chip is inherently expensive, not to mention the invaluable data it contains. Inside Old Vic's clinic, shrouded in its usual darkness, he was scrutinizing the exported data from the chip under the dim blue lights. The chip lay to one side, with several reading wires coiling over it. That fellow's cybernetics had exceeded 80%. No wonder he had gone mad. Arthur leaned against the wall, observing the incomprehensible data scrolling across the screen, helplessly inquiring, what use could this possibly have? The chip records the operational status of that cybermaniac's entire cybernetic body. "Oh, look here. His name is James Willis. He was reported in the news for killing over 30 people at the City Hall a few weeks ago. He was likely some company's experimental subject. And that company must be in a frenzy right now." Victor appeared quite busy, his gaze flitting back and forth across the data before him. "So, the company needs it. Can you contact a buyer?" Staring at the densely packed text on the screen, Arthur felt overwhelmed, struggling to fathom its utility. If it could be exchanged for some money, that would indeed be a blessing. "I want it. The data here comes from the most advanced cybernetics. It has even internal company material, which could be quite beneficial to me." Rubbing his chin, Arthur showed no signs of hesitation. "If you desire it, I'll give it to you. After all, I have neither the means nor the understanding to utilize it. Consider it as payment for your debt." Even though the item was precious, it surely wasn't worth that much. Arthur was not one to seek a bargain and promptly declined. "Old Vic, let us not entangle our friendship with monetary matters. I have yet to adopt the habit of not repaying debts." "Fine then." With that, Victor paused the data display and turned to pat Arthur's shoulder. "You don't understand. This data is genuinely valuable. How about this? If you repay me 2,000, you can offset the rest with the chip." Seeing Arthur about to argue, Victor delivered a heavy punch to his chest. "Stop being so wishy-washy. That's settled." "All right, but Old Vic, there's another matter. I need to find a place to stay. Do you have any recommendations?" Old Vic tilted his head in thought and replied, "I guess you still have no money, so why not find a spot in the Watson district?" Arthur, having lived as a cowboy in the wilderness for over 20 years, naturally did not care about his living environment. He nonchalantly remarked, "As long as it's convenient, that's all that matters. Little Chinatown, super skyscraper, atrium. It's a decent place, mainly for the comfort of living. You might want to check it out." Arthur was familiar with that location. It was constructed to isolate the northern industrial district of Night City, hence its towering height. The prices were reasonable, making it a suitable place for Arthur. "I'll go take a chance. See you later." Old Vic exiting the clinic, he immediately spotted the row of high-rises and made his way towards them. The atrium had many vacancies, consisting of small, single-occupancy apartments, all well-equipped, even featuring rooms specifically designed for weapon storage. It was evident that the security here was quite liberal. Chapter 11. Jack Wells having taken on a few tasks of varying significance, Arthur found himself in a comfortable position financially. Recently, he had been operating near the Northern Industrial District, seeking the father of his original self. However, upon tracing his memories back to that cursed home, he found it in complete disrepair. The original's mental state had severely deteriorated. He was a reclusive individual who confined himself in a small, dark room, entirely cut off from the outside world. Thus, the effective clues in Arthur's inherited memories were indeed limited. His search was not driven by hatred, but rather by the unknown substance within him, which posed a persistent threat. Therefore, he needed to seek out some leads. Fortunately, over the course of the last half-month, Arthur's condition had been steadily improving. At this moment, Arthur sat at the table in his small apartment. In front of him lay a glass of colorless liquid, upon which rested half a cigar, its thin smoke curling upward. Although food in this era remained unpalatable, the advancements in alcohol and tobacco were quite significant. While he was quietly enjoying his moment of relaxation, a series of beeps echoed in his mind. It was a communication from Victor. "Old Vic, what's up? I have a job for you. A young man needs assistance. So just come over. A young man you're familiar with. I'm rather interested." "Haha, just come. I don't have many friends, and it would be good for you two to get acquainted." After hanging up, Arthur downed the whiskey in his glass, donned a coat, and placed a gambler's hat atop his head before heading towards Old Vic's clinic. As twilight descended, it marked the time when Night City began to awaken. In the distance, several towering light poles pierced the clouds, radiating the glow of civilization, a spectacle reserved for the large corporations. The Watson district lacked the splendid sights of the southern affluent areas. Yet its streets were far from dim, bustling with lively figures and the cacophony of voices. Inside Victor's clinic, the lighting was indifferent to day or night. Upon entering, Arthur spotted Old Vic's back as he sat beside the surgical chair. Turned away from the door. Hearing the sound of the door open, Victor turned his head and looked towards the entrance. Upon catching sight of Arthur, a smile spread across Old Vic's face as he walked over. "Your attire isn't bad. You look like an old cowboy, though one must overlook your youthful face." Arthur noticed a large man seated in the surgical chair, who appeared somewhat cramped. "So, this is your new friend?" Arthur surmised. "This is Jack Wells, a hefty fellow from Haywood. I met him at the boxing gym," Victor introduced, also providing Jack with a brief overview of Arthur's situation. "This guy is named Arthur Morgan. A poor soul who escaped from the Reaper." Jack had small eyes, at least in proportion to his large face, and upon Victor's introduction, he turned his gaze toward Arthur. "Hola, hello, brother. Don't mind me looking a bit rough while lying here. I am actually quite capable at this moment." Arthur scrutinized the robust man closely. His round face exuded a friendly demeanor. He had a patch of shaved hair shaped like a circle on his forehead, while the back of his head sported a small braid resembling a bun, strange yet surprisingly appealing. "Hey, Jack, right? I heard from Old Vic that you're in a bit of trouble and need someone to lend a hand." Jack gestured to his injured shoulder with his uninjured arm, offering a wry smile. "I got set up and took a hit here. I just mentioned it to Old Vic, asking him to find a trustworthy brother." His voice was a perfect match for his appearance, deep and resonant. "What kind of job?" "I'm available at any time." Arthur leaned against the wall, filled with curiosity. "It's definitely a big job, with a reward of over 300,000. We can split it evenly." Jack's words caused Arthur to furrow his brow. 300,000 was no trifling sum, and he couldn't help but suspect the risk of being swindled. Instead of voicing his doubts, he turned to Victor. Their eyes met, and Old Vic approached with a smile, patting Arthur's shoulder. "I know nothing about the job. That's between you two, but you're both my friends, so tonight, we must have a nice meal together. And you two should get to know each other." Though Old Vic didn't state it outright, Arthur understood his implication. Jack could be trusted, but whether this hefty fellow might be deceived remained uncertain. The mechanical arms that had been operating nonstop now came to a halt, and Jack sprang from the surgical chair, which felt constricting to him. He instinctively adjusted his injured shoulder, then gasped as he relaxed. "Likely due to the pain. Dwelle, it hurts so much." "Old Vic, you said it would heal quickly." Seeing Jack's antics brought a smile to Old Vic's face. "Healing quickly doesn't mean instant recovery. Let us go. We should find a nice place to gather." The Watson district boasted plenty of small eateries, and Victor, being a local, quickly found a suitable spot. As they ate and chatted, the two men could discuss their matters. Such is the nature of brotherhood. After a couple of drinks, everything was laid bare. Old Vic led the way inside, securing a quiet corner for the three of them to settle down. The cuisine here, to be frank, carries an unmistakable synthetic meat plastic taste. Yet, with wine at hand, what could possibly remain unconsumed? Thus, the two proceeded to discuss matters of the commission regarding Haywood's situation. "It originated from my hometown, assigned by the local priest. Though that old fellow can be rather ruthless, there is no doubt about his loyalty to his own. The dangers are laid out quite plainly." The priest, Victor, had even provided his contact information. Yet Arthur had never engaged with that intermediary. "I find myself curious as to who possesses such deep pockets that 30,000 could still remain after the funds reached us." Arthur swallowed the morsel in his mouth and inquired. Is this related to the company? You understand how it is. The higher-ups at the company, with nothing better to do, are constantly at each other's throats, one moment grasping this, the next reclaiming that. Consequently, they have nurtured quite a few underhanded dogs. So, as one of these company hounds turned on us? Arthur asked. Noticing Arthur's interest, Jack visibly brightened and eagerly continued. Indeed, it is said that the Tiger Claw Gang, under the command of Huangban, has pilfered something from the biotechnology sector, intending to deliver it secretly to Huangban. Now, the biotechnology team is aware and is attempting to retrieve their property. However, lacking evidence, they have sought out the Tiger Claw Gang's sworn enemies. Which leads back to the priest. Therefore, the biotechnology folks are prepared to offer 30,000 to hire you to confront Huangban. It's a case of spending a little to accomplish a great deal. Victor interjected, that's not the case. We merely need to liaise with the minions of the Tiger Claw Gang. Huangban wouldn't dare make a move overtly, especially considering that the biotechnology people are not to be trifled with. Jack raised his glass and added, whenever I involve myself in this matter, I aim to settle my debts to old Vic sooner rather than later. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Victor chuckled and playfully punched him on the shoulder. Don't you dare pin this on me. Just make sure you both stay alive that if you can't repay your debts to me, that's fine. Here, not even Huangban can replace a friend. Such words would resonate with anyone. Friendship is invaluable. Tapping their glasses together, the three exchanged knowing glances and erupted in laughter. To brotherhood, friendship. Their words were somewhat disjointed, yet their actions were remarkably synchronized. Wiping the corners of his mouth, Jack slapped Arthur's shoulder with enthusiasm. Brother, tiens aptito por m. You are to my taste. We shall set out tomorrow to reclaim our 30,000. Arthur, finding Jack agreeable, smiled and patted him back. No problem. With your size, I look forward to seeing your skills in action. Also, what is that peculiar language you sometimes spout? It leaves me utterly bewildered. The grin on Jack's face remained, and the flush from the alcohol made him appear somewhat endearing. It's my hometown dialect, Spanish. Don't blame me. Sometimes I can't express myself without throwing in a couple of phrases. Chapter 12. The incident on the overpass. The next day, in the afternoon, a vehicle departed from Chinatown, heading east towards Westbrook. Jack was at the wheel, his small eyes still heavy with sleep as he yawned and mumbled. The information from the priest was quite detailed. Do we really need to head out this early? In the passenger seat, Arthur pulled his gambler's hat low over his face, his voice muffled beneath the brim. That intel is several days old. Who knows if something unforeseen has occurred? Perhaps the items are crucial, and Huangban has made a clandestine move. We cannot afford to be caught off guard. Behind the steering wheel, Jack gripped the wheel with one hand, using the other to thump his forehead. He had no intention of arguing. Instead, managing a smile, we shouldn't have indulged in so much drink yesterday. My head feels like a hive of bees. Reflecting on the previous night, the three had indeed been loosened by drink, leading to an incessant cycle of conversation and more drinking, which lasted until the early hours, perhaps recalling the previous night's scenes. Jack's smile broadened as he added, though I may be a brute, having a brother like you by my side certainly brings me some peace of mind. Arthur's face, hidden beneath the hat, bore an expression of resignation. He could hardly fathom how he had become the steady one in this life. Let us just hope we don't encounter another lunatic like Micah in the future. At that moment, the traffic on the highway was brisk, and Jack was alert, driving eastward with the flow. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted ahead, accompanied by explosions and thick smoke. What is going on? Jack exclaimed, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. Startled by the explosions, Arthur sat up straight, his gaze fixed ahead. His ocular implants, the latest models secured through Victor's connections, proved invaluable at that moment. Following his thoughts, the situation ahead came into sharp focus as it zoomed in. Several vehicles were colliding, completely out of control, rolling forward amidst the cacophony. The first few cars erupted in flames, sending smoke and fire skyward. Upon closer inspection, Arthur realized that the burning vehicles were not cars, but rather a cluster of motorcycles. This revelation brought clarity to Arthur's mind. It appeared that the Tiger Claw Gang was up to no good. Though the specifics remained unclear, it seems someone is causing trouble ahead, Jack remarked, and Arthur was about to retreat from his view. Yet, in the next instant, through the obscured smoke, a luxury sedan barreled out in reverse, careening uncontrollably towards their vehicle. Damn, wrong way on the highway. In this dire moment, Jack's exclamations were relentless. At such speed, there was no time to evade. They swiftly flung open the car doors and leapt out. After tumbling a few times to dissipate the force, both Arthur and Jack rose simultaneously. Fortuitously, the vehicles behind had already sensed the accident and slowed down. Otherwise, they would have surely found themselves wedged beneath the rear of another car. Over there, the vehicle Jack borrowed had been crushed, while the luxury sedan sustained minimal damage, showing no significant deformation. That I hope your car is insured. Or pray that the wealthy individual behind the wheel of that luxury car, who was driving against traffic, can compensate you, Arthur remarked as he approached the overturned luxury vehicle. Upon nearing it, Jack, still shaken, mused, "Thank goodness we reacted quickly. Otherwise, we'd have become the filling in this metal pancake." The wheels of the luxury car still spun as Arthur bent down to peer through the window. A figure lay slumped over the steering wheel, unconscious, clad in the yellow uniform of an emergency response team. Arthur furrowed his brow, recognizing the individual as the thief he had encountered a few days prior on the aerial train. Kicking the car door several times with no response, Arthur turned to Jack and asked, "How do we open this thing?" Jack grasped the handle on his side, replying in resignation, "With such high-end machinery. If it doesn't he want to open, even a cannon might take some effort." Just then, Jack's door was violently kicked open by a slender leg. Two sleek black combat boots emerged, followed by a pair of long, pale hands that grasped the edge of the overturned in the next moment. A figure vaulted out. Beneath her short, pinkish-white hair, sparkling fox-like eyes stared at Arthur in astonishment. It seemed she recognized him. However, the young lady quickly regained her composure, leaping from the car's underbelly toward Arthur. Frantically, she pulled out a connector from her wrist and plugged it into the door interface of Arthur's vehicle. With a flicker of her eyes, the door swung open automatically. At that moment, the door had just opened, and it had barely been half a minute since Arthur and Jack had leaped from the car. A peculiar wailing, accompanied by the roar of motorcycle engines, echoed from beyond the smoke. In the next instant, 6 motorcycles burst through the haze, charging directly at Arthur and the others. There were no questions. No exchanges, only a frenzied cacophony of sounds. They brandished an assortment of weapons, launching an assault on the trio standing by the vehicle. Arthur reacted swiftly, seizing the girl and pulling her behind the car. Using the luxury sedan as cover, the assailants crouched down, intent on dragging the unconscious youth from within the car. But this was clearly not the time for rescue. A volley of bullets rained down on the car, yet left no discernible damage, ricocheting harmlessly away. 3 riders had now circled around the vehicle. 2 wielded katana, while another released the handlebar, revealing 2 blades protruding from their forearms. Thus, in the next moment, the prelude resounded like the deafening crack of firecrackers. Upon glancing again, the man who had drawn his gun was leisurely stowing it away at his waist, nonchalantly shaking his numb wrist. Yet, the gunfire had echoed for but an instant. Seemingly only a single shot had been fired. The enemy had clearly not been entirely vanquished, and the battle was far from over. A few, belatedly aware, turned their gaze towards the opposite side, only to behold the fallen foes on the ground, each bearing 6 neatly arranged holes in their foreheads, exuding an aura of tranquility tinged with crimson. 1 gunshot, 6 lives extinguished. The girl sat on the ground, staring blankly ahead, prompting Arthur to approach the car door. Reaching in to pull out the still unconscious young man. Noticing Jack lost in thought nearby, Arthur called out to him, "Hey, Jack, our vehicle is unlikely to get moving anytime soon." With that, he turned to gesture at the chaos behind them. Perhaps it was due to the incident, or perhaps because they had witnessed the skirmish. Many drivers had abandoned their vehicles to flee, leaving several cars haphazardly parked with doors wide open, some even still ablaze. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Jack seemed to snap out of his stupor, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Wait a moment, he dropped this remark and dashed towards the abandoned vehicles. Jack quickly selected a car and drove it closer to Arthur, who then took his place in the passenger seat. However, to his surprise, the girl who had been sitting on the ground followed suit, tossing the still unconscious young man into the back seat. "Why are you two getting in? We have important matters to attend to." Arthur turned back with a puzzled expression, regarding the girl who wore a look of nonchalance. "Hello, sir. My name is Lucy. We have no connection to your affairs. You may proceed to your destination." Ridiculous. Who knows if the Tiger Claw gang has anyone left? That a fleeting thought crossed Lucy's mind. Chapter 13. Familiarity. The recent incident had affected numerous vehicles, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that the Tiger Claw gang, riding their motorcycles, had suffered the most. Consequently, the traffic congestion resulting from this incident was only marginally passable. Jack carefully maneuvered the stolen vehicle through the debris-strewn ground. "Once we get off the bridge, find a place to drop us off," Arthur instructed, glancing back momentarily. "I thought you were friends." Jack peered into the rearview mirror, only to see Lucy, unfazed, staring back at him. The traffic was crawling at a snail's pace, a residual effect of the earlier confrontation. Those individuals with neon signs plastered to their foreheads resembled a pack of unevolved gorillas. The gridlock irritated Jack, who pounded the steering wheel in frustration, his gaze occasionally flicking towards Arthur. "If you have something to say, just say it." Upon hearing this, Jack finally smiled and spoke. "Hermanos, brother, how did you manage that just now?" Shrugging, Arthur recounted the excuse he had concocted to placate David. "Hard work, coupled with a bit of talent. All right, but once we finish our current task, you have to teach me. As the vehicle departed the elevated highway, the traffic situation began to ease. In the back seat, David was carelessly tossed aside, his head resting against the window. With every bump of the car, the poor lad's head thudded against the glass, producing a series of dull sounds. Arthur glanced at Lucy, who was gazing out the window, and signaled Jack to stop. "All right, you two can get out here." Lucy clearly understood that the remark was directed at her, yet she showed no inclination to disembark. "Westbrook, this is Tiger Claw Gang territory, and we just caused quite a ruckus here. Getting out now would be tantamount to signing our death warrants." Observing her stubborn refusal to leave, Arthur felt a surge of helplessness. "But we genuinely have matters to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to bring you along." With that, his gaze shifted to David. "And you? Stop pretending. Is your head made of iron?" As his words fell, David, who had been feigning unconsciousness, sat up, sheepishly scratching his buzzed scalp. "We can help you," he added, lifting Lucy's hand to reveal a small black device. "Lucy is a hacker. The tracking signal of your vehicle has been blocked with this little gadget." Arthur looked inquiringly at Jack, laying the situation in order to secure a better life for me. "My mother sent me to the Huangban Academy, hoping that I would serve the Huangban." As he spoke, he remained oblivious to the peculiar demeanor of Lucy, who sat beside him. Yet, nothing escaped Arthur's keen observation when David mentioned the Huangban Corporation. She noticeably flinched. It appeared that this enchanting hacker lady harbored some connection with Huangban. David continued his discourse. "She works multiple jobs every day, wasting not a single penny, all in the hope that I will graduate from Huangban Academy and ascend to the pinnacle of Huangban in the future." However, upon hearing this, Jack did not respond with his usual jovial agreement. Instead, his expression turned grave. "Although I am unaware of your mother's circumstances, if she is indeed a high-ranking official, I have nothing to say. But if not, it implies that your mother might be mistaken." Observing David's face visibly darkening, Jack hastily clarified, "I have a friend I grew up with who works in the counterintelligence department of Huangban, so I possess some knowledge of the situation." Chapter 14. The Operation. The corporation is a place that devours its own, where the young graduates of Huangban Academy are mere expendables. My friend, a prominent figure in the counterintelligence division, has accomplished numerous significant feats. Unlike others who are treated as mere rags by those above, they are utilized and discarded without a second thought. Witnessing the skepticism on David's face, Jack maintained an unusually serious demeanor. My friend, V. once led the suppression of riots in Rio de Janeiro, publicly eliminating over 1,000 rioters. This event can be found in the news archives. Seeing that the crowd no longer questioned him, Jack added, "To survive in the company, one must either content oneself with being a lowly employee until exhaustion claims them, or strive to ascend while evading the endless barrage of hidden threats. Within those walls, it is far darker than outside." Arthur listened intently to Jack's narration while observing the quiet girl. Her head was bowed, as if stirred by some haunting memory, which indirectly confirmed the truth of Jack's words. "Little girl, why not introduce yourself?" At the moment when the others were quietly processing the recent revelations, Arthur's voice cut through the silence. Lucy's reaction surprised everyone. She jolted upright, her head snapping up. "Go away." She resembled a cat bristling in the face of danger, instinctively seeking to protect herself. This startled both Arthur and David, the latter gazing at her with profound concern, his eyes brimming with worry. Once she regained her composure, Lucy cast a complex glance at Arthur, took a sip of her drink, as if to gather herself. "It's nothing. I just find it a bit overwhelming here." She lowered her head again, retreating from everyone's gaze, locking herself in her solitary prison. "Then allow me to share about myself." Arthur decided to spare the girl. He had no malicious intent. Even acting out of kindness, he firmly believed that even an unwilling release was far better than eternal confinement. "I have never met my mother. And as for my father, I only recall the stench of alcohol, shattered glass bottles, and the blood on my own body. Subsequently, I was sold to the cleaners, nearly skinned alive. Later, I eliminated one of them and escaped, carving out a semblance of a life. When hardship knocks, it does not relent due to the passage of time. Retreating will not help. Therefore, to survive, one must forge their own path. Arthur's words were straightforward, almost dismissive, for he was primarily addressing the girl with her head bowed. To truly escape suffering, one must allow their heart to emerge from its confines. He seemingly lamented, watching the girl's smooth shoulders tremble slightly. As time passed, the drinks before the group remained largely untouched. They exchanged laughter while their eyes were discreetly concealed from the view of outsiders. In their minds, a cool, sweet female voice narrated the intelligence she had gleaned. I can bypass the elevator's encryption without expending much effort. Additionally, I have discovered a route leading downwards. The building's ventilation system is quite sophisticated, and we can reach the lower 3 levels through an air duct. Following Lucy's revelation, David's boisterous voice broke in. All right. The battle plan is to infiltrate the enemy's lair through the ventilation ducts and cut off their resources at the source. Clearly, as a novice, David was momentarily playing the role of comic relief. So, Lucy, you will remain in the bar and assist us with the elevator. After that, you can take David and leave. The subsequent matters will be handled by Jack and me. Hey, I can help you too. Why can't I go down? Pair up. No one goes solo. Is that such a difficult concept for me to explain? Upon receiving Arthur's message, David responded with a hesitant acknowledgement. At this point, it was already deep into the night, and the dance floor was filled with shadows, resembling a pot of boiling water. Arthur and Jack left their seats and strode towards the elevator. At that moment, Lucy's voice echoed in their minds. The elevator is empty. You can go straight in. As the elevator doors slowly opened before Arthur and Jack, they wasted no time and stepped inside. Though the space was tight, it was remarkably clean, with the walls reflecting Arthur's figure like a mirror. Beside the entrance, only 2 buttons lay quietly, corresponding to the first basement and second floors. Chica, what now? There's no button for the 3rd basement here. Jack leaned forward to examine the control panel, inquiring within the internal network. You need to pry open the outer casing of that panel. The communication wires are beneath it. If you can't connect them, I have no other options. Before the voice in his mind had finished, Arthur had already inserted his small knife into the stubborn door lock. With a slight exertion, the panel was pried open. He extracted the data communication wire from his wrist and simultaneously pulled out a wire from beneath the panel, connecting both directly. At that moment, a red progress bar appeared before Arthur, rapidly advancing. Soon, approximately 10 seconds later, Lucy's voice coldly chimed in, then fell silent once more. The elevator began to operate. The mere 3 levels ascended in the blink of an eye. When the large doors opened, the scene outside was devoid of the previous floor's glamour. A guard stood at the entrance, perhaps dulled by the comforts of a long tenure, as he even faced away from the wide-open elevator doors. Who goes there? What do you want? As he prepared to turn around to see, it was already too late. A small, dark knife had been thrust into his neck. Bubbles of blood gurgled from the wound. The underling of the Tiger Claw gang was gently laid to rest on the floor. The 2 moved quietly forward. Around a corner, they encountered a door without windows, guarded by an even taller member of the Tiger Claw gang. He was using his knife as a makeshift cane, resting both hands on the hilt while his head bobbed as he fought off sleep. Jack gestured to Arthur, signaling him to stealthily approach and eliminate the guard silently. Yet, Arthur shook his head, motioning for Jack to remain still. He retrieved the small dagger, which had already proven effective, and tossed it in his hand. This action reminded Arthur of the dark-skinned Indian and his unerring throwing knives. Without further hesitation, the small blade flew from his hand, akin to a hawk soaring down the corridor, embedding itself in the guard's neck. Jack, the towering figure, moved silently like a cat, rushing forward to catch the guard before he could hit the ground. From within the room, voices could be heard, prompting Arthur and Jack to fall silent. That fool Tianzhong can't even keep an eye on his own car, causing us to lose so many men. The tone of the speaker was condescending, the syllables crackling with an electric undertone. Boss, it's mainly those mercenaries. How dare they cause trouble here? Should we gather a team and retaliate? Retaliate. The Huangban affair takes precedence. Have you managed to reorganize a group? The peculiar voice of a man inquired. Tomorrow morning, on time, we VE directly summoned over 30 people this time, enough to deliver the goods to Huangban. Excellent. Then we shall set out tomorrow to deliver the goods to Huangban. Preventing any prolonged complications, Arthur and Jack exchanged knowing glances. Evidently, The items they sought had yet to be transported, and the location was conveniently vacant, facilitating their operation. After ensuring their weapons were ready, they took deep breaths and kicked the door open. The occupants of the room had no time to react. As they scrambled to draw their weapons, Arthur and Jack swiftly concluded the skirmish. They left behind only the bizarre-looking man at the center of the room. Clearly the boss. The cold, robust barrel of a revolver pressed firmly against his temple. Are you the boss here? No, I'm not. Please spare my life. I'm not the boss. Arthur quickly grew impatient. Such a trivial matter would not yield cooperation. And it seemed he needed to apply a heavier hand. Redirecting the gun's muzzle, he aimed at the man's knee and pulled the trigger. The distinctive bang echoed, accompanied by the man's anguished wails. Tell me, are you the head honcho here? Chapter 15. A corner of sin I truly am not. That one, the one slumped over the data console, he is the boss. The man's knee was utterly shattered. And he now sat helplessly on the ground, yet he pointed with great effort towards a corpse. Following the direction of his finger, Arthur beheld a figure clad in a bright green jacket slumped over a micro-terminal. Smoke billowing from the bloodied hole in his head. Never mind. That issue is of little consequence. Speak. Where is the biotechnology? Arthur aimed his gun at the man's head once more, demanding fiercely. I in the corner. The safe contained the answer. The code is 9021, and inside lies a white metal box. I've told you all I know. Spare my life. Upon hearing Arthur's inquiry, the man immediately spilled forth a torrent of information. Wearing a sycophantic smile, without hesitation, Arthur, driven by caution, hoisted the man up and tossed him in front of the safe, opened the box and retrieved the contents. As he spoke, he and Jack moved to a safe distance. Fortunately, everything unfolded smoothly. The man readily opened the box and extracted a silver briefcase. Observing carefully and noting that the man had not reached for any weapons from the safe, Arthur and Jack approached. Jack seized the case, confirming the details against the information provided by the priest. No problem. It's the one, 300,000. The ease of the transaction was almost unbelievable, making Arthur feel somewhat embarrassed to accept payment. Jack rummaged through the case, nodding in affirmation. Although uncertain of what David's gang had been up to, they had indeed benefited from it. With a smile, Arthur took the case from Jack. He intended to inspect it. To ensure it contained no tracking devices. As he opened the case, 3 vials of transparent reagents lay quietly inside, alongside a chip of unknown function. Arthur swiftly kicked aside the so-called leader atop the terminal and inserted the chip into the device. As the progress bar began to move, Arthur glanced at the cowering members of the Tiger Claw gang in the corner and inquired, "How did you acquire this?" "To my knowledge, the Tiger Claw gang does not engage in corporate robbery. We got it from the Vortex gang. We wouldn't dare provoke the corporation." The man maintained his air of omniscience. "You mean that bunch of lunatics who disassemble themselves and then fit on outdated prosthetics? It seems that those rats still have dealings with the lofty corporation." Jack lamented. As the chip's reading progressed to completion, Arthur examined its contents, and his expression darkened. "What a wretched bunch." His voice gravelly strained to suppress his extreme anger. "What's the matter? What's on it?" Jack, noticing Arthur's distress, approached the terminal and asked, "See for yourself." The chip contained an experimental log, documenting the data from human trials involving the 3 reagents. Each reagent represented several lives lost. Biotechnology is indeed utilizing the Vortex gang and the Cleaners for live research. Ehoda, the damn biotechnology, a veritable pack of beasts. Arthur was now consumed with rage. Recalling the unknown substance within his own body, now almost certain it was derived from biotechnological experiments. Exhaling slowly, Arthur silently removed the chip from the terminal. "We must leave now, Jack." Gathering the silver briefcase, Arthur turned without a backward glance and fired a shot behind him, eliminating the sole survivor before exiting the room. The man had seen their faces. There was no need to leave him alive. Upon contacting Lucy through the neural network, they had already returned to the vehicle. "What's the situation?" "Just now, a group from the Tiger Claw gang entered. However, I left a little surprise in the black elevator. So they can't use it for now. You have about 5 minutes." Calculating in his mind, Arthur realized they had ample time, but now was not the moment to delay. The two swiftly located the entrance to the ventilation duct and crawled inside. The duct was spacious, at least half a person's width, and the ventilation system was active, the air within thick with the stench of alcohol. They soon found a duct leading upward, using the walls to brace themselves. Inching their way upward, the exit was situated in a restroom. Arthur and Jack jumped down, returning to the ground. The time had surpassed the 5-minute mark, the ascent through the duct consuming precious moments. Outside, a cacophony arose, and Arthur keenly grasped the crucial information amidst the noise. "Hurry, The brothers below say no one is there. They must have escaped through the duct. Judging by the commotion, at least a dozen individuals were outside. However, the restroom was narrow and offered little cover, making a confrontation there quite disadvantageous. Yet, Arthur quickly devised a plan. He retrieved a bullet from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and hurled it forcefully at the overhead light. It was merely an ordinary civilian light, unprotected, and shattered upon impact. Darkness enveloped the restroom. Pulling Jack along, the two pressed against the wall beside the door, waiting quietly. With a resounding crash, the restroom door was flung open, and a throng of individuals rushed in. "Where's the light? This place is. Damn, don't step on me." Who's there? "It's me. I'm one of us. I'm not talking about you. I'm referring to those two." "Which two?" Confusion spread among the crowd as they turned to look in the direction indicated. In the dim light of the corridor, two figures stood with their backs to them, quietly departing. "Fuck, an enemy." Quickly, someone chased after them. Before he could finish his sentence, the two calm and composed figures had already taken off, vanishing around the corner. The scene became absurdly silent for a moment, followed by a cacophony of enraged shouts and footsteps. These fellows chattered incessantly, their language a cacophony, utterly grating to the ears. In their flight, Jack couldn't help but showcase his wit. "Guerrilla language, though I don't understand. I'd wager they're wishing us long lives or great fortune." Arthur's face bore a sneer, clearly directed at the cacophonous members of the Tiger Claw gang behind them. By the time those ruffians spotted Arthur and Jack, the two had already reached the nightclub's entrance. They shot down two members guarding the door and burst outside. In his mind, Lucy's commanding voice rang out. "Head east. The car is ready." It was deep into the night, and the shops lining the streets had absorbed most of the revelers. Though a scattering of people remained, after running east for several hundred meters, Arthur spotted the vehicle Jack had stolen from the overpass. Its rear door stood wide open, and the engine purred and idle. David was seated in the driver's seat, shouting and waving at Arthur and Jack. They jumped into the car, slamming the door shut. Arthur patted the back of the driver's seat. "Step on it." The Tiger Claw gang won't be easily shaken off. As if to validate Arthur's words, a member of the Tiger Claw gang emerged from the nightclub, pointing at their vehicle and shouting, "Hurry! Those guys are getting into that car. Don't let them escape." As his words fell, the blaring of motorcycle engines erupted, akin to the snorts of frenzied bulls. "Everyone brace yourselves," David shouted. The engine's RPMs didn't wane. He shifted into gear, tires screeching against the pavement as they shot forward. This was Japanese Street. The roads were not only narrow but also oddly shaped. Just ahead loomed an imposing building. As the scenery rushed toward them, even Arthur, a seasoned veteran, couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Do you even know how to drive?" Arthur's question hung in the air, yet before he could finish, David yanked the steering wheel hard to the right. The vehicle seemed to collide with its own front wheels, jarring violently, the rear end lifting off the ground, nearly flipping over. Fortunately, one front tire gripped the pavement fiercely, allowing the car to pivot like a compass, revolving around the lone tire on the ground before crashing back to earth. Chapter 16. Rookie racing. As the sensation of weightlessness faded, Arthur was violently thrown back into his seat. Several seconds passed before his mind recovered from the recent ordeal. That feeling was akin to the world slipping away, the finality of life nearly sealed. In a daze, he experienced a sense of his spirit returning to his body. At this moment, aside from David, who remained focused on driving, the other three passengers regarded him with mixed expressions. "Just now, when you turned, do you have any confidence?" Ultimately, it was Arthur who hesitantly voiced the question on everyone's mind. David, overly earnest, took a moment to comprehend what Arthur was asking. Just now, although it was a spur-of-the-moment plan, one must try, right? Look behind, because of my earlier maneuver. 4 unfortunate souls from the Tiger Claw gang crashed into that building. Indeed, smoke billowed from behind, clearly from those 4 unfortunate souls. However, the other occupants had yet to fully recover from their earlier shock and thus hadn't noticed immediately. But what if you had failed? Arthur pressed on relentlessly. Failure. David pondered seriously, his tone laden with uncertainty. Perhaps he might die. Upon hearing the response, Arthur slumped back into his seat, silently vowing never to let David touch the steering wheel again. The car sped ahead, yet the remaining 7 members of the Tiger Claw gang relentlessly pursued them. Moreover, given the narrow streets of Japan, the gang's motorcycles held a distinct advantage over the car, and the distance between them was steadily closing. Arthur had dispatched 2 of the shooters within range, but the others, having witnessed Arthur's marksmanship, retreated into his blind spots, denying him any further opportunity to fire. They were like a swarm of pesky flies, impossible to shake off or kill. Cursing under his breath, Arthur shifted his gaze and found Jack staring blankly, looking as if he had glimpsed the end of life itself. Before Arthur could inquire, he understood the reason. A long, extended bus blocked the narrow road ahead, leaving only a two-person wide gap beside it. On the other side of that gap was the Central River. The path was indeed obstructed, yet David showed no intention of slowing down. "Kid, we need to stop and deal with the ones behind us." Arthur's words were left unspoken. David abruptly jerked the wheel, causing the car to lurch as it took flight towards the riverbank. Jack, seated beside Arthur, was thrown against him, while Lucy clung tightly to the overhead handle to steady herself. The wheels on that side hung precariously, spinning wildly in midair above the river. The occupants could distinctly feel the vehicle's tremors, as if it were floating, swaying with the wind. David's hands frantically adjusted the steering wheel, activating the Sion was and behind them. Struggling to maintain the car's balance, he maneuvered the vehicle as if it were a two-wheeled motorcycle, repeatedly making minute adjustments to keep the center of gravity directly above one of the wheels. Although this was merely a fleeting moment for a long bus traveling at such speed, that instant felt interminable. Their lives teetered on a razor's edge, entirely in the hands of a young boy. Finally, that seemingly slow-motion moment came to an end as all four wheels returned to the ground. However, Arthur wasted no time in questioning. Why not just stop and eliminate the ones behind us? Why not drive the wheels onto that bus over there? David's response was simply his head crashing onto the steering wheel. Lucy, quick to act, leaned. Arthur's tone carried a hint of lethal intent as he adjusted the gambler's hat perched atop his head. This Western harbinger of death, even upon his arrival in Night City, remained undeniably Arthur Morgan. No sooner had the words left his lips than he felt a weight settle on his shoulder. Jack had draped his arm around him. "Since I was the one who sought this job, it is only natural that I provide aftercare. At long last, this mission reached a temporary conclusion. The group rested for a night, awaiting David's awakening. It was in the morning when the lad abruptly sat up from the surgical bed, glancing around while his hands instinctively sought his waist. Witnessing this scene, a smile broke upon Arthur's face. "Well, I've won. You're buying the next round." Jack, however, wore an expression of exasperation as he rubbed his forehead. "The price of Sandveston should have been much higher. Jack, some things cannot be measured by price." David finally noticed the two. "What are you doing? And where is this place?" With a mischievous grin, Arthur clenched his fist and sauntered closer. "This, of course, is a clinic. As for what we're doing, I have a small question for you." As he spoke, he had already approached David. "Can you drive?" "Certainly, though I'm a novice, I possess a remarkable talent for it." Perhaps still dazed from his awakening, David failed to notice Arthur's unsettling expression. "Of course," Arthur squeezed the words through clenched teeth, raising his fist. "I'll let you have your of course and your talent." Following a brief scuffle, David, sporting darkened eyes, sought out Victor. "Arthur said you could assist me." Amused by David's tear-streaked visage, Victor nodded. "Your Sandveston was installed rather crudely. Moreover, once I have the data, I can significantly alleviate the pressure it imposes upon you." After a moment's contemplation, David decided to trust Arthur. Drawn in by the other's methods and aura, he felt an inexplicable sense of trust. Even if it meant enduring pain once more, it would be worth it. "Doctor, thank you for your willingness to help me." With that, David reclined back onto the surgical bed. "Ha ha ha, you rascal," Victor chuckled, pointing at David. "I need to prepare some medications. You go wait over there." At this moment, the clinic was occupied solely by Victor and David. Lucy had departed before resting the previous night, while Arthur and Jack had left to settle the contract with the priest in Westbrook. After David ended his communications with Man and Lucy, he began to explore the modest clinic. The array of unfamiliar instruments and devices, coupled with the impeccably tidy environment, made his usual haunt seem like a mere butcher's shop in comparison. He dared not touch anything. Meandering deeper into the clinic until he stumbled upon a metallic life pod. It was unmistakably a device designed for housing a person, and his curiosity drew him closer. Above the pod was a small glass panel, and within lay a figure, a woman, her crimson hair fanned around her, connected to a respirator. David's gaze gradually froze. Within his wide-open eyes, two streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. His mouth fell agape, but his throat felt as though it were choked by something, unable to produce any sound. Could it really be? His head tilted slightly to one side, lacking the courage to glance a second time. What if it weren't? But it seemed so. His limbs grew exceedingly stiff, each muscle pleading with him. David strained to twist his head, positioning himself before the small glass. Tears dripped onto the tiny window as he trembled, gently wiping away the moisture, fearful of damaging the iron life pod. Yes, the implant at the corner of her right eye. Indeed, that face, one that radiated tenderness even in slumber. His mother, still alive. Victor was preoccupied when a loud thud echoed from the depths of the clinic. Following the sound, he found David collapsed beside the life pod, tears streaming down his face. Frowning, Victor approached the boy with a curious expression. "What's the matter? Just moments ago, he was a headstrong, carefree youth. Yet now he appeared utterly broken." Hearing Victor's inquiry, David laboriously raised his head. Although his vision was blurred by tears, he could still discern the figure before him. It felt as if his throat were filled with molten iron, emotions overwhelming him to the point where uttering even a few words was a Herculean task. Is still alive. Having guessed at least part of the truth, Victor reasoned that such instruments couldn't evoke such a reaction unless it was indeed the woman lying within the life pod. "What is your relation to this lady?" "She is my mother. It seems you were led to believe she had perished." "Well, don't rejoice too soon." It took David a good 10 minutes to regain his composure. His head bowed as he sat at a table, occasionally brushing a hand across his face. "How is she?" His voice sounded as though it had been rasped by sandpaper. "The situation is dire. Arthur rescued her while escaping from a scavenger hideout. At the time, she was already in a state of apparent death. Even the scavengers believed her to be gone. It was the emergency expansion tube implanted in her neck that saved her life. By the time I found her, a portion of her brain had already died from lack of oxygen, and the rest was in shock. Although we managed to bring her back to life, the result is a coma, and it's uncertain whether she will ever awaken. Is there any way? Regardless of the circumstances, please, tell me." David's tone brimmed with determination. "There are no immediate solutions, unfortunately. Thankfully, she has time. Even if she never awakens, she can still pass away naturally." Victor patted David's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "You need not bear too much pressure. I see numerous issues with her body, and resting there may not be a bad thing after all." "Doctor, how are the preparations coming along?" David suddenly lifted his head, if one ignored the tear stains at the corners of his eyes. His expression bore a newfound maturity. "Alas, I told you not to put too much pressure on yourself." Victor shook his head, gesturing toward the surgical bed. "Lie down. We can begin now." Chapter 18. The Priestess Surgery. However, left David with lingering hesitation, primarily due to the vivid memories of the Sanvestan installation, a far from pleasant experience that nearly caused him to succumb to pain. Yet, this time's procedure bore no agony. It felt akin to taking a restful nap. Upon opening his eyes, the discomfort from the back prosthesis had vanished without a trace, to the point where he scarcely felt the presence of anything external. Were it not for the icy sensation at his fingertips, he might have doubted whether the prosthesis had been stolen away. "How do you feel?" Raising his head, he found Victor gazing at him with a benevolent expression, which brought a sense of comfort to David. His body still felt somewhat uncontrollable, likely due to the residual effects of the anesthesia. "I feel great, as though I've cast off a heavy burden. I don't know who installed your prosthesis, but it was an absolute mess. Even to the naked eye, there were signs of necrosis. Furthermore, parts of your nerves are in shock. Don't tell me you underwent surgery without anesthesia and endured the agony of those nerves dying." With a wry smile, David recalled the harrowing experience of the Sanvestan installation, a memory he would prefer to forget. "I believe I'd rather not revisit that incident for the rest of my life." At the Haywood district, in a private room on the second floor of the Wild Wolf Tavern, a burly man stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Jack, the stern expression on the man's face softened. "I wonder when you'll make a name for yourself. Is this your new friend?" The man, peering through his sunglasses, scrutinized Arthur as if sizing up a potential threat. "Long time no see. He's working with me. We need to see the priest. He entrusted me with the task." Jack gave the large man a friendly punch to the chest. Yet, the man didn't immediately let them in due to their acquaintance. After a few flickers of his eyes, a voice emerged from behind the door. "Let them in. Jack is a child I've watched grow up. There's no need for suspicion." The voice was aged and robust, imbued with a calming presence. Stepping inside, they found an elderly man with thinning hair and a diminutive stature seated on a sofa. A gentle smile adorned his face, and even the wrinkles seemed inviting. "That kid, you even stopped him." "Truly." Upon seeing the man, Jack's face lit up with joy, reminiscent of a grandchild greeting a beloved elder. "Father, your safety is paramount. Had he not blocked the way, I would have had to give him a thrashing. Please, sit that it appears you've completed that task. Being able to walk through the Japanese district, the territory of the Tiger Claw Gang, is quite an accomplishment for your youth." Gesturing toward a nearby sofa, the priest regarded the two with spirited eyes. As they settled down, he personally poured them each a glass of liquor and slid it before them. "Jack, it brings me joy to see one of your group with genuine talent." Accepting the drink, Jack downed it in one go, wiping his mouth before turning his gaze to the priest. "That I respect you, so I want to hold back. You know, what is the target of this job?" The priest seemed to sense something amiss, raising his hands to halt Jack's impending words. "I find myself aging, Jack, and my interests have waned in certain respects, whether it be on your side or the other. I tend to listen with only half an EAR.AS for this task. They have offered 350,000. I have set aside 50,000 for the drinking funds of those brothers who gather intelligence. I shall not take a single coin more, and I will not meddle in the affairs any further." His speech was slow, yet it carried an undeniable weight of conviction. As he spoke, the old man pushed forward a chip, this transaction chip. "A commendable means of payment. This is your reward. Remember to dispose of the chip after extracting the funds. Thereafter, all traces of this task will vanish, and it will be the same regardless of who comes seeking me." Jack understood the implication, silently tucking the chip into his pocket. Although little could be gleaned from this meeting, the outcome was fortuitous. As Jack prepared to rise, the priest pulled him back once more. "Not to keep him, but to express, you rascal, has it truly been so long since we last met? You come to me solely for business." With that, he filled Jack's glass to the brim. "Sit down and share a drink with me, and introduce me to your new acquaintances." Thus, the three engaged in light conversation, steering clear of the commission, and the atmosphere grew amicable. As Jack and his companion prepared to leave, the priest once again detained him. This time not with the intent to retain him. "Jack, I have watched you grow. We are akin to family. You stand alone out there, where oftentimes I cannot assist you, but should you find yourself in need, return home, and we shall keep you safe." Gazing upon the old man's earnest countenance, Jack wore a broad smile, simply bidding farewell. "Adios, Padre." After the two departed, the imposing figure guarding the entrance burst in. "Father, I do not comprehend. For a mere utterance, Biotech is offering us 400,000. Why not accept?" Upon seeing the newcomer, the priest momentarily appeared taken aback, though he swiftly regained his composure. "What do you mean by that? Are you not friends?" He maintained his slow, deliberate cadence, his gaze fixed upon his glass. "Personal ties are one matter, yet 400,000 could alter the gang's fortunes and drive that wretched 6th Street gang into obscurity. How could one forsake such an opportunity for the sake of personal relations?" The sturdy man sported an expression of righteous indignation. "Take a seat. I am growing old, and you, I have groomed as my successor." The priest's tone remained gentle, yet the man, absorbed by the priest's words, failed to notice the fleeting coldness in the elder's eyes. "There are matters I must clarify to prevent any misunderstanding. Over the years, how many intermediaries have emerged in Night City? Why have we, the few old-timers, managed to endure? You must remember, intermediaries dine with two bowls, placed upon a table supported by but one leg, regardless of which bowl you shatter. The table shall topple. The company, even if the pot is full, they will not pity you, nor will they allow you to dine at their table. Only intermediaries who grasp this truth can secure a few more years of sustenance." With that, he disregarded whether the man grasped his words and exited the private room. Outside, Arthur, cigar in mouth, the white smoke obscuring his eyes, made his way toward the elevated rail station. Jack walked beside him, taking a single puff before extinguishing it and discarding it into a nearby trash can. "Compared to the intelligence-gathering intermediaries, your elder bears more resemblance to a leader." Arthur cast a sidelong glance at Jack's actions before returning his gaze. "Strictly speaking, the priest is indeed a leader. Many affairs of the Valentino gang are dictated by him." Jack, feeling a tad embarrassed, glanced at Arthur and replied, "It seems he oversees quite a family. It must be no small feat to keep the gang's youth away from smoking." Chuckling, Jack explained, "The smoking issue is something my mother forbids. Let's not concern ourselves with trivialities for now. Come, let us inspect our reward. Though not entirely clean, it is indeed a substantial sum." Upon uttering these words, a glint of excitement flashed in Jack's eyes, shortly followed by Arthur receiving a transfer notification from the neural interface. "If the money is not clean, we shall clean it ourselves. It won't be so easily forgotten. Let us set that aside for now, brother. We must discuss the utilization of these funds, for it is indeed a significant amount." Jack was evidently thrilled, having already devised plans for the money. "What is the plan that brings you such delight?" "I have my eye on a vehicle, the latest model from Arch. I have completely succumbed to its allure." Observing Jack's overly enthusiastic demeanor, Arthur refrained from commenting further, a malicious thought creeping into his mind. Perhaps he should have David test the vehicle. "And what of you? What do you intend to do?" Without much contemplation, Arthur responded, "First, repay old Vic, then acquire some fine weaponry. Perhaps even some cybernetic enhancements." He had diligently gathered information regarding cybernetics from Victor, While he remained confident in his marksmanship, he could not overlook the threats posed by those enhancements. Just consider David Sion Winston, should that fellow hone his skills and activate cybernetics nearby. Even if Arthur managed to catch a glimpse of his movements, his body would not be able to react in time. The body has its limits, and to speak unabashedly, Arthur had already brushed against those boundaries in certain aspects. However, the matter of cybernetic implants could not be rushed. If it compromised his innate qualities as a sharpshooter, it would not be worth the cost. Chapter 19. The plan solidified after the cybernetics were fine-tuned. David returned to the man team, still holding great respect for the leader who had guided him onto this path. Arthur and Jack also learned of David's mother's situation. Amidst Arthur's reflections, he found the coincidence astonishing. The ensuing days were spent by Arthur and Jack reveling in their expenditures. The process of spending money was undoubtedly a joyful one. At Old Vic's clinic, Arthur finally laid eyes on the motorcycle that had captivated Jack's imagination. Arch Nazareth.it was a road bike, its streamlined body adorned in red and black, designed for a low-slung riding posture. Watching Jack strike a pose with one foot on the ground, Arthur felt a certain trait within him awaken. The bike was indeed striking, yet seeing it ridden by Jack was akin to an elephant atop a hippopotamus. Arthur's sharp tongue was forever rooted in the truth, Jack's leg being as wide as the bike itself. I should never have come to seek you. Even Jack's typically good-natured demeanor faltered, a look of despondence clouding his features as he glared at Arthur. What of your cybernetics installation? Has Victor recommended anything? No. Hence I purchased a firearm. With that, Arthur waved his hand, beckoning Jack to follow. In Victor's clinic, the long-vacant cybernetic repair workstation housed a formidable weapon. It was a nearly 2-meter-long behemoth. Entirely black, save for the yellow magazine embedded beneath the barrel. Its barrel module featured an intricate design, with a slender electronic component the same length as the barrel, adorned with tightly packed circuits. And above it lay the electromagnetic rail, flanked by 3 pairs of magnetic field generators. The weapon was sharp-edged, as though carved with precision. Even the originally cylindrical sighting component had been enveloped by a black external module, transforming it into a rectangular shape. My heavens, where did you acquire this? The moment Jack stepped through the door, his gaze was ensnared by the firearm, his eyes unable to divert their attention. You realize how rare this is. The Tsunami Gang guards it like a treasure. The Tsunami Catgirl Series Tactical Sniper Rifle. Indeed, this firearm is the crowning jewel of Tsunami Defense Systems, the finest sniper rifle in the world, without exception. It is the culmination of all their technological advancements, electromagnetic systems, gas correction, multi-stage bullet acceleration, and intelligent modules. When designing this weapon, Tsunami Defense Systems poured all their expertise into it. Bear in mind, Tsunami Defense Systems is undeniably the leader in the high-end firearm market. The intelligent module of this Catgirl is damaged. Nonetheless, I still spent over $100,000 to acquire it. Dozens of cables linked the weapon to the cybernetic operation table, while a screen displayed a progress panel that continued to refresh. Upon seeing the firearm for the first time, Arthur was captivated by its appearance, and fortunately, its prowess matched its imposing aesthetics. Noticing the two had arrived, Victor approached, gesturing toward the progress on the screen. The physical structure of this weapon is intact. Only some internal intelligent programs have malfunctioned, thus I can tinker with it. However, exercise caution when using it. Each component, particularly those in the electromagnetic module, is irreplaceable. As he spoke, Old Vic pointed to the magnetic field generator affixed to the side of the barrel. These components, with their intricately designed magnetic layouts, could result in magnetic field disruptions if even the slightest corner is damaged. It appears to be a delicate little lady, Arthur. You must take good care of her. Jack chuckled, his gaze indeed fixated on the weapon as if it were an enchanting maiden. A little lady? It can pierce through 3 stacked Scorpion tanks with a single shot. How can you refer to it as such? Victor found Jack's comment amusing, adding, Indeed, there exists a plethora of ammunition compatible with this weapon, such as tungsten dart rounds and APDS, armor-piercing discarding sabot, shells, common firearm cartridges readily available at any gun shop. However, it is equipped with 2 specialized types of ammunition, specifically designed by the Tsunami Defense System for the Nakomata multi-stage accelerated rounds, which enable the Nakomata to engage targets at distances ranging from 9 to 15 kilometers. Additionally, there is a miniature missile known as Nakomata's Eye, capable of tracking its target, albeit only effective at considerable distances. While presenting the fundamental details of the weapon, Victor tossed a data chip to Arthur. Peruse the information contained within. The Nakomata is rather challenging to operate, he remarked. Shrugging, Arthur scrutinized the sleek, black sniper rifle as he accepted the chip Victor had thrown. There was no rush to learn it. After all, opportunities to utilize this weapon were scarce. Its size and complexity were daunting, yet its power justified tolerating its shortcomings. Having examined the firearm, Arthur and Victor delved into discussions regarding biotechnology. Although the chip retrieved from the Tiger Claw gang did not explicitly state the location of the experiments, Arthur and Jack could infer much from the transport routes detailed within. The 3 vials of reagents were acquired from a stronghold of the Whirlpool gang known as the Diamond Slaughterhouse. Originally intended for delivery to the Badlands, this brings to light a significant aspect of biotechnology: ethanol, 2-wheat. Ethanol, 2 stands as one of the pillars of biotechnology, a synthetic energy source intended to replace the dwindling petroleum reserves. In this industry, biotechnology has authorized an energy corporation named Petrochem to manage all aspects, including cultivation, while merely collecting substantial patent fees. However, biotechnology is evidently reluctant to entrust Petrochem with the entirety of the ethanol, 2 cultivation and processing tasks. Under the pretense of self-use, they established an ethanol 2 farm in the Badlands to the east of Night City. According to the CHIP-S records, the results of live experiments are sent there, indicating that the ethanol 2 farm serves purposes beyond merely obstructing Petrochem. After clarifying these leads, Jack expressed his thoughts. It is crucial to note that while ethanol 2 wheat is a world-altering product, the underlying technology is not particularly difficult to replicate. Biotechnology merely enjoys patent rights rather than possessing an insurmountable technological barrier. At the time of signing the partnership agreement with Petrochem, biotechnology was not the global giant it is today, and the benefits derived from that agreement were not substantial. Consequently, over the years, as biotechnology evolved, their dissatisfaction with their share of ethanol 2 has grown, leading them to covertly undermine their partner. The ethanol 2 farm they established is a prime example, clandestinely releasing fuel at prices significantly below market value, thereby undermining Petrochem's monopolistic position. Should we confront that farm? It sounds like a death wish, Jack remarked, his tone laden with trepidation as he glanced at Arthur, his eyes questioning. Certainly not. That ethanol 2 farm is heavily fortified, and even an energy giant like Petrochem cannot contend with them. Why would we seek our demise? Arthur replied, gesturing towards the slaughterhouse and several other strongholds involved in transporting live specimens. We will confront them under the guise of an investigation. I cannot conceal certain personal motives. It seems I have also undergone some form of experimentation, which is why Victor advised against my immediate acceptance of intensive neural component implants. Confronting those individuals serves the purpose of investigating my own condition. So, are you still willing to take the risk with me? Upon hearing Arthur's words, Jack cast him an irritated glance. Somos hermanos. We are brothers, he exclaimed. If you're in trouble, I must accompany you. Placing a hand on Arthur's shoulder, there was no need for further words. The bond between them was palpable. They proceeded to discuss the specifics of their plan. The large slaughterhouse was likely a crucial external hub of the entire experimental process, and its defenses would surely be formidable. They resolved to launch a surprise attack on a nearby stronghold, utilizing its transport routes for live materials to infiltrate directly. The objective was to gather data and eliminate all participating subjects. While they had considered exposing the situation through media outlets, numerous failed instances had dissuaded them. A year prior, a girl named Sasha faced a grim fate. Labeled a terrorist, her background was thoroughly dissected, and everything associated with her metadismal END. As for the evidence she collected regarding the side effects of biotechnology's latest drugs, who truly cared? There were only a handful of pharmaceutical companies. If you didn't consume their products, you were left to await your demise. The media and corporations were intertwined, essentially one and the same. Ordinary people could hardly make a ripple. Chapter 20. The beginning with their plans set. The duo made no delay in preparing for immediate action. However, just before their departure, Arthur received a communication on his neural interface that it was from Okada Wakako, perhaps with a job offer for him. Arthur connected the call, ready to decline, but upon hearing the details, he quickly swallowed his initial response that a wealthy man's daughter had been abducted by the cleaners and taken to a stronghold, to be precise. It was not a particularly affluent individual, merely a mid-level employee at a company. Now, this unfortunate father had scraped together 100,000 euros and sought Arthur's assistance in rescuing his daughter. After contemplating, Wakako expressed, "This task requires someone steady. You seem quite suitable for it. 100,000 euros is the utmost limit for that father. How you utilize it is at your discretion, as long as his daughter returns alive." Listening intently to her words, Arthur suddenly inquired, "Where precisely has the girl been taken by the cleaners?" "To a black clinic in Kabuki-cho. Ironically, in this damn city, 9 out of 10 clinics are run by the cleaners." Wakako replied, her tone as calm as ever, as if discussing a mere transaction. Although he had developed some suspicions, Arthur pressed for the clinic's specific address. "That I realize this may be somewhat irregular, but due to certain circumstances. I must know the precise location of that girl to determine whether to accept this task." Arthur's inquiry was met with a lengthy silence before Wakako's aged voice finally resonated, "Though we have not known each other long. Strangely, I am willing to share a modicum of my limited trust with you. Here is the address." Upon receiving the information transmitted to his neural interface, Arthur immediately cross-referenced it with the data on the chip. Indeed, he found that clinic among the strongholds listed for the delivery of supplies. "I will take on this task, madam," he declared, no longer hesitating with his agreement. Wakako expressed satisfaction and promptly ended the communication. Shortly thereafter, Arthur received the transfer of 100,000 euros, and he immediately shared 50,000 with Jack, deciding to initiate action. "Jack, Wakako has entrusted me with a rescue mission targeting one of those supply strongholds. We can use this commission as a pretext to stir up trouble, thus avoiding suspicion." Arthur briefly outlined the situation, and the two made their way to the Black Clinic. This assignment, masked by the guise of a commission, transformed their operation into a seamless endeavor. It is worth noting that half of the mercenary tasks in Night City involve rescuing individuals from the abhorrent cleaners. With this layer of cover, the slaughterhouse would undoubtedly remain oblivious to any anomalies, as such occurrences were far too commonplace. Upon leaving the clinic, Jack eagerly mounted his beloved motorcycle, turning back to pat the passenger seat. "Hurry up, Arthur." Casting a glance at him, Arthur noted how Jack's ample frame nearly engulfed the entire motorcycle. "Hold on, Jack. I have a surprise for you." With that, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as an old vehicle appeared. Wobbling toward them. It was a dilapidated Mehasaplon FS3. While this description may not do it justice, its nickname aptly encapsulated its essence, an old bread box. This vehicle was even more peculiar. Its outer layer of cheap plastic and textile had decayed to the point of revealing thin sheets of rusted metal beneath. From the outside, it appeared relatively spacious, seemingly capable of holding a considerable amount, but best not to overestimate its capabilities. After all, its engine sounded akin to an elderly man's cough in the middle of the night. One could only hope it wouldn't expel ethanol. "Toot, what is this?" Jack exclaimed, his face a mask of shock as he beheld the vehicle that seemed freshly unearthed from a grave. "What can it even do?" "It's practically rotting. It can run. Now quit your prattle and get behind the wheel," Arthur urged impatiently. "How about we split up and meet there instead?" Jack tentatively suggested, struggling with the idea. "What nonsense. Why would you forsake your pristine Arch Nazareth to drive this heap?" "This world must be mad," Jack retorted with fervor. "No way," he declared resolutely. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Jack instinctively countered, "How can it be otherwise? I can wait for you nearby." "Need a reason?" "Quite simple. I cannot drive," Arthur replied. Ultimately, Jack begrudgingly took the driver's seat of the old breadbox, recognizing that Arthur's reasoning was undeniably sound. The pair set off towards Kabuki-cho in the north. Listening to the cacophony of noises emanating from the vehicle, Jack could no longer contain himself and, with a forlorn gaze, inquired, "Did you really acquire this from there? It won't fall apart on the way, will it? Rest assured, you can attempt to push it to 100 miles per hour. I secured this vehicle for 1,700 euros, Arthur reassured him. Arthur occupied the passenger seat, and as he spoke, the rearview mirror on his side unexpectedly fell. Leaning over to inspect, he discovered that it was merely a loose fixture. With a decisive tug, Arthur restored the mirror to its rightful position. "Look, don't just focus on the car's flaws. It does have some merits, at least it rarely requires repairs." After a bumpy ride, the two finally arrived in Kabuki-cho. This area holds a similar reputation to Westbrook's Japanese Street, with the former nestled in the impoverished Watson district, while the latter thrives in the prosperous Westbrook. Consequently, Kabuki-cho is rife with chaos and cloaked in a foul stench. Watson district has always been a place of contradiction, once resplendent, but now synonymous with poverty. This dichotomy is even more pronounced in Kabuki-cho. One can observe grand and elegant structures that blend Eastern classical and modern styles in the center of the roads. Yet, beneath these edifices lie ramshackle shanties, chaotic like festering abscesses sprouting from the buildings. Parking haphazardly by the roadside, Arthur noted another advantage. No one seemed interested in the vehicle, departing from the main road. The level of disorder in Kabuki-cho escalated dramatically, with people sprawled haphazardly across the narrow alleyways. These drug-addicted souls have long ceased to be considered alive. Gangs release them, allowing them to procure money however they can. Knowing that it will ultimately flow into as anticipated, the two individuals in the vehicle remained blissfully unaware, seamlessly entering the clinic's interior. Upon the opening of the iron gate, they were met with the ominous sight of two dark, menacing gun barrels. Clearly, there was no intention to leave any survivors. With the presence of cerebral machinery, they could not ascertain whether information had been relayed. Even exposure seemed preferable to stepping into a trap. This is precisely why every seasoned Edgewalker squad includes at least one hacker. With the sound of two gunshots and the thud of a heavy object falling, Arthur and Jack stripped the two of their garments, donning the attire themselves. Though the new clothes were ill-fitting, they served as a form of disguise. The disguise need not be sophisticated. They simply needed to quietly bypass the heavy artillery on the outer wall. With the hum of the engine, the blue van that had just arrived vanished once more into the depths of the underground parking lot. The Diamond Slaughterhouse was situated in a secluded corner of Chinatown, near the outskirts of the Northern Industrial District. It was a desolate place, nearly abandoned, as evidenced by the sights along the way. Soon enough, Arthur and Jack beheld the slaughterhouse's perimeter wall. One could only conclude that their decision was sound. On either side of the main entrance stood an automated sentry turret. Should one of them be struck by its fire, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. As after all, they merely sought to topple that artillery piece. The shockwave from the explosion was largely absorbed by the ground. Nonetheless, it still sent nearby vehicles flying, creating a certain level of chaos within the hall. For instance, those individuals inspecting the convoy stood there, their expressions blank as they gazed at the roaring flames engulfing the artillery. By the time their leader regained his composure and bellowed, "Enemy attack!" Arthur had already been pulled up by Jack and steadied himself. Utilizing the cover of the vehicles on the open ground, Arthur and Jack exchanged fire with the inspection team. Peering out, Arthur dispatched a foe wielding a machine gun with a precise shot to the head. The car before him was riddled with bullets, a testament to the fierce exchange. He glanced at Jack's position, which remained relatively safe, as most of the enemy's firepower was directed at Arthur's position. At that moment, Arthur crouched behind the vehicle's engine compartment, where the steel was most abundant and served as the ideal cover. Carefully noting the enemy's locations, Arthur tucked his head down, reloaded his weapon, and then wrenched off the car's rearview mirror. Recalling the direction of the enemy, he hurled the mirror with great force while shouting, "Jack, watch out for the bomb." This tactic proved surprisingly effective, momentarily silencing the suppressive fire directed at him, leaving only sporadic shots. Seizing the opportunity, Arthur leapt towards an adjacent vehicle. This was an off-road beast, its frame large and overturned by the recent explosion, making it a suitable shield for Arthur. Additionally, this position afforded them a wider angle for shooting, despite increasing the distance between him and Jack. Peering out, Arthur spotted an enemy firing at Jack. Presenting an exposed back. He quickly aimed and squeezed the trigger. A bullet penetrated that foe's back, ending the threat. Chapter 23. Fierce battle. The duration of the gunfight was brief, almost feeble in its persistence, once Arthur and Jack's shooting became efficient. They swiftly gained control of the situation. If this had merely been a standard Vortex gang stronghold, such resistance would not have been surprising. However, the reality was that this location received covert support from a corporate giant, which made the defensive forces seem rather feeble. Perhaps this was a consequence of their defeat of the artillery. As the gunfire finally subsided, Arthur and Jack emerged from their cover. Scanning their surroundings, Arthur picked up a rifle from a fallen enemy, the Copperhead, a commonplace product of the Nakota Arms Company. This was not a slight. In the previous century, the rifle that flooded the market was the AK-47. Bending down, he retrieved 3 magazines from the unfortunate soul and began searching the area with Jack. Their primary objective remained to locate that damned laboratory. They first conducted a cursory inspection of the iron ladder, which led to the rooms surrounding the hall. Mere sleeping quarters and items related to a slaughterhouse, with nothing particularly noteworthy. It seemed everyone preferred to conceal their unsavory activities underground. Upon discovering a descending passage, they found it sealed by a heavy gate that appeared daunting. The incessantly flashing red light on the gate resembled a blaring car alarm. This door did not seem easy to open. Jack approached and knocked twice. The heavy sound echoed like a wall. It appeared that their only option was to descend through the hole created by the explosion. While searching upstairs, they had noticed the sizable hole. The sagging floor hung precariously downwards, revealing exposed rebar and flickering sparks. Cautiously approaching the deep pit, They found it shrouded in dimness, illuminated only by the occasional flicker of sparks. The concrete floor, shattered by the tremendous force of the explosion, now lay limply between the first and basement levels. Arthur and Jack exchanged glances, then carefully navigated the damaged flooring downward. The wreckage appeared perilous, but the cracks provided suitable footholds. As long as they remained cautious, they would likely avoid significant issues, provided there was no secondary collapse. Perhaps due to the explosion, the basement's power supply was compromised, leaving only scattered emergency lights to illuminate the vast space. Below seemed to house a data server room, with various unknown devices strewn haphazardly across the floor. The devastation here was evidently more severe. The walls of the room, not far from the explosion, had also suffered collapse. Crawling through a breach in the wall led them into a horizontal corridor. The dim, green emergency lights were often placed at corners of the building, illuminating the unknown ahead, which was engulfed in darkness, resembling a sinister portal to the underworld. The silence here was akin to a graveyard, with only the occasional crackle of electrical arcs sounding behind them. "Damn it, I'd rather be surrounded by gun barrels," Jack's voice echoed far, resonating in the pitch-black corridor. Shrinking his neck, Arthur felt the goosebumps rise. Placing a finger to his lips, he signaled Jack to move quietly. After all, they were unaware of any lurking ambushes in the shadows, making it prudent to keep their positions concealed. Surveying their surroundings, he noted little difference between the two sides, except that the corridor on the left was somewhat shorter. Without much deliberation, Arthur decided to venture left. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, the sound of his shoes scraping against the floor was painfully audible. This place was far too quiet. Turning the corner, he was immediately met with darkness, devoid of any light source. In the next moment, 2 points of crimson light ignited within the blackness. They were the gleaming eyes of a cyborg. "Look what I've found. 2 lost mice." Arthur and Jack raised their weapons almost simultaneously, the faint light from their gunfire barely illuminating the figure standing in the shadows, a hulking silhouette, nearly Jack's stature. With arms that hung nearly to the ground. As anticipated, the bullets inflicted minimal damage. These lunatics transformed into melee weapons often donned armor akin to a tank's thickness. The rounds ricocheted off him, producing a clattering sound, while he charged at Arthur and Jack with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a rumbling tank. "Damn bugs, I will crush you." The palpable fury surged towards them like a gale. Without hesitation, both fled. A metal arm, akin to a battering ram, swung down violently at the corner where they had just stood. The solid concrete wall shattered upon impact, debris raining down, extracting the embedded prosthetic from the wall. Joseph's crimson eyes locked onto the fleeing duo once more, and he lunged forward. What now? The bullets can't penetrate this brute's thick skin. As they sprinted, the cacophony of destruction echoed behind them, prompting Jack to murmur to Arthur. Fortunately, the creature did not pursue swiftly, granting Arthur and Jack a moment to maneuver. At this juncture, Arthur had little recourse. He turned briefly to fire a few shots, realizing their futility, and discarded his rifle behind him. They soon reached the room from which they had descended. Witnessing the sparks still leaping within, Arthur and Jack exchanged knowing glances. "You prepare inside, and I'll draw this beast away." Jack's voice was masked beneath the gunfire. This was certainly not the time for mutual blame or to debate who was in greater peril. Arthur promptly made a decision, drawing his sidearm, the prelude, and precisely targeting the monster's eyes. The 2 rounds fired predictably met the formidable prosthetic hands that shielded its vulnerable spots. Yet, Arthur remained undeterred. He had never intended for those shots to resolve the situation. Seizing the moment when the creature momentarily obscured its own vision, Arthur slipped into the adjacent room, the very one they had descended into. "My friend, have you turned yourself into a wild boar?" Jack's mocking voice resonated from the front right, and the remark evidently struck a nerve, as the creature's rage intensified. Though only having teamed up with Arthur for a mere 10 days, Jack, the gentle giant, had learned quite a bit. Profanity bore little impact. Words that struck at the core were far more penetrating. Without time to ponder how Jack would further taunt the hulking figure, Arthur began to survey the ceiling. His target was conspicuous. The electrical sparks in the darkness resembled a beacon. Above, a section of the collapsed concrete floor exposed a severed electrical cable to the air. However, the situation was less than ideal. Only a small portion was visible, with most still buried within the shattered floor. Arthur needed to extract it. Swallowing hard, he began to navigate through the rubble, finally reaching the cable. Taking a deep breath, he extended his hand. Sparks flew as if oblivious to his presence, and he could feel the hairs on his arm bristle. This was a positive sign. Indicating a robust voltage, he carefully grasped the cable's insulation. Allowing just one hand to rest upon it, summoning all his strength, Arthur clenched his fist tightly. If his hand slipped at the moment of exertion, it would surely become a farcical tale. And then came the moment. Pull. After pulling out a section, Arthur found his exertion to be more fluid, only halting when the cable reached its limit. Removing his coat, he wrapped it around the sparking wire end and crouched amidst the rubble. Patiently awaiting the behemoth's approach, Jack dashed down the corridor on the opposite side, which was longer than the left but still limited in length. The enraged Madden behind him was relentless in his pursuit. The corner ahead drawing ever closer, silently calculating the time. Jack fervently hoped for Arthur's success. His delay was brief. If the plan faltered, they would have no choice but to slip through that hole. Chapter 24. The kill. As Jack neared the corner, he instantly accelerated, diving into the shadows. Joseph, pursuing him, grinned wickedly and quickened his pace. Jack remained hidden just beyond the corner, listening intently to the approaching footsteps. Showing no inclination to launch a surprise attack, in the next moment, he raised his hand to shield himself. As anticipated, Joseph was not a complete fool. He threw a punch directly into the corner where Jack concealed himself. A dull thud echoed, and while Jack may not have been able to withstand a direct confrontation with this modified brute, he was capable of absorbing a single blow. It was known that even the drug-fueled beasts at the Devil S Boxing Club had to tread carefully when faced with his fists. Deflecting the incoming punch, Jack sidestepped to dissipate the force. Then he swiftly closed the distance, lowering his shoulder and crashing into Joseph's chest. The latter, having pursued without solid footing, was sent sprawling to the ground. Awaiting him was a precise and swift kick from Jack, landing squarely on his head as he fell. The damage was minimal, but the effect was profound. It seemed that even among wild boars, Joseph was the dim-witted one. Leaving a parting remark, Jack retraced his steps. You better not catch me, or I'll twist your head off and shove it up your backside, Joseph bellowed in a fury, his prosthetic arm slamming into the nearby wall as he hoisted himself up. Yet, Jack's speed in escaping had noticeably diminished. Cradling his arm, he staggered forward. Joseph noticed that it was that very arm which had just blocked his punch. With a sinister grin, he hurried after him. Jack was not truly injured by that punch. In fact, thanks to the deflection, his arm had lost all sensation. His strategy was twofold: to buy Arthur more time and to make Joseph believe it regrettably. The project remains unfinished, and such unforeseen circumstances have arisen. There is nothing that can be done. Although hitting a wall is painful, one cannot relinquish the last glimmer of hope. With this thought, she glanced at the adjacent wall, her eyes brimming with tears. Chapter 25. The blue in her mind. Jessica withdrew the data transmission cable from her hand as she exited the door's operating system. As the door creaked open, a blinding light streamed in from the outside. Shielding her eyes with her hand, the young girl squinted to discern the figures beyond. Her gaze swiftly fixed upon a large figure outside, causing her heart to plummet. Unable to see clearly, she mistook Jack for the man named Joseph. Without further hesitation, she closed her eyes and, like a startled deer, charged towards the wall. Arthur observed the young girl, who was flailing her legs in his grasp, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although she appeared somewhat dim-witted, she was certainly preferable to that gang of pickpockets. Casually, he tossed the girl to Jack. While she was not heavy, such a task was better suited for a man of Jack's stature. Feeling herself lifted and then tossed, Jessica was caught by a robust arm. It dawned on her that she was being humiliated by those vile individuals. Gritting her teeth, she bit down fiercely. In response, a large hand grasped the back of her collar, lifting her again. Jack's tone was laced with confusion. Why is she still but in the system of this laboratory is a subsystem of a certain superior system? Given the current situation, it appears that the superior system has intervened directly. Jessica explained the present circumstances. Quick. We've been discovered. Arthur instantly reacted, grabbing Jessica by the collar. In the enveloping darkness, he had no concern that Jack would fall behind. His sole focus was on the young girl. Guided by memory and the flickering emergency lights, the trio swiftly reached the gaping hole created by the explosion. Jessica obediently allowed Arthur to lead her into the room. And upon seeing Joseph lying on the floor, she couldn't help but let out a startled cry, covering her eyes with her hands. Put her down, Arthur urged. Hurry, climb up here, and be careful not to touch that power cable. He pointed to the sparks flickering above them. Upon hearing Arthur's insistence, Jessica spread her fingers and glanced up through the gap before starting to climb on all fours. Arthur followed closely behind, occasionally giving her a push from behind. It took considerable effort, but he finally managed to get the young girl up. He then turned back to pull Jack up as well, and they chose a vehicle at random to leave the diamond slaughterhouse. What a thrill, Jack exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel with excitement. Last time we earned $300,000 for a job worth only $50,000. This time it's just $100,000 but worth $400,000 to $500,000. It seems we've taken a loss. With his mind at ease, Jack became more talkative, displaying a buoyant demeanor. Just a casual rescue. A little girl who easily gets lost, Arthur remarked as he turned to ask. Little girl, where is your home? We should take you back. If you get lost on the way, it would tarnish our reputation. During this operation, the scruffy little girl had been immensely helpful, and Arthur naturally held her in high regard. Westbrook, Charter Hill, Lishu Community. Jessica, having escaped the den of evil, appeared quite elated, her voice still soft but lacking the tremor it once held. No wonder she's the daughter of a company employee. That place is quite nice. Jack commented from the front. Hearing Jack's words, Arthur chuckled and teased. Then let's return our little lady home first. Although I dislike doing these menial tasks, you truly helped us this time. Remember to be careful in the future. Don't fall into the hands of scavengers again. Night City, as the largest free trade port in all of America, boasts advantages beyond its breathtaking nighttime skyline, reminiscent of Earth SI. Its internal transportation system is also remarkably sophisticated, particularly the elevated highways that encircle the city, delivering sustenance to every corner like arteries. As they sped along, the trio arrived at Charter Hill and Westbrook. On this small slope, exquisite buildings lined up in a harmonious array. Charter Hill is a luxurious community that was initiated by the company during the Reconstruction period. Although 20 years ago, North Oak District supplanted its once coveted status, it still remains one of the most prosperous areas in Night City. The meticulously designed structures are nestled among carefully trimmed greenery, generally adopting a minimalist aesthetic, yet occasionally showcasing just the right touch of flamboyance. The pedestrians along the streets appeared leisurely, meandering through the beautiful avenues, each exuding the air of corporate elites. After parking the car, Jessica led Arthur and Jack into a community. The fragrant greenery wafted through the area, the roads appeared spacious, and the environment was tranquil. Jessica's identity was evidently recorded in the system here, and after her biometric features were checked, the apartment door swung open. The three relaxed until Jessica halted before a door. This was undoubtedly her home. But something seemed amiss. Roars and arguments echoed from within. I'll say it one last time. Your so-called daughter is dead. Do you understand? But the money you owe us is non-negotiable, including interest. I advise you to be smart. Houses and cars can be sold, but life is singular. If you, old dog, wish to live well, find a way to repay our money. As for your unfortunate daughter, even if she hasn't been dismembered, she's surely gone mad. If you dare to default, I can ensure your reunion. As soon as that arrogant voice fell, another weary voice immediately chimed in. Please, I will repay the money, but you must bring my daughter back. She's still alive. She must be. My daughter is very clever. She will hold on until someone comes to rescue her. I beg you. Waste? I told you your daughter is dead, and she is certainly dead. Why would we lie to you? I don't want to waste more time with you. The money must be delivered on time, or you will suffer the consequences. The dialogue from inside reached the ears of the three outside, and Jessica had long since lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Arthur found it amusing. He was encountering a fellow professional in this predicament, although it seemed his colleague was far more unscrupulous than he. At least the loan shark had a clear pricing scheme, knowing how much to lend and how much to collect, never resorting to extortion. But from the sounds of those inside, they were intent on taking more than what was due. It was quite the spectacle. Arthur steadied the trembling girl's shoulders, signaling her to open the door. Just then, as the quarrel inside escalated, the door swung open abruptly. The group inside exchanged glances, staring at the scruffy little girl and the two men. Especially Jack, whose cold demeanor, combined with his towering stature, exuded an intimidating presence. It was Jessica who first broke the silence, her voice trembling. Dad. Inside, the gaunt middle-aged man at the back stared blankly at her. And upon hearing Dad, tears cascaded down his cheeks, tracing the lines of his face and beard, dripping onto the floor. Witnessing this scene, Jessica burst into tears, rushing into the man's embrace, observing the heartfelt reunion. Arthur felt a sense of joy. Despite the apparent loss, it didn't feel like a loss at all. They had merely undertaken a task that came their way, and in retrospect, it seemed they had earned a free $10,000. With that thought, Arthur's spirits lifted even further, until the ruckus from the earlier troublemakers reignited. All right, your daughter is back now. You can't say we didn't complete our mission. If the money isn't forthcoming, we'll just kidnap her again. Listening to their shameless words, Arthur reflected. While he was indeed a rogue, he had never stooped to such depths. These scoundrels disgusted him, even to the point of affecting his mental and physical well-being. Without further ado, Arthur pressed the barrel of his revolver against the forehead of the one who was barking the loudest. Who are you? A gang? Or just freelance mercenaries? You can't possibly be black detectives. Arthur's voice was hoarse and nonchalant, yet it sent shivers through the group before him. It wasn't merely his tone that held such potency. Rather, it was the act of drawing his weapon that frightened the noisy thugs. This world is often like this. Worthless scoundrels bully honest citizens, and it is indeed you filthy pests that are the most repugnant. Speak up. Where do you hail from? If you don't, the next person can take your place. We're from the Tiger Claw Gang. I advise you not to meddle. With a gun barrel pressed to his forehead, this fellow still mustered the audacity to act tough. The Tiger Claw Gang. Huh? Arthur mused internally. Realizing that was not a favorable answer. For the opponent, it certainly was not a good answer. It would only lead to a fatal outcome. The Tiger Claw Gang was a bunch of pests. If you don't eliminate them swiftly, they will think you are nothing special and cling to you for life. Chapter 27. Shadows. The gunfire rang out abruptly. This was the effect Arthur desired. The thugs had even drawn their weapons before Arthur and Jack resolved the situation. It didn't escalate into a gunfight, nor did it damage the home of Jessica and her father. As for the blood on the floor, it merely required a cleanup. All right, the trouble is dealt with. This is after-sales service. He spread his hands, observing the astonished expressions of the father and daughter. NCPD won't give you any trouble. Just say that these guys broke into your home as extortionists. After all, you are a company employee, and your words will carry weight. That's not it. I mean, they aren't from the Tiger Claw Gang. They are a bunch of freelance mercenaries. Looking perplexed at the frightened thugs on the ground, Arthur was puzzled as to why they would claim to be from the Tiger Claw Gang. Perhaps they were trying to leverage the gang's influence in Westbrook to gain some credibility. No worries, you don't need to fear retaliation. By the way, where did you find these ruffians? They shouldn't belong to the underlings of the Songbird. Arthur casually inquired, his gaze wandering. Preoccupied with his own tasks, he methodically loaded bullets into the chamber, giving it a gentle twist. With a click, the chamber locked back into place, and Arthur tucked the gun back into his waistband. This action seemed to alleviate some of the pressure on the man, who appeared utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. After 3 days of turmoil, that a middleman who mingled in the underworld, his name seemed to be Faraday. I have not encountered him before, yet he reached out to me, claiming to possess explicit intelligence that could be of assistance. Jack added from behind. I have heard of him, having come from Haywood. His reputation is rather dubious, as the information he provides is often distorted, and at times, he betrays his own people. Many who have been around the streets for a considerable time tend to disregard him. Thus, this fellow enjoys deceiving newcomers. Arthur remained non-committal. There are numerous intermediaries in Night City, representing all sorts. Ignoring these matters, he suggested it was time to take his leave. With that, our commission came to a conclusion. By the way, your daughter is indeed quite brave. The two departed from Charter Hill. Arthur gazed at the civility of the surroundings from within the car, remarking, this place looks rather nice. However, if given a choice, I would still prefer to reside in a skyscraper in Little Chinatown. Arthur had always believed that as a child raised in the wilderness, he detested opulence in cities. Yet, after spending less than a month in Night City, he found himself surprisingly at ease. Perhaps it was due to the company of a few friends. Despite having faced betrayal, he still dared to extend his trust. Upon their arrival at Little Chinatown, Jack expressed his desire to return home to visit his mother. However, seeing him mount his brand new Nazar with an exuberant expression, Arthur surmised that this fellow was merely out for a joyride. Speaking of which, Arthur's vehicle remained parked by the roadside in Kabukich. He would need to find time to retrieve it. Upon entering the clinic, Arthur spotted the cat gun he had acquired. It lay neatly on an empty table, with the wiring connecting the gun's components organized on the smart module. Old Vic had even polished it with gun oil, the dark surface gleaming with a metallic heft. Victor instantly recognized Arthur as he entered, and upon noticing his gaze fixated on the gun, he cheerfully remarked, as you can see, this firearm has been rejuvenated, and you have stumbled upon a treasure. It was likely custom-made for some high-profile individual. Compared to a standard cat gun, the materials used for its body far exceed ordinary standards in hardness and metallic resilience. This material is unfamiliar to me. It appears to utilize the unique atomic density technology of Tsunami. Although Arthur did not grasp all that Old Vic was articulating, it did not hinder him from understanding one thing: this gun was exceptional. Delighted, He grasped the handle with one hand and cradled the barrel with the other, managing to lift the nearly 2-meter-long behemoth. The weight was extraordinary, suitable only for presetting in a concealed location. Observing Arthur's struggle to hoist the weapon, Victor displayed a look of resignation. While its performance was indeed remarkable, its density was considerable, approaching that of gold for the same volume. Steadying himself with the gun in hand, Arthur managed to respond, "It's all right. I was already aware of its weight. Back at that black market gun shop." Arthur had noticed something was amiss with its heft. However, that was of little concern. The rapid movements required while using a sniper rifle were infrequent. "How about naming it?" Old Vic suggested from the side. Indeed, it was time to bestow a name upon this firearm. As Arthur felt the weight in his arms, a name surfaced in his mind. Given its heft, how about calling it Giant? That's a splendid name. Heavy yet imbued with a sense of power. Bending down, Arthur placed the Giant back onto the table and recounted the information he had gathered. A blue substance, ensconced within a person's head, clung to the hippocampus like a blue jellyfish, spreading throughout the brain. Recalling the scene, Arthur still felt a twinge of unease, especially at the thought that such things might be present within his own mind. Victor patted Arthur's shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured. During your treatment, I conducted an examination of your brain, and there are no blue jellyfish in there." This reassurance was quite persuasive. However, Arthur had already reclined onto the clinic's surgical chair, beckoning Victor to come closer. "Let's check once more, Old Vic, to avoid any complications." Seeing this, Old Vic reluctantly approached and placed a circular device on Arthur's head. "Let's see if there have been any changes in your brain." The examination was swift and straightforward. Arthur merely needed to sit still. Soon, the screen before Victor displayed the results of Arthur's brain scan. "See, the images appear normal. Your brain seems to be in good shape," Victor indicated, relaxing as he spoke to Arthur. Indeed, the images appeared unremarkable, with the red and black hues suggesting everything was as it should be. After scrutinizing the images for a moment, Arthur suddenly inquired, "What are those black spots?" Victor replied, "Those are the folds of the cerebral cortex. The red areas are gyri, while the black areas are sulci." However, Arthur pressed further, "But what are those irregular protrusions along the edges of the sulci?" "They look like tiny burrs. Is it due to the equipment?" Arthur's probing caused Victor to sit up straighter, his relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As he leaned closer to the screen, Victor too noticed something unusual. Along the edges of several dark sulci were tiny, hair-like black fibers. This was certainly not a malfunction of the equipment. The devices here were top-notch and would not produce such anomalies. Victor hurriedly began operating the terminal before him, searching for images from the previous examination. Fortunately, it was not long before he located the target. After meticulously comparing the two images, Victor finally discerned the discrepancies in the older photograph. Although the shadows in the sulci were all black, there was a subtle variation in hue, a shadow darker than black itself. Observing Victor's change in demeanor, it seemed his brain indeed exhibited some issues. "Please, repeat what you observed in the laboratory, in greater detail." Listening intently to Arthur's account, Victor envisioned the scene in his mind. Pressing further, "Did those blue lines penetrate the unfortunate individual's brain?" "Yes, those lines seemed to emerge from within, some areas even radiating a blue luminescence." With a grave expression, Victor scrutinized the display before him, noting those minute black fibers that even he, as a doctor, had unconsciously overlooked. At this point, he could only surmise that the substances within Arthur's body differed from those in the laboratory. Yet their effects remained unknown. "Take your time to organize your memories and see if there are any inconsistencies." Listening to Victor's words, Arthur inwardly scoffed. Inconsistent memories? There was nothing inconsistent about them. His situation had escalated beyond mere inconsistency, as he had effectively become a different person. Shrugging, Arthur shook his head in negation. "That we can conduct another examination in 5 days, or rather, 3 days. If conditions worsen or you exhibit any symptoms, I may have to perform a biopsy." Observing Victor's serious demeanor, Arthur felt a pang of anxiety. Unexpectedly, having once succumbed to an incurable ailment of that era, he had lived to see 200 years pass, only to confront an unknown entity once more. How hauntingly persistent it was. Let us hope for the best. After all, it has been quite some time, and I have not encountered any issues. Suppressing his unease, Arthur instead sought to reassure Victor, feeling an odd sense of camaraderie. "Morgan, should you encounter any problems, do not hesitate to confide in me. Trust me, I can assist you." Meeting Victor's gaze, Arthur replied, "Of course, Old Vic. My life is in your hands. That I have no reason not to trust you." Witnessing Arthur's playful demeanor, Victor couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, his worries alleviated by a considerable margin. You're just trying to fool me again. You know what I mean. Remember, if you need old Vic's assistance, do not let pride stand in your way. Though their acquaintance was relatively brief, the bond they shared was undeniably genuine. The following day, after concluding their mission, Arthur and Jack decided to indulge in some much-needed respite. They found themselves at Liz's bar, renowned for its exquisitely customized dreamscapes. A dreamscape is essentially an all-encompassing sensory narrative experience, although it lacks any true freedom. If one cannot experience a story throughout their life, why not indulge in a dream devoid of freedom? Though it may be fabricated, it is undeniably real, is it not? In a corner, the table before Arthur and Jack was already strewn with empty bottles. Their purpose for being there was not merely for the dreamscape services. Rather, they sought the relative tranquility of the atmosphere, devoid of irksome individuals. The patrons were preoccupied with their own affairs, donning dreamscape headsets, transporting themselves to another realm. It seems we have made quite a name for ourselves. That hulking brute from the Vortex gang that we dispatched was quite the significant figure. Those intermediaries have inundated me with calls. Jack brandished his glass, exuding an air of bravado. His demise has little bearing on us. You ought to worry less. Casting an exasperated glance at Jack, Arthur struggled to comprehend why this fellow eagerly sought to shoulder the burden of trouble. I did not spread any rumors, yet those intermediaries from the KO gang are well connected and deduced it was us. After all, they are aware that Jessica was sent there. It is not difficult to infer. Observing Jack's feigned innocence, Arthur retorted, regardless of whether others have guessed, we need not concern ourselves with their thoughts. Just remember one thing. We will never personally acknowledge our involvement in this matter. In the past, he had fled from troubles that seemed inescapable, yet upon arriving in this city, they transformed into commendable work experience in his job search. Truly, it is a city of madness. As he indulged in the revelry of the moment, Arthur savored the relaxation and joy that enveloped him. Just then, a communication came through. Initially thinking it might be an intermediary with work for him, Arthur was poised to decline outright, but upon seeing the caller's identity, a peculiar expression crossed his face. It was David. This fellow had been tirelessly seeking ways to treat his ailing mother. Could it be that he had finally found a lead? What could he possibly want from me? Arthur began conversing with David over the communication line. Is there something you need? I mean, do you have any unfinished business on hand? David's voice came through. Although they had only met twice, and Arthur had even given him a hefty thrashing once, their bond was surprisingly strong, particularly with David exhibiting an air of familiarity. You rascal, just spit it out. Well, David hesitated. There's something I need your help with. My boss has been having some health issues, and I'd like old way to take a look at him. Arthur felt a surge of irritation as David reminded him of someone he knew well. He retorted angrily, if you're looking for old way, why are you contacting me? He's a prosthetic doctor running a clinic, not someone who treats only me. Because you're the one I'm closest to, David replied, his tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. And my boss wants to meet you. Meet me? What a farce. Where are you? Wait, we're at Turbo Restaurant. We're all here. Upon receiving the address, Arthur abruptly disconnected the communication, just as he was regaining his composure. Jack approached him, curiosity etched on his face. Whose communication was that? Remember the job with the Tiger Claw gang? It's that guy who was driving. As Arthur explained, he pushed Jack away slightly. Speaking of that fellow, he appeared on television. Did you know? Seeing the confusion on Arthur's face, Jack excitedly elaborated. That day, our tailing of the Tiger Claw gang didn't go to waste. Someone recorded David driving the car. That clip of him treating the vehicle like a motorcycle left everyone speechless. Upon hearing this, Arthur's lips twitched involuntarily. Truth be told, he felt a pang of panic at that moment, while the others might not have sensed much. Arthur could distinctly feel every jolt of the vehicle, his eyes sharply recalling the spasmodic movements of David's arms during that incident. Jack continued his incessant chatter, asking, what did that guy want to talk to you about? He mentioned that someone wants Old Way's assistance, and he asked us to come by. At this juncture, Arthur, feeling leisurely, was not averse to joining in the excitement, but he needed to gauge Jack's thoughts. So, what do you think? Should we go? It's around dinner time anyway. Of course. Let us see that kid. Jack sprang to his feet. Turbo Restaurant was located near Japan Street, neither too far nor too close to the Ritz Bar. As night enveloped the sky, Arthur and Jack arrived at their destination. The restaurant was situated at the exit of a suspension highway, featuring a row of small rooms and a modest parking lot. Surprisingly, the establishment was bustling with activity. the few parking spaces already occupied, with small groups chatting in the open area. Fortunately, they hadn't driven that as they approached, they spotted a young man in a yellow trauma team jacket. Sporting a buzz cut, waving enthusiastically at them, David beamed with excitement as he caught sight of them. "Rascal, what is going on?" Arthur strolled over, ruffling the boy's hair. "That I couldn't reach you for days. Were you busy with work?" David said as he led Arthur and Jack into the restaurant. A long dining counter adorned one side of the interior, while the opposite side featured partitioned tables. After scanning the surroundings, Arthur responded to David's inquiry. Yes, a job involving rescue. He recalled a project from an underground laboratory, specifically the experiment on rebooting the division program of nerve cells. However, it was evident that the experiment had not been completed, and it seemed to offer no immediate solutions for David's mother. To prevent the boy from making any impulsive decisions, Arthur decided against divulging this information. The restaurant was small, and while Arthur pondered, they reached a table. A boisterous voice interrupted. "Wow, is this the brother David can't stop talking about?" Arthur cast a strange glance at David, suddenly realizing the source of the familiarity he felt towards this boy. When did he become a brother? Noticing David's awkward demeanor as he glanced around, Arthur shot him a stern look, but refrained from arguing. He turned toward the voice, spotting a burly man with bronze skin and sunglasses seated by the window. Beside him sat a woman with a similar physique, though it was difficult to ascertain her gender. The man's prosthetic patterns seemed numerous, yet they failed to instill any sense of danger in Arthur. He estimated the man to be weaker than that Joseph from the Vortex gang. "Are you the one who wanted to meet me?" Arthur inquired. "Yes, I heard from David that you're his brother. So I wanted to meet you," the man replied with a hearty smile. Although this brother of David appeared somewhat frail, Arthur's instincts, honed from years of navigating life and death situations, warned him that the man across from him was quite dangerous, rather lethally so. Chapter 29. The Gathering. David mentioned someone was looking for a doctor. "Is that you?" Arthur scanned the surroundings and spotted Lucy seated with a few girls, clearly part of the man's crew. "Looking for a doctor?" The burly man's face visibly darkened as he glanced at the woman beside him, and then at David, denying that that's not the case. "I'm perfectly healthy and don't need a doctor." Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, Arthur observed the man's sudden shift back to a cheerful demeanor. As if the earlier displeasure had never existed, he extended his hand, shaking the man's firmly. "Arthur Morgan." He gestured toward Jack. "This is Jack Wells." "Man." The burly man introduced himself to "As for the rest of you, you're all young and should get along well." Seated across from the table, Arthur and man formally acquainted themselves. "I heard you saved Gloria. I owe her a favor, so this meal is on me." The boisterous man's loud voice and straightforward personality quickly made Arthur and Jack feel like friends. "Then we shall feast heartily." Arthur chuckled. Interestingly, although the restaurant's location was not particularly notable, the food was surprisingly excellent. David had been tirelessly gathering information to save Gloria, and naturally, they had assisted him in this endeavor. Albeit with little success, if you come across any information on this matter, please be sure to inform us. It appeared the boss was quite loyal, clearly invested in the situation. Of course, but Gloria's injuries are severe, and there seems to be no good solution at the moment. The incomplete elements from the underground laboratory at the Diamond Slaughterhouse evidently couldn't save Gloria. To genuinely make progress, they would need to take a chance at the Chuan 2 factory in the biotechnology sector. However, that location, being a secret experimental site for biotechnology, likely housed at least one seasoned armed force, making any attempt to infiltrate it tantamount to seeking death. Given David's impulsive nature, and after chatting with man, Arthur sensed that David's boss wasn't particularly prudent either. To prevent these individuals from leaping into the fire, Arthur chose not to share this information. After the meal, naturally, it was time for drinking. In this most convivial of pastimes, Arthur and Jack quickly became familiar with the group. An intriguing bunch, yet among them was a little girl. Upon overhearing Arthur's remark, the girl immediately fixed her gaze on him, storming over with fierce determination. "Little girl? Huh? Who are you calling little girl? You better look closely, pretty boy. I'm already 20. With her round red eyes wide open, the girl reached out to grab Arthur's collar. However, Arthur would not yield. Before her short arms could fully extend, he seized her by the back of her jacket and lifted her up. "20, you say?" With curiosity, he examined her closely. She was indeed short, and coupled with her slightly plump figure, it made her appear even shorter. Dressed in an oversized jacket, her already short legs seemed even shorter. The girl, dangling in Arthur's grasp, struggled fiercely, yet as Arthur lifted her higher, her short arms flailed helplessly, kicking her legs in midair in an attempt to reach Arthur. It was clear her efforts were futile. This spectacle elicited laughter from the surrounding team members, which undoubtedly grated on the girl's nerves. "Pretty boy." Enraged, the girl clung to Arthur's arm, opening her mouth to bite his hand. "That I'll bite you dead." Arthur sought to free himself from her grasp, yet the young girl clung to his arm with both hands and legs, rendering him momentarily unable to escape. In that fleeting moment, her teeth sank fiercely into Arthur's palm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he grasped the collar of the girl's shirt with his other hand and gave a gentle tug. "Hey, let go." He retracted his hand, pulling the girl closer, and found himself staring into her twinkling eyes. Applying a slight pressure with his other hand, he felt a tugging sensation from the bite, not out of fear of pain, but rather concerned that her teeth might shatter. After a few fluttering blinks, the girl released her grip and bared her teeth at Arthur. "Little radish head, what's your name?" setting her down on the ground. Arthur surveyed the damage to his palm, where deep bite marks were stained with blood. Her bite truly was formidable. "Rebecca," spitting out a few mouthfuls of saliva, Rebecca glared fiercely at Arthur. "You pretty boy. Remember this." Ruffling the girl's hair, Arthur introduced himself. "Arthur Morgan." Rebecca puffed out her cheeks in displeasure and swatted away his hand, crossing her arms and muttering, "Humph, I didn't even ask." Just then, a sharp voice erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, my stinky sister's new nickname is quite amusing. Little radish head? Ha!" The speaker was a tall, lean man with stubble, possessing a pair of elongated prosthetic arms that he clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he could barely breathe. Rebecca charged at the man with a fierce glare, engaging him in a playful scuffle. This light-hearted tussle served to bridge the gap between them, fostering a more vibrant atmosphere. Arthur, not forgetting the excuse for David's summons, decided to probe man. "Are you going to check on Gloria? You seem to have a good rapport." The mere mention of the doctor caused man to bristle with irritation, indicating that his issues were indeed significant. "Check. Forget it. I'm usually quite busy." Perhaps sensing something amiss, man declined emphatically. The gathering continued late into the night, but Night City was a place where the darkness thrived. The area was not particularly bustling. Occasionally, noise from the elevated highway could be heard nearby on the desolate road. Only orderly streetlights and a few abandoned shipping containers were visible, not far along, just as the group was on the verge of parting ways. A peculiar figure obstructed their path. He stood atop a container, unconcerned, urinating in the middle of the road. Under the streetlight, his shadow stretched long, accompanied by the unsettling stream of liquid. "Hey, jerk, this isn't TA restroom." Pila, Rebecca's brother and the man with the unusual prosthetic, shouted, pointing at the figure. "Hey, you! Answer me. Are you deaf?" His accusations went unanswered, igniting Pila's fury that he was drunk, as were they all, and no one noticed the unusual situation as the group prepared to bypass the scene. Yet Pila was not inclined to let it slide. He leaped onto the container, intending to teach the man a lesson. Grasping him by the nape of the neck, he shook him vigorously. "Shameless fool. Do you think this is your home?" He leaned in to scrutinize the man, sneering. "Look at your shabby prosthetic, you dolt. Your arm is misaligned." The other man remained unresponsive, even when Pila poked him sharply with his finger. Beside them, Rebecca, with her small hands clasped behind her head, casually reminded, "Let us go, stinky brother. Ignore him." She couldn't resist taking jabs at Arthur, playfully kicking him now and then. However, Pila was undeterred, cursing at the man beside him. "Idiot pissing in the street. Get lost. Do you know whose territory this is?" The man finally responded, his parched lips moving slightly as he vacantly glanced at Pila. With a few dry grunts, he raised one arm. The attack came without warning. His wrist twisted, revealing a dark barrel. The sound of gunfire and an explosion coincided almost perfectly. Arthur reacted instantly, but drawing his weapon and firing was a delayed response. Even the swiftest actions take time. The strange man had lifted his hand halfway when a grenade pierced through Pila's legs, detonating on the container beneath him. A bullet struck the man's head, showering the area in a gruesome spray of red and white. Chapter 30. Multiple choice questions. The explosion's force was tremendous, sending Pila's body hurtling through the air and crashing to the ground. It wasn't until the blinding flames erupted fully that the surrounding crowd was jolted back to reality. Yet, astonishingly, the bullet that had pierced the man's skull did not instantly claim his life. He raised his hand again, aiming a second grenade at David. The inexperienced David was clearly taken aback by the sudden turn of events, staring blankly in the direction of the recent explosion. Fortunately, Man reacted swiftly, kicking David away from danger at that moment. Rebecca also regained her senses, screaming as she charged at the lunatic. "You bastard! No one has the right to kill him." Tears streamed down her face, her voice laced with desperate fury. However, she was met with a third grenade. Grasping the back of Rebecca's collar, Arthur halted her reckless charge towards certain death. His voice reached her ears, awakening a glimmer of reason. "Your brother may still be alive. Go check, but don't touch him." With that, he tossed her toward Pila's direction. At this point, the hole in the man's head had been gaping for over 10 seconds, and his movements had grown sluggish, resembling a rusted robot. He jerkily maneuvered the gun, stubbornly attempting to aim at Arthur. Coldly observing, Arthur had no intention of delivering another shot. The man had ultimately fired only 3 grenades before collapsing, landing in the very urine he had released moments prior. A cyber-psychotic. "Who would have thought I'd encounter one here?" Jack remarked, returning his gaze from Man, who stood dazed on the other side. Arthur responded, "Let us check on Pila. If he is alive, we'll send him to Old Vic's summoning Jack." The two made their way toward the unfortunate fellow. As they passed David, Arthur delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "You little brat, if you space out again, I'll hang you up and give you a good thrashing." Pila was gravely injured. At least both of his legs were ruined, riddled with shrapnel of varying sizes. Yet this could be considered fortunate, as it inadvertently shielded vital organs like his abdomen and thorax from lethal damage. Additionally, being propelled so far by the explosion likely resulted in internal injuries. And they were certainly severe. In the examination room, the smart taxi summoned by Jack, though a bit pricey, arrived. It was the fastest option, and time was of the essence. The vehicle could accommodate only 4 people. But Pila obviously could not sit, so they could only take 2. Pila lay horizontally across the back seat. Rebecca was to take her brother and leave first. Arthur had already informed Victor of the situation via communication, and whether Pila could cling to life now depended on fate. Soon, others arrived at the scene as well. Rebecca was found squatting at the clinic entrance, staring blankly at the ground. "How is it?" Arthur approached her, inquiring. "I don't know, but the man said he might not be able to save him, and then told me to wait outside." Rebecca's voice trembled, her nasal tone heavy with suppressed emotion. "How long has it been in there?" "Over half an hour." "Hey, don't worry, little girl. The longer it takes, the safer it is," Arthur reassured her in a relaxed tone. Of course, this was merely a comfort. He had no idea whether longer durations truly meant safety. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly solemn, and the expressions of those waiting outside became more grave. An entire night passed, and it was only as dawn began to break that the door finally creaked open. Rebecca, who had been crouching in the corner, dashed forward. "Is he still alive?" she asked urgently. "He is alive." Indeed, Victor's brow bore signs of fatigue, but for his constitution, it was merely a slight weariness. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Rebecca bolted inside. Man's team followed suit, flooding through the door, leaving only 3 outsiders outside. "I've never had such a lively scene here before," Victor mused, chuckling at the sight. The two familiar with Old Vic could tell he had more to say, prompting Arthur to ask, "What is the situation?" "I suspect that fellow's legs are beyond saving." "Not just the legs." Victor's tone carried an odd inflection. Arthur and Jack instantly grasped the implication, but it was somewhat reassuring. In this era, such injuries were no longer insurmountable. With the installation of a new prosthetic, it could even function better than before. If sensing what the two were contemplating, Victor replied testily, "I'm not dealing with that kind of thing here." Upon entering, the 3 found Rebecca leaning over the surgical table, tugging at Pila's ear. Upon seeing her brother, now reduced to half, she appeared unfazed. Observing this scene, Victor quickly interjected, "He still has to wait a while longer before awakening, as the effects of the anesthesia have yet to dissipate." Upon hearing this, Rebecca resentfully released her grip. This fool, despite being told not to interfere, finds himself in this predicament. He deserves it. With that thought, she approached Victor, looked up at him defiantly, and inquired, "Doctor, how much will it cost to save this fool?" Victor, who had always set his fees arbitrarily, pondered for a moment before responding. 10,000, considering it's merely a bit of trouble." "Well, that is quite reasonable," Rebecca remarked, causing Victor to break into a frown. Yet he continued, "I must clarify his condition. From now on, he will be considered disabled, Some external prosthetics may allow him to walk. But combat will be utterly impossible. The combat prosthetics differ entirely from civilian rehabilitation ones. The former must possess a crucial attribute: reaction speed to achieve or even exceed the original reaction speed. Combat prosthetics must be integrated with the original nervous system. In simple terms, combat prosthetics cover the original limbs rather than replace them, which is why they impose strain on the existing nervous system. Conversely, civilian rehabilitation prosthetics resemble mechanical components attached externally, completely disengaged from the body's circulatory system. Hence, they exert no pressure on the human body. After listening to Victor's explanation, Rebecca appeared unfazed, fully aware of how challenging it was for Pyrrha to salvage a life. It's fine. That foolish brother can just lie at home and play with his toys, avoiding the risk of losing his life. Thus, Pyrrha managed to retain his life at that moment. Dorian's voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Man, you've seen the doctor's capabilities. Your body has been having issues lately. Why not get it checked as well? Recently, man had consistently refused medical attention, citing the unreliability of Night City's doctors. But this time he could not use that excuse. After all, this doctor had saved one of his subordinates, and to him, that was akin to saving his own life. Man's principles forbade him from disrespecting this doctor named Victor. Observing Man with his head down and silent, Dorian urged him, "Man, your hand cannon just malfunctioned. Given the circumstances, if it weren't for Arthur, everyone would have been in danger." The man suddenly lifted his head and shouted, "I understand my own body." But upon noticing the gazes of those around him, he refrained from finishing his sentence. Indeed, he knew his body better than anyone else. He had already approached the precipice. Recalling the deranged cyber-psychopath from the previous night, a wave of intense fear washed over him. Would he continue to lie and then end up killing those he cherished the most to honor the vow left by his fallen brothers and lose control? Potentially harming those who remained alive? Conflicting emotions surged within Man, and a rather reckless thought surfaced. Surely, I won't go insane, right? After all, I am special. Moreover, even if I truly lost my mind, it doesn't necessarily mean I would harm them. Does it? Yet, this notion felt exceedingly fragile. Just look at Pyrrha. Even if he did go mad, would his companions dare to shoot at him without hesitation? With only half a body left, survival seemed like sheer luck. The greater possibility was that more than one person might die because of him. Should he abandon the dreams he had nurtured since childhood, forsake his brother's wishes, or risk causing harm to his friends by pressing onward? What truly mattered to him? It seemed he had reached a point where he must make a choice. Chapter 31. Clue. This time, Man's silence went unchallenged. Everyone simply awaited him patiently. Only David and Dorian were privy to Man's decision to seek Victor's medical examination. Yet when the others sensed their leader's predicament, they all silently remained. For a border walker, Man was considered an elder. Those who managed to stand their ground in this line of work inevitably owed some of their stability to this elder brother. They were willing to wait for him to make his decision and respected his ultimate choice. "Then, I leave it to you, Doctor," Man murmured, his voice heavy with resignation. Regardless of the outcome, he had to confront the harsh reality of his deteriorating physical condition. Assessing the erosion caused by his prosthetics was a task Victor was all too familiar with. As the examinations progressed, his brow furrowed deeper. "How is it, Doctor? What is my condition?" Man inquired, a hint of apprehension in his tone. He had an inkling of the truth. Prosthetics, particularly combat models, imposed a threshold on the body's tolerance. Within that threshold, both physical and mental states remained stable over time. However, exceeding that threshold would turn the erosion into negative feedback, causing damage to escalate like a snowball until it spiraled out of control. Victor gazed solemnly at Man. Although he did not know the man, as a doctor, he had the duty to warn his patients. "Regrettably, you have exceeded that threshold and have been in this perilous state for quite some time. The damage has already accumulated significantly. This deterioration follows an exponential model, and your condition will worsen rapidly. Every additional day you endure will inflict irreversible harm on your body." Victor's voice remained as deep and unwavering as ever, instilling a sense of undeniable authority. This confidence provided his patients with a sense of security. Yet at times, it could also evoke despair. Man's large hand grasped his hair tightly, seemingly venting his frustration, but he did not break into tears. Raising his head, the despondency on his face vanished as he playfully patted Dorian on the shoulder. Bursting into laughter, surveying the concerned gazes around him, the shadows in his heart were dispelled. From the very beginning, He had sought neither fame nor power. Everything he had done was to protect those standing around him. And now, the very prosthetics meant to empower him had turned into a potential threat to his companions, leaving him with little room for hesitation. In the past, he had been ensnared in a vicious cycle. Those comrades who had long departed felt like daggers piercing his heart, urging him to grow stronger and gain the power to protect everything. Yet, the premise of protection was, at the very least, to avoid causing harm. Pyrrha, that foolish boy, was incapacitated. He would lend a hand and help resolve some mechanical issues for everyone. Moving forward, everyone needed to be more cautious. As man spoke, his gaze drifted, seemingly reminiscing about his past. Unbeknownst to him, many had completely departed. Those comrades from years gone by seemed to have faded from his memory. Many had pushed him forward, yet he ultimately found himself unable to move on. Returning to the present, man turned to Victor and asked, "So, doctor, will you treat me? Can you tell me about my retirement life?" Using a treatment as a makeshift retirement ceremony, he pondered whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Your prosthetics are not only outdated but also incompatible with one another. I will need to remove them. Additionally, your nervous system has become quite fragile due to years of erosion, and I will replace it with components that impose minimal burden. Overall, your situation will be significantly better than Pyrrha's. Aside from the current combat prosthetics being unusable, there will be little other impact. Victor regarded the calm figure before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Once, he too had faced a choice: live on or burn his life away. Ultimately, he chose the life he now led. After carefully listening to Victor's explanation, man nodded in understanding that he removed his black punk-style jacket and then took off his elongated tactical sunglasses. At that moment, man seemed to shed the remnants of his explosive demeanor. Sorry for the trouble. The treatment was no easy task. Seeing man willing to undergo treatment finally eased the worries of his team members, who gradually left the clinic. Only Dorian remained steadfastly by his side, though it felt somewhat unfair to Pyrrha. Man's willingness to accept treatment was indeed thanks to him. Had it not been for Pyrrha's tragic state, man would not have so deeply grasped the terror of cyberpsychosis. Sometimes, a half-alive person can be far more intimidating than a corpse. Outside the clinic, Arthur watched the two green braids swaying before him. Feeling utterly helpless, everyone else had gradually departed, leaving only the impudent Rebecca dancing around him. "Aren't you going home? Kids need plenty of sleep to grow tall." Hearing Arthur's words, Rebecca placed her hands on her hips and glared at him defiantly. "You little pretty boy, who are you calling short? I'm here to keep an eye on that foolish brother. What does that have to do with you?" The girl always spoke with intense emotions, her chest heaving dramatically. The pink tattoos on her neck and collarbone moved rhythmically with her gestures. Surrounded by the pink tattoos, her fair skin formed two cross-like patterns, resembling the eyes of two furious beasts. Yet they were far from terrifying, instead presenting a comically exaggerated appearance. Seeing Rebecca's defiant stance, Arthur began to question whether he was merely overthinking things. "Well then, I'll be on my way." He attempted to take a few steps toward the skyscraper apartments, but Rebecca turned her face sideways and followed him, whistling. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Turning back, Arthur poked her forehead with his finger. "Me? No," gradually lowering her voice until it was barely audible. Rebecca shot a glance at Arthur with her crimson eyes, tapping her boots against the ground as she weakly uttered, "I merely wish to thank you for saving my dear brother's life. Thus I wanted to invite you for a drink." Observing her demeanor, Arthur sighed in exasperation and retorted, still thinking of drinking, "I believe we should take it easy. Come along, I'll take you for a meal. And then you need to rest." At his words, the girl immediately perked up, bouncing over to his side. "What's this? Don't you need to keep an eye on your brother anymore?" "Oh no. My brother is quite sturdy. He hardly needs supervision." The Chinatown, abundant with noodle shops, was just awakening with the dawn, the laborers having already resolved their breakfasts, leaving behind a messy tableau. Selecting a relatively clean table, Arthur casually ordered 2 bowls of noodle soup, settling in with Rebecca as they waited. The girl, perched on her chair with her feet dangling above the floor, fidgeted incessantly, occasionally brushing against Arthur's pant leg. He was certain this troublesome girl was doing it on purpose. As they awaited their meal, Arthur could no longer restrain himself and sharply tapped his finger against Rebecca's forehead when she covered her brow. She finally quieted down, allowing Arthur some peace to eat. During their meal, a call came through for Arthur. It was Regina Jones, the father from the memory. Without further inquiry or discussion, the proprietor, with his gaze averted, deftly sidestepped Arthur's line of sight. Tungsten-tipped rounds cost €200 each, while APDS, armor-piercing discarding sabot, Rounds were priced at €600 apiece. Without much dialogue, Arthur promptly transferred €4,000. Upon receiving the funds, the proprietor turned and entered the room behind him, emerging moments later with two black cases in hand. As they were placed on the counter, a dull thud signified the successful completion of the transaction. Rebecca, unable to contain her curiosity, circled around the two black iron cases that Arthur carried. What splendid items could possibly be contained within them? Let me guess, is it the Ice Storm series from High-Tech Military Industries? Noticing Arthur's silence, Rebecca pressed on. Could it be the errant blade knife? Still, Arthur remained unresponsive. Then it must be the National Sculpture series of military technology. Observing Arthur's continued shaking of his head, the young girl became somewhat disheartened. What could it be? It can't possibly be a tsunami firearm, can it? An Apollo? Indeed, it was a tsunami firearm, but not an Apollo. This revelation left Rebecca momentarily aghast. If it was a tsunami firearm, then it could only be an Icomida. But tsunami firearms are not mass-produced. How did you manage to acquire one? I stumbled upon a damaged one, which Victor repaired. Victor, he's a gunsmith, and a gunsmith capable of restoring tsunami custom series firearms? Rebecca exclaimed, her face a portrait of exaggerated astonishment. I must cultivate a good relationship with him. Chapter 33. Legend? No, just a father. The pair once again boarded the dilapidated vehicle, the sounds of clattering metal accompanying their departure. What's the plan now? Rebecca inquired with enthusiasm. Go retrieve your mighty weapon, then we shall charge in directly. It was remarkable that despite having stayed awake nearly all night, she still appeared vibrant and full of life. Incorrect. It's time for us to return to our respective homes for some much-needed rest. Upon hearing Arthur's suggestion, Rebecca tugged at her two braids, covering her face in a gesture of protest. It's only morning, but we haven't slept a wink all night. Ultimately, Arthur insisted upon escorting Rebecca home. The following day, Arthur was roused from his slumber by a barrage of communication alerts. And it was obvious who the sender was, that troublesome girl at Old Way's clinic. Arthur had entrusted his firearm, the giant Nicomida, to Old Way for safekeeping, as the security in low-end apartments like the skyscraper was notoriously poor. Not far from his location, Arthur soon arrived at Old Way's clinic, where Rebecca was seated on Pila's hospital bed, her hands busily fidgeting, accompanied by Pila's complaints and cries of distress. Both patients were recovering well. Man, having shed his prosthetic, appeared noticeably slimmer and was watching the siblings' antics alongside Dorio. Hey, man, how are you feeling? Arthur greeted as he approached. Never better. It feels as if I've shed a heavy burden. And all those irritating noises in my head have vanished. Upon seeing Arthur, Man relaxed and replied, visibly having let go of many things, far beyond just his prosthetic. Brother. Arthur patted his shoulder and spoke from the heart. Living is what truly matters. Money and fame are mere trifles. The two shared a knowing smile. Hey, Arthur, it's time to set off. Rebecca's voice interrupted the moment of camaraderie. So content chatting with the old man. What a peculiar individual, Arthur thought. Casting an exasperated glance at her, I'll go fetch the gun. When Arthur emerged, he bore a 2-meter-long silver metallic case on his shoulder, from which wisps of cold air emanated. The giant was equipped with numerous magnetic components, ideal for preservation in low-temperature environments. Upon witnessing this, the light-hearted expressions of those in the clinic transformed into solemnity. Just the previous night, they had witnessed Arthur's prowess in the face of that cybernetic lunatic. His instantaneous reflexes had undoubtedly surpassed David's performance. What kind of task necessitated such a formidable weapon? Arthur explained, it's not an elaborate mission. I'm merely assisting a hero in finding peace. He then briefly recounted the matter concerning that father. With Rebecca trailing behind him, the two made their way out of the clinic. Suddenly, Pila, lying in her hospital bed, shouted, Stinky sister. Don't let the minions take you down too easily out there. Turning back, Rebecca raised 2 fingers in a mock gesture, retorting, Trashy brother, first find a leg to attach before thinking of anything else. After securing the giant, the sniper rifle, and the backseat, Arthur drove the dilapidated vehicle along the route laid out by Regina. The location of the purged scavenger hideout lay to the northeast of the city, within an abandoned ethanol fermentation factory. Once the scavengers inside were dispatched, he remained there. The factories in the eastern industrial zone were colossal. And within this ethanol processing plant stood 6 massive fermentation tanks, positioned around the premises. Each tank's diameter exceeded 100 meters, supported by thick, dense steel frameworks, resembling floating celestial bodies. Above the main entrance of the factory loomed 1 fermentation tank, while hollow steel columns, each as wide as a car, lined either side of the roadway. As the vehicle passed beneath this monolithic structure, it was as if day turned to night, engulfed in the oppressive shadow of the tank. Within the factory, the closely spaced low-rise structures, although 5 to 6 stories tall, appeared diminutive amidst the towering frameworks of the fermentation tanks, akin to a child's toy building set. Parking the vehicle at the factory entrance, Arthur cautioned Rebecca before disembarking, "Remember to heed my commands. If you dare to act recklessly, I will not hesitate to deal with you." "Understood, understood," Rebecca nonchalantly replied, then kicked open the car door, with a sigh of exasperation. Arthur tugged her ear and added, "The first command. Maintain silence." Having brought the sniper rifle, he was undoubtedly prepared to resolve matters with a single bullet. It was imperative to locate the tar. The distance between the two was a staggering 1,500 meters, which was naturally impossible. Nonetheless, Arthur removed his hat and directed his gaze towards that direction, paying homage to the father he had lost. As he opened the gun case, a faint chill escaped, revealing the giant quietly nestled within the soft material that enveloped it perfectly. This was a custom-made creation by Victor, the giant's home. Grasping the grip with one hand and the body with the other, Arthur gently cradled it out. This weapon was undoubtedly designed for those augmented with prosthetics. With a barrel measuring 2 meters in length, it lacked a front support. Fortunately, Victor had thoughtfully designed an additional attachment. Otherwise, Arthur would have been unable to wield it effectively. Chapter 34. Human or not, the weapons produced by the Tsunami Defense Systems Company are renowned for their sophistication and intelligence. Take, for instance, the giant in Arthur's hands. Its aiming components were highly integrated. The square sight displayed various parameters such as temperature, wind speed, range, and ballistic calculations above the scope, all in a position that neither obstructed the field of view nor hindered readability. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, in a sense, this firearm functioned as a miniature terminal. Of course, the magazine required charging, which was the price for its complex functionalities. The elongated slot on the side of the gun was where the magazine was embedded. As Arthur manipulated it, a panel popped out, revealing the enormous yellow magazine. Only taking one bullet from the box in Rebecca's hands, Arthur demonstrated both confidence and respect for his father. He sought a swift resolution. Adjusting his breath, he aimed the gun directly in that direction. As he made minute adjustments, the intelligence system of the giant locked onto the target, rapidly analyzing relevant parameters within the scope. This firearm was capable of electromagnetic energy storage, and Arthur naturally tested this function. Once the blue reticle completely locked onto the target, he exhaled slowly, and the electromagnetic modules on either side of the gun closed, emitting a buzzing sound akin to electrical currents. Just before the next heartbeat, Arthur steadily pulled the trigger, firing a tungsten round. Moments later, a heavy thud echoed in the distance as something struck the ground. Arthur had no intention of investigating. He merely sent a message to Regina and departed. The subsequent mission was of utmost importance. Killing a father who restrained him was certainly not a matter of pride. According to Regina's intelligence, a man named Powell, a notorious human trafficker, had fled her surveillance to the southernmost point in Santo Domingo. Hiding within the Colorado Ranch. It was a small town, touted by corporations as a paradise, yet it was undoubtedly not as splendid as advertised. In truth, it was dilapidated, resembling a habitat for hamsters. The NCPD seldom frequented the area, where the 6th Street Gang held sway, madmen of gang warfare, their minds filled with the glorified narratives fed to them by politicians and corporations. Had the new America succeeded in its wars, perhaps they would have basked in glory. Instead, they became pitiful souls abandoned on enemy territory. But one must ponder, even if they had triumphed, would they have truly become heroes, perhaps, in a bid to swiftly appease their former foes? The government of the heroes would have betrayed them. Who could say for certain? On the expressway, a dilapidated vehicle sped southward, amidst a torrent of overtaking traffic. Beneath Arthur's gambler's hat, his eyes remained as tranquil as a still lake. Yet a tempestuous fury brewed within, poised to erupt. Especially after bidding farewell to his father, Rebecca sat in silence, the once boisterous little girl now quietly polishing her weapon, gazing at the rapidly receding scenery outside. The Colorado Ranch was an expansive locale, which also explained the NCPD's reluctance to venture there. The area was dotted with rows of single-story houses, the tallest being merely 2 stories at that moment. In the basement of a villa, a child huddled in the corner. 17 years of age, yet his stature resembled that of a young child, his hair matted with dirt, clinging to his forehead. His father had confined him there for 3 days. Apart from a small bag of pet food dropped on the first day, no sustenance had been provided since. Everything felt peculiar. In the past, his father had often beaten him, yet he rarely stayed at home, making the beatings less tormenting. The change began a few days prior, when his father suddenly took him on a car ride, stopping in a remote area for an extended period, waiting for something that never arrived. After receiving a communication, he had furiously tossed the boy into the car, leading to numerous beatings before finally abandoning him in this place. Just a day earlier, his father had come by again. But instead of bringing food, he had kicked him, breaking his own leg. Casting a glance at the grotesquely twisted limb, exposing the white bone beneath, the boy recoiled. Hunger and pain assaulted him simultaneously, yet, contemplating his situation, he prayed his father would not return, thinking that perhaps it would be better for him to quietly pass away. Upstairs, in a bedroom near the back door, a rotund man clad in a blue t-shirt sat on the floor. His garment was stained with grease and dark marks, and several fast food containers and syringes lay carelessly strewn about before him. After absent-mindedly patting his clothing, he picked up a syringe from the ground and plunged it into his forearm. "Damn it," he muttered, tossing the syringe aside and frantically grabbing another, stabbing it into his arm as if possessed. "Damn it, damn it." The man resembled a rabid dog, frothing at the mouth as he madly drove syringes into his own flesh. "Damn it." He hurled the needle away and screamed like a madman. "Damn Regina, damn it, damn Watson District, and that damn little bastard." Muttering to himself, he seemed to recall something, making his way toward a basement entrance covered with wooden planks. Staggering to his feet, he resembled a mountain of flesh as he moved in that direction. "Damn little bastard, it's all your fault, all your fault." He cursed venomously. Closing the car door, Arthur and Rebecca approached their destination. Without a hint of idle chatter, they conducted a quick inspection of the yard, discovering no traps. Before charging inside, as they kicked open the door, they were met with the sight of a grotesquely deformed figure. Straining to lift something, upon hearing the commotion behind him, he stiffly turned his neck, realizing he could not turn back, and then awkwardly faced them. Recalling the details, Arthur confirmed he had found the right person. You must be Regina's people. Damn it. Why do you come to provoke me?" Powell clearly did not recognize Arthur. He had far too many commodities to remember, especially since Arthur had changed so drastically. "You worthless scum," he bellowed, charging at Arthur and Rebecca like an earthquake. The two fired their weapons. As the shots rang out, Powell halted in his tracks, feeling his ample belly. "Heh, I remember now. I've changed skins." With a predatory glare, he fixed his gaze on the duo. "You die." Observing the approaching figure, resembling a bloated pig, Arthur's expression remained unfazed. He took his time aiming at the man's right knee. Bang, 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 all 5 bullets struck just above his knee. By the third shot, the bullets had already penetrated his armored skin, yet Arthur fired the remaining 2 rounds at the same spot. This man did not deserve a swift death. Powell's original knee could barely support him. Compounded by his earlier charge, Arthur's bullets detonated like a fuse, sending Powell crashing to the ground. His legs shattered into multiple pieces. "Oh, you still recognize me?" Arthur asked, shaking his head in disdain and adding, "Never mind. I prefer you forget. It's quite nauseating." He strolled over, methodically loading bullets into the chamber. Pressing his foot down on the writhing figure, Arthur coldly remarked, "Guess how many rounds your pig brain can withstand?" Perhaps the threat of death had finally registered. As Powell emerged from his withdrawal-induced haze, fear etched across his face. "Spare me. Even without me, those kids will die too. Spare me." The thunderous gunfire interrupted his pleas. Stars danced before his eyes as he pushed against Arthur's legs in a desperate attempt. Arthur, disdainful, withdrew his leg. "It seems I must first disable your hands before you can count properly." Reflecting on this, Arthur emptied 2 more chambers. As he observed Powell's despair, his hands limp by his sides, Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Second bullet. Third bullet. Finally, a round penetrated Powell's forehead, splattering white liquid across his pudgy face. He was not dead yet. Still upright like a fish gasping for air, Powell had likely reinforced his skull. This man had undoubtedly amassed a fortune from his ill-gotten gains over the years. Fourth bullet. Arthur accidentally misfired, the bullet boring into Powell's eye. "Sorry, I truly was careless. Guess where the next one will go?" "I cannot say for certain." Watching Powell, who had lost control of his bladder from fear, Arthur shrugged indifferently and fired 2 rounds into the gaping hole in his forehead. Chapter 35. Achilles. This manner of death was still too lenient. Irritated, Rebecca considered kicking him, but, upon witnessing Powell's grotesque visage, retracted her shoe. Observing the individual before him, Arthur could not help but deem him an unmitigated fool. As she curiously inquired, "By the way, how can someone as foolish as he manage to remain hidden for 12 years? With a swift motion, Arthur kicked aside the wretched man's severed left arm, revealing the bruised skin and a myriad of needle marks beneath. He then cast a glance at the scattered syringes littering the bedroom floor. It was evident that withdrawal symptoms had turned these individuals' minds to mush. Such people either transformed into grotesque beings like Bowie or lay in alleyways awaiting their demise. With that thought, Arthur approached and lifted the wooden planks of the basement in the dim light. A disheveled, emaciated figure was curled up below. The slight rise and fall of the child's chest eased Arthur's anxiety. He had already sent a message to Regina and was merely awaiting her arrival. Two vehicles approached, one being an imposing, heavily modified off-road truck with tires towering to half a person's height, followed by a small truck with an attached cabin. Regina, leading the way, swung open the car door. Her right eye was blind, obscured by a black eye patch, and her cheek bore a rugged scar, clearly marking her as a battle-hardened warrior. Her ponytail was tied high, and her strides were large and purposeful, exuding an air of competence. Spotting Arthur from a distance, she extended her hand. "Arthur, you executed this task splendidly. I owe you my gratitude. The man beneath my care entrusted me with his child, and I truly wish not to disappoint him." With a firm handshake, Regina spoke earnestly. "There's no need for thanks. I found the task quite gratifying. Besides, it's not as if there are no rewards involved." Arthur, with a cigar clenched between his lips, exhaled a cloud of smoke, revealing a pair of azure eyes beneath his gambler's hat. After eliminating that damned scoundrel, the blue in his pupils seemed to deepen further. "I have your reward ready. I shall present it to you shortly, and I am certain you will find it to your liking." With that said, Regina hurried into the basement, followed by 4 medical personnel carrying a stretcher. Once the child was settled, the small truck departed without delay. Regina lingered, half resting on the tire, as she retrieved a long black case from the passenger seat. The case bore a surface that was not metallic, but rather a finely textured matte, with the company logo emblazoned at its center, a square frame enclosing a V-shaped design that filled the entire structure. "This is military-grade technology," Regina remarked as she handed the case to Arthur. Military technology M179 Achilles.IT is an intelligent precision rifle. While its rate of fire is slow and its electromagnetic charging requires time, if you possess sufficient accuracy, its power rivals that of some conventional sniper rifles. Arthur lifted the case. It was not excessively heavy, allowing him to maneuver it with ease. After presenting him with the rifle, Regina showed no further inclination to linger and promptly drove away. Dust swirled around as 2 short arms waved to disperse the debris raised by the departing behemoth. "Arthur, you ought to consider a new vehicle." Rebecca pointed toward Regina's departing direction, where one tire towered 2/3 the height of Rebecca herself. "No, I have a fondness for my John." John was the name Arthur had bestowed upon his dilapidated car. He was thoroughly satisfied with the reward Regina had provided. He held little affinity for firearms that prioritized rate of fire. The recoil from consecutive shots would disrupt his aim, and he did not require an abundance of ammunition. With his new acquisition in hand, the pair headed north, back to the Watson district, a haven for mercenaries in Night City. Enduring Rebecca's incessant chatter, Arthur unceremoniously dropped the girl back home before heading to Victor's clinic to stow away his firearms. Passing by Misty's divination booth, he spotted Jack leaning over the counter, engaged in an animated monologue, oblivious to the indifferent responses from the girl. Jack had embarked on his pursuit a few days prior. Yet thus far, with little progress. Choosing not to involve himself in Jack's affairs, Arthur descended the stairs and arrived at old Victor's clinic. The 2 patients had since departed, and Doria, the robust woman responsible for their care, had also left. With the patients gone, Victor cranked up the volume of the boxing match on TV, as if he could never tire of it. "Hey, Arthur, you and Jack have certainly given me plenty of work." Victor greeted upon Arthur's entrance, also lamenting the recent surge in his workload. "Let us not dwell on that. I can't simply sit idly by while those fellows perish. After all, your skills are unparalleled. By the way, come take a look at my new acquisition." Arthur placed the black case, adorned with the military technology logo, before Victor. Regina provided it. She seems to have a knack for acquiring quality items from the company. Victor adjusted the case and unlatched it, lifting the lid to reveal a dark gold rifle nestled inside. Compared to the giant, It appeared considerably smaller, being a standard-issue battle rifle, absolutely stunning, under the dim lighting. Victor marveled at the rifle, which resembled a work of art. The cross-section of the rifle formed a Y shape, with its upper section featuring two angled rails for electromagnetic charging, while the lower section comprised the barrel and body. The interplay of dark gold and black paint on the rifle was meticulously crafted, reflecting minimal light, akin to a built-in camouflage. It seems your haul was substantial. This rifle's worth is undoubtedly comparable to that of the Cat Demon sniper rifle. After a cursory appraisal, Victor closed the rifle case. The dignity of a firearm is established in the smoke of battle, not within display cases or the praises of the masses. Looking at Arthur, Victor smiled. Now, speak up. What brings you here? You wouldn't seek out this old man without a purpose, would you? With a chuckle, Arthur removed his hat, allowing a smile to break across his face as his gaze fell upon the screen behind Victor, where waves of cheers echoed. Things have been relatively quiet of late. I was hoping you could take me to the boxing gym for some practice. You seem well-versed in this area, though Arthur's lingering issues had improved. They were far from resolved. Once a man capable of wrenching open a wolf's jaws with his bare hands in the West, he now struggled to lift a sniper rifle. His shoulders had yet to broaden significantly. Practice boxing? Victor pondered, gazing at Arthur with a peculiar expression. Perhaps someone else would be more fitting. Who? Noticing Arthur's genuine confusion, Victor realized Arthur was oblivious to his partner's prowess. I believe I mentioned how Jack and I met. Victor reminisced. At the Devil's Boxing Club, Jack knocked me out with a single punch. It felt as if I had been struck by a truck. Arthur recalled that Victor had indeed mentioned their acquaintance at the boxing gym. However, considering their respective physiques, he found it hard to fathom. Arthur was already quite tall, yet Jack towered over him by nearly half a head, and his arms were as thick as Arthur's legs. In short, he was not accustomed to being on the receiving end of a beating. After a moment of contemplation, Arthur tentatively suggested, I have no intention of engaging in a brawl. I merely wish to practice. Why don't you take the lead? Sensing Arthur's hesitation, Victor discerned his concerns and, suppressing a grin, firmly declined. Jack is a far better match. Besides, I'm just an old man now. I can't keep up with you young folks. With the clinic's demands, I can't spare much time. Rest assured, Jack will be the best sparring partner you could ask for. Arthur nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism, deciding to seek out Jack later. After safely storing his two firearms, he found Jack still stationed at the counter, engaged in his relentless chatter, while Misty responded intermittently. This peculiar girl, outwardly odd yet possessing a gentle spirit, appeared to be nearing her limit of patience. Though her face still wore a warm smile, Jack, Arthur called out from a distance. Upon hearing his name, Jack ceased his rambling and turned to face Arthur. A broad smile spread across his round face as he approached, greeting him enthusiastically. Hey, it seems like you had quite the haul. Let us not dwell on that, Arthur interjected, twisting his forearm. I'm planning to practice some boxing. What do you say? Care to join me? Upon hearing the word boxing, Jack's enthusiasm surged, and he eagerly rolled up his sleeves. Boxing? You have made the best decision. The strength cultivated through combat is true power. With that, he threw an arm around Arthur's shoulders. Let us go. I know the perfect place for boxing. The Devil's Boxing Club. That's where old Victor and I first crossed paths. Feeling Jack's robust grip around his neck, Arthur's doubts were amplified. However, he reassured himself that Victor wouldn't lead him astray. Surely he wouldn't. The venue was a repurposed factory, exuding a welcoming atmosphere, where exchanges were encouraged and boundaries respected. After all, individuals like Victor and Jack wouldn't frequent places rife with bloodshed and danger. Blue LED strips adorned the factory ceiling, casting a refreshing glow throughout the space. The entrance remained unaltered, allowing trucks to enter freely. At this moment, a young man with a crew cut and black hair stood at the entrance, greeting Jack from afar as he approached. Jack, it's been quite some time since you last graced us with your presence. They clasped hands, collided shoulders, and exchanged light pats on each other's arms. I've been busy lately. Finally managed to carve out a few days to unwind, Jack replied. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the young man shifted his gaze to Arthur, who stood behind Jack, and inquired, This must be your friend. Yes, please introduce him. Upon hearing this, Jack's smile widened, and he wrapped his robust arm around Arthur. Arthur, my partner, the finest mercenary in the city of Eternal Night. As he spoke, Jack also introduced the young man to Arthur. This is Nick Taylor. Don't let his youth deceive you. He is the proprietor of this Devil's Boxing Club. Following Jack's introduction, Taylor flashed a friendly smile at Arthur. I don't even need to ask. Everyone who comes here is a boxing enthusiast. Since you are Jack's friend, we are family here. Remember, when choosing friends, opt for those who can knock you down. That's how you truly progress. The club was expansive, bustling with activity, featuring 2 rows of boxing rings along with various training equipment like punching bags. It seemed that everyone here was familiar with Jack. Passers-by took time to greet him amid their training. You have quite the reputation here, Jack, Arthur remarked, observing the scene. That's because I'm the star attraction here. This boisterous young man was blissfully unaware of the meaning of humility once he donned all his sponge protective gear. Jack selected an empty ring and pulled Arthur up with him. Arthur's once frail physique was now enveloped in a layer of lean muscle, yet next to Jack, he resembled a slightly sturdier cucumber. Shall we test our skills? Jack asked hesitantly. Of course, Arthur replied, tapping the sponge helmet atop his head with his gloved hand, finding solace in its protective embrace. He was eager to gauge how much of his barroom brawling prowess remained intact. In the next instant, a sharp gust of wind penetrated Arthur's helmet, obliterating his sense of security. As he beheld Jack's rapidly approaching fist, he swallowed hard. But fortunately, his exceptional dynamic vision kicked in. He tilted his head to evade the straight punch, only to find another fist rising from below. The force of that punch felt as if it could sever the gap between his skin and protective gear, and Arthur had no confidence in his ability to absorb it. He could only twist away in avoidance. However, this hasty adjustment of his center of gravity left him feeling quite vulnerable. Arthur silently lamented that Jack was far from the clumsy figure he appeared to be. His punches were relentless and fluid, offering no respite. Ultimately, after managing to dodge for several rounds, Arthur found himself with no avenue for escape and had to brace himself against one of Jack's punches, which sent him crashing against the ropes. Lying helplessly on the mat, Arthur watched as Jack approached, spitting out his mouthguard. Perhaps we should reconsider sparring, Jack. I have no desire to sacrifice both arms for practice. Don't worry, Arthur. No one knows boxing training better than I do. Just trust me with your training regimen, Jack assured, pulling Arthur to his feet and patting his shoulder. The following day, Victor's call roused the slumbering Arthur. It was the day for his brain re-examination. Soon enough, he found himself facing a bruised Arthur. With a smile, Victor remarked, "It seems your training is paying off." "Perhaps," Arthur replied, unwilling to dwell on the previous day's events. He approached the equipment, following the same procedure as before. The scan images quickly appeared, revealing no signs of spreading shadows in the brain grooves. Nearly identical to the previous images, it seemed that the situation would not worsen for the time being. Ideally, it would never change for the worse. Victor tapped his fingers on the table, hesitating as he spoke. "Your condition is quite enigmatic. I'm genuinely uncertain." Sitting up straight, Arthur peered at the displayed skin images, silently berating himself for his overconfidence before retracting his head. "Is there not a single clue?" Arthur casually inquired, feeling rather nonchalant about it all. The worst that could happen was merely waiting for death. A familiar experience for him. "I have a theory, albeit somewhat chilling. Would you care to hear it?" Staring at the skin image, a rather unsettling notion emerged in Victor's mind, and he struggled to articulate it. "It's merely speculation. Go ahead and share." Noticing the grave expression on Victor's face, Arthur was more curious than apprehensive. "If the changes in your brain are a process, let's not discuss their nature just yet. We have consistently viewed your current state as the initial stage of change, yet it neither deteriorates nor dissipates. Moreover, you exhibit no suspicious symptoms at all, which is decidedly counterintuitive. Counterintuitive and rather unsettling. Damn it. I neither comprehend what old Vic means by counterintuitive nor find it unsettling." Arthur inwardly scoffed, refraining from pressing further. Sensing Arthur's discomfort, Victor elaborated. "Is it possible that the changes in your brain have already concluded, and your current state is simply the result of that process?" Nodding thoughtfully, Arthur confidently concluded. "So, you mean to say I've already reached a terminal stage?" Victor retorted with irritation. "Not at all. This change doesn't necessarily equate to illness." He sighed, realizing that explaining further would be futile. "Let's reassess in a month. For now, you're free to go." Just as he was explaining, a patient entered the clinic, leaving Arthur momentarily sidelined. The medical examination concluded. Yet the boxing training persisted unabated. Arthur found himself regularly sporting bruises, but his progress was evident. His shoulders had noticeably broadened on this day. After delivering his final straight punch, Jack's forearm cushion quivered slightly. Sweat trickled down his temple into his eyes, prompting him to squint for relief. Jack also removed his gear, fetching a bottle of water from the side of the ring and offering it to the nearly exhausted Arthur. "Brother, you're improving at an impressive pace." That last hit had significantly more power. Sinking down wearily at the edge of the ring, Arthur grabbed a towel from the side, wiping the sweat from his face while responding with a labored breath. "I used to be a master. In the barroom brawls of the West, few could match him. Those stronger lacked his agility, while the more agile often fell short in strength, rendering him virtually invincible. However, now and then, he encountered competitors like Jack, who were both agile and considerably stronger, leading to a different scenario. If he couldn't outfight them, could he outrun them? Successfully escaping couldn't be considered a loss. Could it? It seemed his invincibility had its limitations. After gulping down a hefty swig of water, Arthur exhaled a deep breath of relief. Nearby, Jack approached with a goofy grin, mumbling, "By the way, you said yesterday that my methods were flawed. What do you propose instead?" Yesterday, Jack had whimsically recounted his pursuit of Misty, only to be met with Arthur's mockery. After a night of contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself and sought Arthur's advice. "So, your idea of courting her involves recounting your gang exploits to Misty?" Arthur retorted with exasperation, gazing at Jack, who squatted beside him. "She's a gentle girl, yet you're boasting about your past gang battles?" Innocently shaking his head, Jack clarified, "It's not bragging. It's sharing, helping her understand my past to bridge our connection. Perhaps you should share the tale of your childhood bedwetting instead." Arthur shot back, slamming the water bottle onto the ground. He never imagined that one day he would become someone else's emotional mentor. Did such matters even require discussion? Wouldn't it be inappropriate? Jack tentatively inquired, "Is it really so wrong to say these things? You actually realize that some things should remain unsaid? It's simple. Share what she enjoys hearing. Isn't that an obvious principle?" As he spoke, Arthur gestured towards a nearby female boxer, her muscular arms rhythmically striking the punching bag. "Perhaps a beauty like that would be more suited to you." He playfully punched Jack's broadening shoulder. Jack's next declaration was unwavering, his tone as firm as stone. "I'm interested in that girl. Then go for it." "Jack, don't be foolish. Misty is absolutely worth it." Meanwhile, high above the city of Night, the sky had long become a plaything for humanity, with advertisements from supergiants piercing the clouds like a forest rooted in the atmosphere. Various flying vehicles belonging to the upper echelons of society flitted through this neon jungle like birds that a wedge-shaped colossal shuttle was hurtling towards the city of Night at breakneck speed. As it entered the city's air defense perimeter, the massive jet engines hovering around the craft simultaneously adjusted their vectors, decelerating. "Identification number 0473. Please present your clearance documents." Accompanied by an invisible signal, the air traffic control tower of the city of Night commenced verification of the aircraft's entry eligibility. Belonging to the Arasaka Group's counterintelligence division, this operation was sanctioned by the board of directors of Arasaka, authorizing them to undertake related affairs in the city of Night. Activity number 88682. The dark aircraft bore an emblem resembling a frog's hand, signifying its identity. The Arasaka Group. Please await verification. The interior of the colossal shuttle is composed of multiple layers, with the lowest level being a rather cramped space for ordinary personnel, in the middle, which is the largest area. There exists a vast office. The atmosphere within the office is exceedingly dim, reflecting the preferences of its owner. At the center, behind a pitch-black desk the size of a billiard table, sits a robust man. His gray suit clings to his form, accentuating the muscular contours that lend him an air of brutality. "Have all the city affairs been arranged?" he inquires, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Some mongrels are unsure where to place their hearts. Gather them all for me." His tone is frigid, devoid of any emotional warmth. "The situation is quite complex," a woman responds from outside the desk. "It seems almost entirely orchestrated by Ibonus to deliberately vex us. These scoundrels don't even step outside the company building, leaving me with no opportunity to act." The woman stands tall, approximately 1.70 meters, clad in a well-tailored black executive suit, her figure elegant yet unyielding. Her straight, dark hair cascades down her back, shimmering with an enigmatic allure in the dim light. "You know I have no patience for excuses." "Veet," the man slams his fist onto the desk, producing a thunderous noise. "Damn it, I only care about results." His frustration is palpable, as he violently sweeps all the items off the desk, creating a cacophony of sharp sounds. "Jenkins, that bastard was able to kick us out of Europe. He can certainly crush us in Night City." The woman's voice remains clear, displaying no hint of fear in the face of her enraged superior. Each word she utters resonates with conviction, starkly contrasting with her seemingly delicate appearance. Perhaps the pain calmed Jenkins down. He glanced at the wound on his hand, inflicted by a metallic object, and absent-mindedly wiped away the blood. Exhaling deeply, Jenkins shifted the conversation to V. Regarding your position, I have always tried to reassure you, but there are no easy solutions. This time, the issues brought back from Europe are for you to handle as you see fit. I will shield you from the company's scrutiny and treat it as compensation for you. Jenkins understands the significance of the alluring woman before him, the reason he has always maintained respect for V. Knowing how crucial she is to his ascent and to arousing Ibonici's jealousy. You are my second in command. We are inextricably linked. This in addition, your affairs are my affairs. Do not treat me as an outsider. Reclining in the office chair, V kept her eyes gently closed, feeling a wave of comfort at Jack's so-called principal's point. 4 years had passed, yet this old friend seemed unchanged. In the evening, choose a place. And we shall discuss it then, V said slowly. All right, the Ritz bar is my treat. Consider it a welcome for you. She continued, by the way, since this is work, it's fine to bring my current partner along. Right? Jack pondered for a moment and selected a relatively quiet spot. Upon hearing that Jack was bringing a friend, V's weary mind whirred momentarily, and she ultimately did not refuse. This mission could not be accomplished solely by one V and one Jack. Others would inevitably be involved. If he's reliable, bring him along. Remember, if this matter leaks out, I'm finished. Rest assured, he is absolutely dependable. We are brothers for life. With the call disconnected, Jack turned to Arthur, who was standing nearby, and said, we might have a job on our hands, and it's a significant one. Arthur instantly sensed something was amiss. In the past, whenever Jack mentioned a big job, he always displayed a keen eagerness. But now he bore a grave expression. Coupling this with Jack's earlier demeanor during the call, Arthur tentatively inquired, an acquaintance. Without dwelling on why Arthur had guessed so accurately, Jack replied directly, yes, an acquaintance. A friend I grew up with has returned and mentioned needing my assistance. It was evident that Jack was quite invested in this matter. Arthur expressed his concern. Can he be trusted? In this city, even friends you see daily might betray you, let alone those who have been away for a long time. Yet Jack's expression remained unchanged as he asserted, trustworthy, absolutely trustworthy. Arthur no longer harbored doubts. Although Jack appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was by no means foolish. Moreover, his inexplicable intuition regarding friendships was often remarkably accurate. So, what exactly is the job? This evening, we'll go to the Ritz, and I'll introduce you to as night fell. Beneath the swirling purple lights of the Ritz bar, Arthur and Jack had already emptied several small glasses before them. Jack took a sip of his strong drink, casting his gaze toward the entrance of the bar. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Sure enough, not long after, a woman clad in black athletic wear entered. She was quite ample in the chest area. Arthur felt a bit embarrassed and discreetly shook his head. Damn it, this must be a remnant from a past life. Cowboys see women in this manner. The woman walked briskly, radiating an air of confidence, and soon reached their table. Jack, long time no see. Her appearance was strikingly exquisite. With black eyes and hair, she possessed distinctly Asian features, yet her nose was remarkably high and delicate. Her bright eyes sparkled like shining stars, and her long eyelashes fluttered with a certain charm, while her lips resembled delicate peach petals. Were it not for her somewhat sharp eyebrows, she would undoubtedly seem harmless. V, it's been ages. This is Arthur Morgan, Jack introduced as he stood. She frowned slightly and candidly remarked, fuck, I don't like that name. The idiot above me is called Arthur Jenkins. V successfully shattered Arthur's initial impression of her with her words. This was only to be expected, as she was indeed Jack's friend. Haha. If we start mentioning those unpleasant matters while drinking, the effects of the alcohol will be lost. Jack laughed heartily, pushing a glass of strong liquor toward V. After downing the drink in front of her, V exhaled deeply, stretching as if she had been revived. She seemed utterly unconcerned about her femininity or the unfamiliar man seated beside her, unabashedly showcasing her figure. After a brief period of casual conversation, the three finally delved into the main topic. V elaborated, the company has encountered a technical issue with the arid board. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but those fellows are guarding it like they're protecting something precious. In any case, they have set their sights on a particular biotechnological drug, claiming it to be quite beneficial. However, the biotech sector is not intimidated by the arid board. Those old geezers had no choice but to send us mad dogs to retrieve it. Stealing biotech, Jack mused, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Arthur. This subtle gesture was noticed by V, who inquired with curiosity. What's wrong? Have you dealt with biotech before? Shrugging, Arthur provided a brief account of their experiences. The biotech folks have secret dealings with the Cleaners and the Vortex Gang. They disguise themselves with the latter and conduct human experiments in the shadows. One of our assignments was related to them. We went in to rescue a little girl and took down one of their strongholds. Upon hearing this, V nodded. She was already accustomed to the company's sordid dealings and was no longer fazed. Now let us discuss your job in detail. Let us see what sort of task could trouble a company operative like you. Pouring a drink for everyone, Jack inquired directly. In the autonomous ethanol 2 factory of the biotech company. There's a secret laboratory. The data within it is our target. Arthur and Jack exchanged glances. Despite having their suspicions, they were still somewhat taken aback. It seems you know this place, V asked with curiosity. Yes, it's from the last mission. We obtained a wealth of information about the biotech human experiments, including some details about the ethanol 2 factory, Jack explained, but we didn't dare to poke the hornet's nest. Nodding in agreement, V continued, as far as we know, all the defense tasks at that farm are contracted to military technology. There's a battalion of about 100 troops inside, and those damn drones and tanks are the most formidable obstacles. Moreover, they might even have strategic-level auxiliary armor. This information was naturally beyond the reach of Arthur and Jack. Weighing the situation, Arthur concluded that they possessed no means to contend with such a force. Swallowing hard, Jack spoke hesitantly. So, the Arid Board intends to send a team to raid that place and seize their assets. I truly can't fathom why you sought us out, shaking her drink. V replied, of course not. The Arid Board doesn't want to completely sever ties with biotech, so this operation cannot be publicly associated with them. The Arid Board's security department will not intervene. This task will be solely handled by the Counterintelligence Department. Moreover, the Counterintelligence Department won't provide much in terms of military support, although the funding is substantial. Jack grimaced, incredulous. The Arid Board won't lend a hand. No matter how much money there is, it's useless. Are you asking us to go to our deaths? To Jack's jest, V showed no inclination to retort. Her serious demeanor remained steadfast. Jack, and you? She faltered momentarily before continuing, clearly disliking her superior. Arthur, I don't wish to deceive my brothers. This mission is indeed akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. I will accompany you, but I can only bring along a handful of misfits from the department. I will venture into the most dangerous areas, and if things go awry, your safety is paramount. You must escape. Upon hearing this, Jack furrowed his brow, preparing to stand. Clearly, V's words were unpalatable, and he was certainly not one to abandon a friend. However, V pressed a hand against Jack, her seriousness unwavering. Jack, my affairs are ultimately not yours. I hesitated before involving you, unsure if I should bring you into this, but after much contemplation, I realized that although I grew up in this city, the only person I can genuinely trust is you. Mrs. Wells has only you as her son. Bringing you into this already fills me with guilt. If you were to perish before me, I would have no face left to continue living. With a heavy sigh, Jack returned to the sofa, gazing at V with a complex expression. V, the company will eventually drain you dry, truly, in the H4 apartment of Santo Domingo, since David earned some money. He had rented this apartment again. The chaotic lights of Night City streamed through the window, yet upon encountering a smooth silhouette, they obediently transformed into white. Lucy, wrapped in a yellow coat, had her pale pink hair cascading down, and her slender shoulders glimmered under the light. She held a cigarette, the dim light revealing only a red ember. Behind the sofa, David stood at the window, lost in thought as he gazed at the buildings of Night City. Still thinking about your mother? Lucy's words were somewhat muffled, perhaps due to the cigarette. David, tugging at his hair, spoke with a hint of despair. I can't help but think about it, yet there's nothing I can do. It's all my fault. I sent my mother to that hospital. Gently tapping the ash off her cigarette, Lucy interrupted the boy's lament, her voice calm. I will help you. As time flowed on, the night deepened further, and the table at the Ritz bar was now cluttered with empty glasses. The faces of the three were tinged with a rosy hue as the two men sprawled across the sofa. Their drink-filled glasses unsteady, spilling liquid everywhere. Positioned closer to the table, V had propped her long legs upon it, allowing the wine stains to mar her black athletic trousers. Let us proceed according to my rough plan. V raised her arms high, as if addressing someone in the heavens. Mid-sentence, she let out a slight burp, then continued, "Tomorrow, we shall seize that damned vehicle, and the day after, we will take down that biotech farm. By then, when I become the queen of the wasteland tick, you two will certainly reap the rewards." This was, of course, not the actual plan, yet V seemed to envision a bright future for herself, her face breaking into an enchanting smile. Meanwhile, Arthur, also under the influence, clumsily pushed aside the heavy arm resting on him, and upon following the length of it, he encountered Jack's broad face. "Jack," he grunted, laboriously nudging Jack's shoulder. "Where's Lenny? Where did that kid go?" "Who? Lenny?" "Oh, Lenny." Jack tilted his head, pondering before responding loudly. "I don't know. He just left for home." The bartender, finally noticing the trio of inebriates, approached to remind them to head home. Arthur leaned forward, pointing at the bartender and chuckling. "Lenny, you're here? Home. Right, home." The next morning, a piercing headache roused Arthur from slumber, and groggily, he sat up in bed, shaking his head as if it were filled with loose screws. After a moment's consideration, a sudden chill gripped him. He checked his side, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he confirmed he was not missing any parts. Noticing a slight pressure in his abdomen, he stumbled out of bed, navigating toward the bathroom based on his memory. However, halfway there, he tripped over something. Jack was sprawled out on the floor. After hastily addressing his physiological needs, Arthur gently nudged Jack with his foot. "Ask your friend how she is now." "Damn it, I can't remember a thing. That girl named V, with her exquisite and refined face, I hope nothing has happened to her." Perhaps it was the excitement of their reunion, but they had indeed indulged excessively the previous night. Drinking to the point of oblivion in this city, which was undeniably perilous, Jack, still dazed, fumbled with his communicator, nodded once, then hung up, looking at Arthur and saying, "She's fine. She brought us to your place." With that, Jack rose unsteadily and wobbled toward the bathroom, muttering, "Why smile while talking? Seriously." Arthur, standing nearby, suddenly felt an ominous sensation rising within him, eyeing the plan targeting the biotech alcohol factory. V was primarily responsible for providing a rough outline. The first step of this plan involved intercepting a large electromagnetic sphere point. 4 wireless power supply stations had been set up at the cardinal points around Night City, offering comprehensive wireless power services. This service was exorbitantly priced, with the cost of wireless electricity being nearly 1,000 times that of conventional power. Within this service, a crucial component was the electromagnetic amplifier, commonly referred to as the electromagnetic sphere. Utilizing this sphere, in conjunction with a sufficiently powerful discharge device, V could create an electromagnetic nuclear bomb capable of incapacitating the automatic defense systems of the alcohol factory for a time. At that point, once those pesky drones, turrets, and even auxiliary mechs and tanks were rendered inoperative, their operational resistance would be significantly diminished. Chapter 40. Personnel. The plan seemed feasible, yet it required swift execution. Although electromagnetic pulse weapons were advanced, they were by no means secret. These weapons were under strict regulation by major corporations, and the defensive measures against them were prohibitively expensive, resulting in many older bases lacking such defensive attributes. The alcohol factory happened to be one of these types. They had resolved to steal a vehicle the next day and, on the subsequent night, directly assault the farm once the electromagnetic sphere was in place. Today was reserved for Arthur and Jack to scout for teammates. Arthur decided to enlist David. The guy was equipped with a cybernetic arm, so self-preservation would not be an issue, and this job might very well lead to a way to save his mother. Thus he had to be included. As for the other members of the team, they were best left out of the equation. This endeavor involved corporate rivalries, and while Arthur was willing to trust David, he remained hesitant about the others. He had the courage to extend trust to others, but he had not lived his previous life in vain. From his recent interactions, he could keenly sense the underlying tensions within the team. At least, the 2 female hackers seemed out of place within the group. On another note, should he involve that girl named Rebecca? Perhaps not. It wasn't due to distrust, but rather the concern that her unpredictable nature could stir trouble. Arthur and Jack made their way to Old Ways Clinic, which they had effectively turned into their operational base, after contacting David to inform him of a potential lead to save his mother. He arrived post-haste. With a loud crash, a yellow figure burst through the clinic's door. "David, I really need to reconsider bringing you along. You seem rather unstable." Witnessing this scene, Arthur furrowed his brow deeply. A person prone to losing their composure was ill-suited for life-and-death battles. If fighting entailed recklessly charging forward, such a person would not survive long and would endanger those around them. It appeared that the man team had a similar issue. Rebecca, David, Pilar, and even that woman named Dorio. Did everyone in a team unconsciously gravitate towards the leader? Reflecting on his own leader, that deeply inscrutable madman, Arthur quickly dismissed this notion. Noticing Arthur's discontent, David promptly stood still, and at that moment, another figure slowly entered the clinic. Arthur's frown deepened. He had previously warned David not to divulge this matter to others. No, Lucy was on my mind. I didn't intend to, David stammered, catching Lucy's cold gaze, causing him to shiver and quickly amend. I didn't mean to keep it from her. Don't worry. She is the most important person to me. She wouldn't harm me. David. Arthur gazed intently at Lucy, instinctively thinking, she is merely your most important person. With a sigh, Arthur decided not to press the matter further, nor did he wish to put that slender girl in an awkward position. However, he resolved to discuss certain aspects of the mission with them at a later time. The operation was tentatively scheduled for the night after tomorrow. They should arrive at Old Ways beforehand. Over the next few days, they needed to adjust their states, especially you, David. The battlefield is not a place for shouting the loudest or zoning out the longest. After relaying this information to David, Arthur retrieved the Achilles, which Regina had provided him. He needed to familiarize himself with this weapon to avoid faltering at a critical moment. The gun felt heavy in his hands. Its dark golden finish gleaming. The dual electromagnetic energy rails would close tightly against the body of the gun when charging. The magazine was situated above the stock at the rear of the weapon. The magazine resembled a long, narrow battery. Inserted vertically into a groove beneath the cover, a rotating mechanism would arrange the bullets in a specific order. Each activation would discharge 6 rounds simultaneously if fired without charging. The bullets would spread somewhat, and their power would be diminished, but once charged, the 6 bullets would coalesce into a tightly grouped trajectory, significantly enhancing their penetration and power, just as Arthur was contemplating the rifle in his hands. Rebecca, sporting 2 braids, bounced into the room. Hey, is there a commission? Arthur looked at the girl with a hint of resignation. How did you know I was at Old Ways? That rascal David wouldn't he have blabbed? Would he? Old Way, busy repairing a prosthetic, looked up and chuckled. This little girl comes here to wait for you whenever she has a moment. With a puzzled expression, Arthur regarded Rebecca. Do you need something from me? You have my contact. Why not reach out directly? Yet Rebecca showed no inclination to explain, her round eyes fixed intently on Arthur. I asked their mission. I want to join. All right. Arthur waved his hand. If you wish to see for yourself. Come here the night after tomorrow and wait for me. But you must listen to me then. Otherwise, I'll just drop you off somewhere. Last time, Rebecca had been quite compliant, so bringing her along should pose no issue. The following midday, Arthur and Jack received an invitation from V, who claimed she had prepared something special. The Wasteland had arranged for her to reside in a luxurious apartment in the North Oak district of Westbrook. Arguably the most opulent locale in Night City, if not all of America. The 2-story apartment boasted an exterior view comparable to half a football field, with a sprawling azure swimming pool. Below, layers of oak treetops swayed gently in the wind. Resembling waves of emerald green. V, dressed in oversized loungewear, greeted Arthur and Jack with a knowing smile, observing their somewhat rustic demeanor. However, the duo was not entirely dazzled by the extravagance and soon approached V. Sister, this house is indeed quite splendid. Yet if you are merely being manipulated by the company for its sake, I unequivocally cannot endorse that, with an imperceptible swipe at the corner of his mouth. Jack spoke earnestly. V disregarded Jack, bending down to retrieve 2 silver cases from the cabinet, which she placed upon the table. Patting them, she smiled at Arthur and said, if that fellow Lonnie has a particularly close relationship with you, it wouldn't hurt to have one more person on board. Arthur gazed at V in confusion, perplexed as to how she had come to know that name. Pointing at Arthur, V suddenly burst into laughter. When you left, you were clutching that Liz bar waitress, attempting to bring the girl home, all the while shouting Lonnie's name. As she spoke, V appeared to be laughing so hard that her stomach hurt. One hand pressed against her abdomen, while the other pounded the table vigorously. Is that really true? Arthur scratched his head. Feeling exasperated, he glared at V, who was doubled over in laughter, and gritted his teeth, saying, if you're going to vomit, do it in the restroom. He detested individuals who could retain memories even when inebriated. All right. V took a few deep breaths before regaining her composure. Come and see the delightful items I have prepared for our feast." With that, she beamed as she opened the case. A chilly white mist dissipated. The contents of the case came into view. 2 large pieces of marbled meat. Discussing the issue of synthetic food requires delving into the very roots of the energy crisis. While Pure 2 is considered a clean energy source and has alleviated humanity's energy woes, its production necessitates the use of vast tracts of arable land, consuming nearly 90% of all agricultural resources. Naturally, this left little room for real food, thus ushering in a prosperous era of synthetic food. Ironically, the largest producer of artificial food is Whole Foods Processing, a subsidiary of biotechnology. Consequently, natural food has nearly vanished among the lower classes, forcing people to consume unpalatable sustenance while being nauseated daily by so-called experts proclaiming that artificial food is healthier. Gazing at the items before him, Arthur realized that one could not simply obtain such exquisite natural beef by mere desire. "Sister," Jack remarked, giving V a thumbs up, "even if this is a last meal, it's worth it." Arthur kicked Jack in annoyance, unsure of what to say. This guy, willing to utter such nonsense just for a bite to eat, until he picked up a knife and fork, placing a small piece of aromatic beef into his mouth. Savoring the explosion of flavors released by the cumin, he experienced the firm texture of the natural meat fibers. Arthur closed his eyes in enjoyment. Damn it, if it's a last meal, so be it. Saying it a few times doesn't matter. After all, it's fake. But the beef is real. Chapter 41. Leaving the city after a hearty lunch. Savoring the lingering flavors of meat, Arthur deeply appreciated the beauty of life. The 2 cases of natural beef were entirely consumed, and Jack even stared longingly at Vita. "You don't think I have too much, do you? It's already a miraculous feat to have a single feather drop from that iron rooster." Arthur stretched lazily, aware that their next task was to seize an electromagnetic sphere, leaving the intelligence aspects to V, the head of their clandestine operations. "All 4 wireless power plants are constructed and wholly controlled by the Night Group. We best avoid crossing them." The Night Group, a colossal enterprise hidden behind the Night City, essentially manages all infrastructure construction within it: roads, power grids, and rail transit. It always occupies the most inconspicuous yet indispensable locations in the city. IT is the foundation of Night City, though its influence has waned in recent years due to military technology and the clandestine operations. Yet its impact still permeates every corner of the city. "IT seems you have a good plan," Jack remarked, sprawled on the sofa. "Indeed, the lifespan of electromagnetic spheres is quite short. They are airlifted from outside Night City almost every month. They are loaded onto trucks sent from the aerial dispatch center to the power plants. Will strike during this brief segment of the journey. At that moment, V donned a black combat suit made from a special blended fabric that appeared rather coarse. Her dark hair was pulled back into a high ponytail, with several firearms strapped to her. "Let us go. We'll take action in the wasteland. And the quieter we are, the better." In the underground parking lot of a luxury apartment complex, transformed into a series of miniature garages, V opened the garage door and immediately spotted her old companion parked inside. Like Jack, V had a fondness for motorcycles, so she had asked Arthur to arrive in a regular vehicle. After all, being fully armed while riding a motorcycle would be rather conspicuous. "Where on earth did you find this antique?" Tugging at the car door and listening to the clanging sound, V hesitated. Jack shrugged and opened the driver's side door, explaining, "This is something Arthur salvaged from a junkyard that, if judged solely by its price, this car is still quite beautiful." Arthur squeezed past V, who was standing by the rear door, pulled down the window, grasped the inner handle, and yanked open the sliding rear door. Turning sideways, he gestured for V to get in, adding, "Please, hop in, madam. You might want to have a bit more faith in my old companion. It has never let me down." Once V was seated, Arthur slammed the door shut, only to find it wouldn't lock as expected. After several unsuccessful attempts, he finally gave up on locking it from the outside. Kicking the door in frustration, Arthur turned to V, who was seated inside. "It seems you'll have to try from the inside, madam," with a sound reminiscent of an elderly man clearing his throat. The vehicle slowly emerged from the garage, driving through the bustling streets of Westbrook. Arthur's vehicle towered above the roaring lake. Soared beside it. From the back seat, V retrieved a red oil paper and handed it to Arthur, who was seated in the passenger seat. "This is the customs declaration needed when passing through the border checkpoint. Just play it cool." Taking the red document from V, Arthur was baffled as he flipped it over in his hands. "What is this?" Jack, glancing at the road ahead, chimed in. "It's proof for leaving Night City. The officers there will inspect incoming and outgoing vehicles to prevent the flow of stolen goods. Scan it, and once it's done, just get out of the car. That should be about it. I'm not entirely sure, Davi, reclining in the back, scoffed. That document carries the stamp of the Anti-Intelligence Division. Don't even think they let us out of the car. They do need a lot of guts to even shine that scanning light. Those guys are only in it for the kickbacks. When trouble arises, they run faster than rabbits. Well, that sounds rather imposing. Jack replied with a chuckle. As the road grew increasingly remote, they approached the border checkpoint. Heavy concrete barriers divided the road into nearly 10 passageways, with a tall concrete wall extending from the checkpoint to the horizon. At that moment, a half-height concrete wall stood before the vehicle, adorned with diagonal yellow and black stripes. Jack maneuvered the vehicle to a stop in front of the low wall. Soon, a voice announced over the intercom, and the wall began to lower gradually. Please proceed your vehicle to the inspection area. Observing the armed soldiers stationed by the roadside, Jack muttered, "Looks rather official, doesn't he?" He then drove the clunky vehicle to the center of the low wall. A soldier wearing red goggles approached the passenger door and knocked on the side window. When Arthur rolled down the window, the soldier leaned in closer, handing over a document. Arthur spoke solemnly, "Buddy, we're in a hurry. If we upset someone important, no one will get out of this." Initially indifferent to Arthur's words, the soldier's demeanor shifted upon seeing the color of the document, and he hurriedly dashed off to the nearby duty room. Amused by the scene, Arthur remarked, "Look at this gentleman's expression. It's all about his livelihood. Even if he has to sprint inside on 4 legs, I wouldn't mock him." The low wall descended quickly, and before the soldier even returned, the road ahead was cleared. As the wall fully lowered, the soldier breathlessly approached the window. "Gentlemen, swallowing hard, he continued, "I wish you all the best." After retrieving the report, the trio continued their journey. "I have a stronghold in the wasteland, where there are high-performance motorcycles we might need." As they left the city, it felt as though they had completely entered another realm. The coarse yellow sand pelted against the glass. Surrounding them was a vast expanse devoid of even a single blade of grass, resembling a bald head shaved down to the roots. Occasionally, they spotted a few clusters of dilapidated houses, their walls crumbling beyond recognition. Likely abandoned. Following V's directions, the vehicle sped along the road, making a few simple turns until they reached their destination. It was another ruin, showing no signs of recent activity. They wound their way into an abandoned courtyard. "Let us go, retrieve the bikes, and then we'll set up an ambush." V nonchalantly swung open the car door and strode toward the ruins ahead. Observing this, Arthur paused for a moment before not directly following. He turned back, reaching over the seat to pull the rear door shut before finally catching up with her. The room lay abandoned, the staircase narrow, descending until the light source nearly vanished before halting. Upon the mottled brick wall, a panel was discovered, which V manipulated for a moment. Suddenly, a deep azure glow erupted unexpectedly, ultimately forming a door of standard dimensions. Inside, there were 3 vehicles. Each of you may select one, and we shall set forth immediately. This stronghold is rather cramped, rectangular in shape, with medical instruments hanging from one wall and various ammunition boxes stacked on the floor nearby, but on the opposite side. 3 half-height wooden crates stood neatly aligned, presumably containing the motorcycles V mentioned. "That I shall simply take my motorcycle," Arthur stated in a monotonous tone. It was absurd to think he could comprehend the intricacies of a 2-wheeled machine when he struggled with even a 4-wheeled vehicle. While some small carts only had 2 wheels, they were side by side. "Don't be foolish, Arthur. Your clunker cannot match the target's speed." After 2 days of interaction, V and Arthur had clearly grown more acquainted, their conversations becoming increasingly forthright. Jack, on the other hand, remained silent, merely observing Arthur with a broad smile. Ignoring Jack, Arthur lowered his head in contemplation, kicking at the dust by his feet. "Since we know the route of that vehicle, I will position myself ahead to intercept it, to prevent any complications later." He rested one hand on his belt before the abdomen, leaning casually against the doorframe of the stronghold, showing no intention of entering. Chapter 42. The Heist. In summary, he could not ride a motorcycle. Observing the peculiar expression on V's face, Jack finally could not contain his words, chuckling as he explained. "Say what you will," Arthur replied noncommittally, remaining still as he quietly watched the 2 pry open the wooden crates. "Wow, Apollo, the Dirt Knight. I had my suspicions all along." As the lid was lifted, Jack marveled at the contents within. The motorcycle was constructed entirely of a metallic frame. Its enormous engine crammed in the front, exuding a raw aesthetic of violence. The paint was a simple earth tone, and the tires were densely adorned with thumb-sized square particles, evidently designed for the harsh terrain. Watching the two extract the motorcycle completely, Arthur clapped his hands and rose from the doorframe. Now that we are prepared, brothers, let us retrieve that damned sphere. However, you should wait for your old friend, as my old John is rather sluggish. Across the wasteland, amidst the vast expanse of the desolate battlefield, flying debris formed a conical yellow curtain behind the roar of the engines of the three vehicles. Leading the way were two earth-toned Apollos, with the riders hunched low to avoid being disfigured by the onslaught of sand. Behind them, Arthur's old companion was howling hysterically, akin to an asthmatic marathon runner. Beneath the half-shattered windshield of the Abro, Jack leaned sideways, loudly addressing V on the other side. "Hey, V, what do you think of my brother?" V, donning a pair of round sunglasses with the lower half of her face obscured by a black windscreen, chuckled softly, shaking her head at Jack's teasing. "Well, his drinking habits leave much to be desired. Beyond that, I haven't noticed anything else yet. You must tell me about the events of the previous night." "He never consumed that much," Jack inquired, somewhat sheepishly. "Haha, are you referring to the incident where you both slapped each other, or when you danced the can-can with your arms around each other's shoulders? Oh, or perhaps when you toppled everyone's super dream headbands in search of Lenny. Those individuals had been enjoying themselves until they caught sight of your expressions. Haha, their faces turned purple, as if they had seen a ghost. I shall never forget it. But on another note, who is Lenny?" These words sent a shiver down Jack's spine, as he found it hard to imagine the scenario at the Liz bar in the future. "You must be joking. Besides, I don't know any Lenny." "Ugh," Jack exclaimed, his mouth agape in excitement, swallowing a mouthful of sand. Meanwhile, Arthur drove alone, finding it quite pleasant in this place. No need to worry about the steering wheel. Just pressing the accelerator sufficed. They soon arrived at the predetermined ambush site, a road partially buried in sand coming into view. The road curved around a massive rocky hill, with a bottomless chasm visible over 1,000 meters away. Upon disembarking, Arthur immediately spotted the mud on Jack's face. "See? This is why I drive." Realizing Jack's odd expression, Arthur looked at him quizzically. "What's the matter, my brother? Are you choking on dirt?" Jack ultimately suppressed the urge to reveal everything. A testament to his gentleness. Sometimes, being blissfully unaware of one's own embarrassment is akin to never having been embarrassed at all. Dancers, we need to stash the goods first, V remarked, stifling a laugh. Had it not been for the windscreen covering her face, Arthur would have undoubtedly perceived something amiss. Utilizing the nearby hill for cover, the trio concealed the vehicles behind it. The road curved around the hill, forming a less than straight L pointing towards the approaching road below. V said, "The truck transporting the electromagnetic sphere will arrive around 10 o'clock. It's a heavy-duty truck, and the height of the cab door should exceed 2 meters. At that time, we will ride alongside it, attempting to board. Arthur, you will go ahead and see if you can deal with the troubles inside the cab." Rubbing his chin, Arthur gazed downwards. My effective shooting range is approximately between 1,000 to 300 meters. If the truck is moving swiftly, the time frame will not be lengthy. You must be mindful of that. Upon hearing Arthur's words, V's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't that she doubted the brevity of time he mentioned, but rather the broad shooting range described made her somewhat uneasy. "Are you confident? We can fine-tune our plan further, da." Arthur flicked his right hand dismissively, his hoarse voice tinged with a slight nasal tone. "Little lady, what exactly are you implying? I am not a mere child hunting rabbits in the wilderness. All right then, I shall play the role of the little lady before the target. Let us hope my head does not end up with a hole in it." V retorted fiercely. "Hey, you two. I believe we seem to have overlooked something. For instance, a hacker capable of severing the transporter's external communications. After all, it would be best if news of the electromagnetic sphere's heist did not leak out." Jack interjected with an innocent grin directed at both. "If there are no concrete facts, merely the loss of this critical component, an investigation protocol will be activated, and during that time, news will scarcely be disseminated. I am a hacker, don't you know?" Upon hearing Jack's words, V cast him a puzzled glance. "Huh, I had thought hackers typically kept a low profile." Shrugging, Jack wore an innocuous expression, just as Jack stated. "The slower the news spreads regarding this matter, the better. Furthermore, we must preserve the truck's fundamental functionalities. That electromagnetic sphere must weigh several hundred tons, which we cannot physically manage. After thoroughly discussing the details of their operation, the group settled in place, quietly awaiting the arrival of their target. As dusk descended, despite the wasteland being a desolate place, the night sky was remarkably bright. In the distance, towards the city of night, the vibrant lights were still visible. It is time for us to act. That truck is still over 40 kilometers away. V's sparkling eyes regained their composure, simultaneously rousing her two distracted companions. 40 kilometers on this open, straight wasteland road is a mere blink of an eye. According to plan, we shall split up. With that, she tapped her temple. Keep the communication channels open. Arthur departed towards the front, tasked with blocking the way and ideally resolving any issues within the driver's cabin. Meanwhile, V and Jack would scale the side and take control of the truck. Riding their motorcycles, the two refrained from turning on their headlights. The later they revealed themselves, the less reaction time the transporters within the truck would have. Naturally to their advantage, in less than 10 minutes of racing towards the truck's approach, the ground began to tremble beneath them. In the distance, two beams of light, akin to searchlights, appeared at the end of the road. The truck loomed ahead, resembling a low-rise building racing down the road, its enormous windshield akin to a bay window, with two adult-length wipers slanted above. Its front was marked by an protruding bumper, its menacing appearance resembling a giant's uneven black fangs, ripping through the swirling dust in a frenzy powered by its colossal engine's roar. This was a behemoth from the Caucasus group, a creation only those in the Russian Federation, whose minds were filled with muscle and vodka, could conceive. V and Jack skillfully evaded the truck's headlights, trailing behind at a distance, even maintaining a gap of over 100 meters. But still finding themselves coated in dust from the massive clouds it kicked up. Within the communication channel, V's voice rang out urgently. We are 27 kilometers from the ambush point. I need to lock onto the entry point for those two ahead and implant the puppet. Jack, we should have about 8 kilometers of distance to scale up. The dust and the roaring of the approaching beast completely drowned out any verbal communication between the two. They could only lie flat on their bikes, conversing through their communication channels. They had advanced the ambush location slightly, ensuring enough distance to decelerate and prevent careening off the cliff ahead. V. Focus on your task. 8 kilometers will suffice. The body lay prostrate on the motorcycle, as V's eyes were ablaze with a torrent of data, while the ground beneath her feet seemed to retreat at an accelerated pace. The black braid, dancing in the wind, was propelled by a speed exceeding 170 kilometers per hour. Swirling behind V's head. Chapter 43. The Highway Chase. The front wheel of the motorcycle crushed the road, obscured by malevolent soil, sending gravel ricocheting against Apollo's exposed engine with a relentless crackling sound. V was hunched over the bike, arms extended forward. Despite the sand scarf wrapped around her face, the flying debris stung painfully. The subtle vibrations of the engine disrupted her focus, yet the howling wind, whipped up by their velocity, was the only element aiding her hacking efforts, whisking away the heat generated by her network interface. The motorcycle growled ominously, the distance ahead diminishing rapidly like a child's fireworks display. In the digital realm, V's vision wavered, teetering on the brink of shattering. As the memory chips of the magic doll were activated, she emerged from her digital immersion, akin to a diver surfacing for air. Relinquishing control of the network interface, the infiltration with the magic doll was indeed swift, provided the target was clear and not wary of detection. Given their current predicament, they were left with no choice but to expend additional time. Jack, prepare to close in. We're moving up. V's voice resonated over the communication channel, shattering the previously heavy atmosphere. Well done, he gained 3 kilometers, Jack replied, allowing the tension in his chest to ease. V had been advancing almost unconsciously, leaving him little room for worry. As they lowered their wrists, Apollo's massive engine emitted a deeper, more resonant growl, steadily approaching the colossal behemoth ahead, like a mouse daringly provoking an elephant. An intensified sense of pressure enveloped them as they drew closer. The tires, towering above their heads, spun beside them, creating a low-pressure zone that threatened to suck them beneath the vehicle. The wheel nuts on this monstrous chassis had melded into a singular entity, resembling a grinding stone ready to devour flesh and bone. The duo had to grip the handlebars tightly to counteract this lethal pull. Go ahead, Jack. I'll take the lead. As they aligned parallel to the truck, they formed a front and rear formation, providing a more stable airflow for the trailing vehicle, yielding some effect. Above the front wheel was a spacious footboard, designed for accessing the cockpit, which now served as V's foothold. Battling the sandstorm and striving to steady the increasingly violent vibrations of the motorcycle, V abruptly released the handlebars, twisting her body to firmly grasp a rung. The motorcycle continued its forward momentum. But without human control, it risked spiraling out of control at such high speed. The wind, laden with gravel, slammed against V's upright form, its shrill howls akin to demons shrieking in her ears, sensing the motorcycle's erratic swaying intensifying beneath her. V hesitated no longer. With a surge of strength in her arms, she propelled herself upward as the motorcycle fell, leaving the swaying beast to tumble into the tires of the trailing vehicle. A piercing metallic screech erupted, Apollo's sturdy frame collapsing like a fragile toy, turning into a heap of scrap in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, it detonated, while the truck barreled forth, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Although the truck remained intact, its driver was gripped by astonishment at the sudden upheaval. This transport mission had been clandestine, with minimal security personnel deployed. He hastily reached out for assistance, only to find that his network had been compromised by hackers. Damn it, he slammed his massive steering wheel, suppressing his rising panic. Instead of decelerating, he pressed the accelerator further, reasoning that slowing down would make it easier for the assailants to seize control, while speeding up would limit his ability to maneuver drastically. This reckless decision created significant complications for V, who was clinging to the motorcycle as the wind intensified with the increased speed. Below, Jack maneuvered the motorcycle to the designated position, preparing to ascend. Just as he firmly grasped the footboard, the truck veered sharply towards them, causing Jack's Apollo to lose control. Witnessing Jack's legs poised to follow the path of the out-of-control motorcycle sent a jolt of urgency through V. Without a moment's hesitation, she glanced at the sandy ground beside the road, gripped the footboard above her head, and delivered a powerful kick to Jack's chest. Jack, quick to react, recognized the impending danger and rolled towards the relatively softer sand. Shielding his head with his arms as he tumbled into a cloud of dust. In the next moment, the motorcycle he had been riding erupted in a deafening explosion. Damn it, V muttered under her breath. The recent maneuver nearly dislodging her. Gripping tightly, she struggled to maintain her balance. The wind lifted her body from the motorcycle. With a final, desperate effort, she managed to cling back onto the bike, her arms weary and nearly limp. Ahead, Arthur had halted the vehicle roadside, gazing into the encroaching darkness. The swirling sands at his feet reminded him of the west, though there, the sands propelled desiccated tumbleweeds. In the distant shadows, a faint white light emerged. With great difficulty, V crawled closer to the window, retrieving her pistol from her waist. Aiming at a corner of the truck's window, she tilted the barrel slightly upward and squeezed the trigger, although the gunfire was drowned out by the howling winds. The side window erupted into a web of cracks after the flash of fire. After smashing the window with the gunstock, a dark barrel emerged from the cockpit, aimed at V. Up before Arthur, that white loomed like a meteor hurtling towards him, rapidly enlarging in his sight, crashing down upon him. Adjusting his gambler's hat, he fixed his gaze on the roaring truck. This was far larger than a train, feeling the fierce wind battering against him and the vibrations beneath his feet. Arthur positioned himself in the center of the road, slightly sidestepping, as he unholstered Achilles from his back, angling it before him. His right shoulder dipped slightly, as the light swept over the mountainside and the brim of his hat, casting a long, dark shadow behind him. Gauging the distance, Arthur squinted slightly, the electromagnetic charging tracks on either side of Achilles sealing tightly, the gun vibrating gently, emitting a low hum. V ducked to evade the barrel of the gun before her. But the gun's owner clearly had no intention of letting her escape easily. The weapon was lowered, poised to fire. Struggling against the wind, V found herself with few options for evasion. And just as she prepared to abandon her position and leap from the vehicle, a resounding hum pierced the air. A small hexagonal hole appeared in the truck's windshield, the edges of the burned glass emitting wisps of white smoke. V. I've taken out the driver. Arthur's voice crackled over the communication channel. Well done, Arthur. You're a sharpshooter. With V nimbly diving into the cockpit, the truck was now only about 500 meters from Arthur, with 3 seconds to spare, yet he remained unhurried. V immediately grasped the steering wheel, seemingly unconcerned about the presence of any adversaries within. However, this oversight allowed a hidden figure behind the driver's seat to slowly aim their weapon at her. At that moment, Arthur had no time to fire again. His thoughts raced as he leapt sideways in midair. Achilles ceased its trembling, indicating it had fully charged. With a sideways position, Arthur took aim, firing the bullet. The sound of the gun was peculiar, but Arthur quickly grew fond of its muted thud. He crashed heavily to the sandy ground. As he beheld the lingering smoke from the bullet hole, a cold sweat broke out on V's forehead. She watched as Arthur shot, witnessing the shot that barely grazed the target. Realizing someone aboard the vehicle was mentally unhinged, V swallowed hard. Damn it, there was a lunatic on this truck. It was common knowledge that nearly everyone in society had their brains connected to the internet. A necessity since birth, and one of the few free offerings in Night City. Just moments ago, V had found only a single network interface in the vehicle, instinctively assuming there was only one occupant, leading to this oversight. Now, she needed to find a way to decelerate. Chapter 44. The conclusion and modification. V slammed down on the brake with all her might. But strangely, the behemoth showed little response. Steeling herself, V scanned her surroundings and noticed something unusual about the driver's lifeless body. A data transmission line was quietly connected to the truck's control panel from the wrist of the slumped figure. Damn, she cursed under her breath, throwing the corpse from the driver's seat out of the window. Linking to the truck, she quickly navigated through the system, identifying the problem. That bastard had severed the operating system before dying. It would take her a minute to unlock it. This is infuriating. She vented her frustration by pounding the control panel, but ultimately submitted to unlocking the system. As she delved deeper into the cod, Arthur, having twisted his shoulder and dropped it to the ground, bent down to retrieve his hat before climbing into his dilapidated vehicle. V successfully unlocked the broken lock. The menacing cliff loomed ahead, and she gritted her teeth, pressing the brake with all her might. However, the weight of the truck, compounded by the heavy electromagnetic sphere it carried, rendered it nearly uncontrollable on the treacherous sandy terrain. Drastically diminishing tire traction, staring into the widening abyss, V bit down on her silver teeth, nearly embedding the brake pedal into the floor. Arthur's vintage car chased the rolling clouds of dust ahead, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other extended out the window to shake off the freshly settled sand. None of the truck's wheels showed signs of movement, yet it continued to slide uncontrollably towards the canyon ahead. V shouted frantically through the communication channel, "This damn wreck can't stop." "Hold on, my dear, your underestimated old friend is here to assist," Arthur replied, flooring the accelerator. The engine of his vintage car emitted a wheezing and coughing sound, akin to a dying beast gasping for breath in its final moments, responding to its master's call. Leaving a cloud of dust in its wake, the vintage car at last surged ahead of the colossal truck. With a sharp turn of the steering wheel, Arthur pulled the handbrake, drawing a graceful arc of dust across the parched earth as he sped towards the truck's front, without a moment's hesitation. He flung open the car door and leapt out. The engine of the vintage car belched out plumes of black smoke, and the driver's door flapped in the wind like a valiant warrior bidding farewell to his comrades. Plunging headlong into the front wheel of the monstrous truck, it lodged beneath the beast's bumper, creating a mound of earth, precariously stopping at the edge of the cliff. V, seated in the driver's cab, was thrown from her seat by inertia, barely managing to turn and brace herself against the impact. Fortunately, Arthur had previously shattered 2 holes in the glass, rendering it fragile and less harmful. V emerged with minimal injuries. Yet, mere inches from the cliff's edge, she was flung dangerously close to disaster. Had it not been for the ruggedness of the cliff, she might have met her end, rising for the second time from the cursed sands. Arthur wandered a short distance before reclaiming his half-buried hat. Dusting himself off, he approached the truck, only to see a delicate hand, gloved in black tactical fabric, reaching out from the cliff's edge. "Do you require assistance? I mean, are you all right, madam?" Arthur inquired as he leaned down, extending his hand to V. Grasping his hand, V effortlessly flipped herself up, collapsing against the cliffside, bursting into laughter that was exhilarating, to say the least. Beneath the moonlight, V casually tore off the windscreen cloth from her face, revealing a few disheveled strands of dark hair framing her alabaster profile. "I believe we ought to search for Jack. He has been absent for far too long." Glancing at the breathtaking scenery before them, Arthur extended his hand once more, helping V to her feet. Jack's last known location was several kilometers away, and they would need to navigate in that leaky truck to find him. V took the driver's seat, gripping the massive steering wheel with one hand while shifting gears with the other. With a deafening roar, the truck emerged from the half-buried pit. Inside the pit, Arthur's vintage car had nearly transformed into a pancake, retaining only a semblance of its original shape on the side farthest from the truck, now resembling a wedge lying on the ground. Arthur, seated in the passenger seat, removed his hat in tribute to the old vehicle. Under the dim glow of the truck's lone functioning headlight, Arthur and V soon located Jack. Sprawled in the sandy pit, Arthur jumped from the vehicle to assess Jack's condition, only to discover him blissfully asleep, likely dazed from the fall. After delivering a few playful kicks, Jack finally stirred. His gaze drifted past Arthur to the truck behind him, a grin spreading across his face. "Looks like you two worked well together," he remarked, winking at Arthur. Taking a deep breath, Arthur regarded the slumbering figure with exasperation. "If we don't leave soon, I'll leave you here on their return journey." V, the female driver, took the wheel while Arthur and Jack found a spot to rest. Today was merely an appetizer. Tomorrow's venture to the Chuntu farm would be the main course. Jostled awake by the truck's bumps, they finally arrived at their destination. Surrounding them were containers of similar size to the truck, neatly stacked, resembling iron walls imprisoning giants. Several powerful yellow floodlights illuminated the area, and a sturdy crane loomed overhead, designed for lifting containers. At that moment, V was darting across the open space, and with her deft maneuvers, she quickly released the massive iron sphere, measuring over 30 meters in diameter, from the back of the truck. Leaping from the vehicle, Jack approached the vast, unknown apparatus laid out before them and inquired, "What is this place? It looks rather impressive." Without looking back, V replied, "The docks of the barren coast." "Wait, is that the aircraft carrier that's been flaunting itself on television?" Jack exclaimed. "Indeed, it's anchored just outside," she confirmed, gesturing toward a nearby container. "Jack, fetch me a few A45 coupling wires." As Jack walked in the direction she pointed, he muttered, "Why the hell do we need such thick wires?" Standing aside, Arthur observed the two busy figures. Shrugging, to be honest, his highest skill was merely changing the wheels on a cart. Finding it all rather dull, he turned back to the truck. That a good nap was in order, though his slumber was not entirely restful. Arthur remained asleep until dawn. Upon waking, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The previously captured sphere had undergone a complete transformation. Thick black cables coiled around it like serpents, and an array of bizarre metallic devices of unknown function were all welded to its surface. Jumping down, he spotted V and Jack standing before a control panel, nodding in approval. "Excellent. It's connected. The power output meets our expectations. This is truly an electromagnetic bomb," V declared. Perhaps sensing the commotion behind her, V turned to see Arthur and remarked, "You, my friend, were in a deep slumber yesterday in their efforts to modify the electromagnetic amplifier. She and Jack had employed some incredibly noisy equipment. Yet somehow, they hadn't disturbed Arthur's rest. That's talent," Arthur mused. "Just how much talent do you possess?" Jack yawned widely and asked with a grin. "Me. Does drawing count?" V clapped her hands, drawing their attention. "All right, now that the bomb is ready, Jack and I are going to take a well-deserved break. Arthur, get your crew ready. We need to recharge and prepare for something big." Handing Arthur a black card, she added, "With this, the gate won't hinder you." Chapter 45. On the road, Jack summoned his Nazareth via neural link and departed, claiming he needed to find a place for a proper rest. The operation was set for that night, requiring everyone involved to conserve their energy. As for Arthur, he returned to Old Way's clinic, waiting for the little ones who would accompany them. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, V awakened from her slumber, and all the arrangements she had commanded were in place. Two colossal trucks, painted entirely black with a rectangular pattern of white lines resembling an envelope, awaited their command. This was a common tactic in corporate warfare, donning the guise of another to wreak havoc as if one were merely an innocent bystander. The choice of petrochemical was strategic, primarily due to their ongoing issues with the Chuntu factory. The former frequently seized upon the sales rights of Chuntu to create chaos, yet invariably left empty-handed. V planned to disguise her crew as petrochemical employees, directly entering through the front door to divert attention, while she and her mercenary team would infiltrate the Chuntu plantation with the electromagnetic bomb, carving a path before detonating it at the opportune moment. Back at Old Way's clinic, Arthur indulged in another brief nap. When he finally roused, he found himself face-to-face with the spirited Rebecca. "Honestly, I had hoped you'd keep your mouth shut, just like now. But then again, if you were quiet, I wouldn't get to see you." Rebecca perched on an empty table, swinging her legs, her wide eyes fixed on him. "You jerk, Arthur. Once your legs are broken, I'll make sure to seal that foul mouth of yours. By the way, where's your beloved John?" I haven't seen him around. Stretching as he got off the recliner, Arthur cracked his back before replying. Let us just say he departed heroically. What time is it now? 3 in the afternoon. Can we talk about what you've been hiding? With her hands clasped behind her head, Rebecca inquired. Trouble with biotechnology, though I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. Jack soon arrived, but preferred to remain upstairs. He had made great strides, often amusing Misty to laughter. Eventually, David and Lucy showed up, and the group piled into a Delamont taxi, heading off to rendezvous with Veep on the desolate shores of the wasteland. They passed through the gate inspection using the card provided by V, swiftly locating their destination according to her directions. Led by Arthur and Jack, the group of 5 soon spotted V. She still donned the same attire as the previous day. Yet the disarray from the end of that journey had completely vanished, restoring her vibrant demeanor. Upon seeing the newcomers, V waved at a nearby truck, which promptly set off. Everyone, we must depart quickly. The distance to the Chun-Tu farm is not insignificant. V's movements were efficient and succinct as she gestured toward the truck and then to a car parked behind it. Now, let us be on our way. Across the barren landscape, the sun hung low in the west, piercing through the clouds and casting a fiery hue upon the sands of the wasteland. 2 massive trucks forged ahead, the convoy racing forward in a triangular formation, the rising dust a brilliant red. In the left truck, V gripped the enormous steering wheel, her expression concealed behind oversized sunglasses. You seem quite fond of driving these behemoths, remarked Arthur, who reclined against the vast window, the rearview mirror swaying with the truck's jolts. Without hesitation, V had taken the driver's seat when selecting their vehicle. The view and space are expansive, and it does provide a sense of security, does it not? Rebecca was crouched behind the truck's seat, her red eyes fixated on the unforgiving terrain ahead. It seemed she had never left Night City since her birth. Behind the 2 trucks, Jack maneuvered a vehicle through the wasteland, closely trailing them. The remaining 2 sat in the back, Lucy's hair dancing gently around her neck as she gazed out at the yellow sands, her voice dripping with coldness. Is that woman affiliated with the Arachaba group? Jack, smiling in response, replied, Indeed, she is my friend. I have introduced her to you before. So, our current assignment is backed by the Arachaba group. Lucy's demeanor shifted noticeably at the mention of the company's name. Though her gaze remained fixed outside, unnoticed by others, sort of, but we are not complicit in any wrongdoing. As far as we know, that biotechnological stronghold has been clandestinely conducting human experiments. Jack, is there truly a method to heal my mother? David, restless, fixed his intense gaze upon Jack. Stay optimistic, my child. Everyone will wish you well. The world is not as absolute as it seems, nor is it entirely bleak. As the crimson of the world faded completely, the cold moonlight enveloped the desert. This moment, the convoy arrived at its destination. Beyond the yellow sands, a dark green line emerged at the edge of the world, the corporate propaganda of the biotechnological enterprise. A grand and noble goal had always been espoused. Their vision claimed to restore the ecology ravaged by war. The scene before them appeared to validate this assertion. It was known that, throughout the past conflicts, Night City had been a focal point of attention. As one of North America's premier ports, it had always served as a gateway to the Americas, a coveted prize for many, precisely because of this. While it garnered advancements and favor, it also attracted war and conspiracy. Outside Night City, the vast expanse of wasteland bore the scars of conflict. On the soil of the wasteland, where nothing should thrive, lay a verdant field of Chun-Tu wheat, a marvel crafted by biotechnology. The towering wheat stood at an impressive 4 to 5 meters high, resembling clusters of dense trees, far surpassing the stunted varieties produced by Pejua Petrochemicals. The biotechnological faction's success undoubtedly irked Pejua. Observing the scene, V's voice carried a hint of amusement. Within the expansive wheat field, a broad, black asphalt road extended deep into its heart. This field spanned thousands of acres. Still distant from the Chun-Tu processing facility, attention a truck, proceed along the road. The dozen or so individuals were mere tools, assassins groomed by the Arachaba Counterintelligence Department. After issuing this directive, V promptly expelled this contingent from the communication network, erasing all traces of their existence. This strategic move was executed with ease, as she had no intention of investing further thought into it. She drove the truck. V turned the front of the vehicle 90 degrees. Beginning to navigate alongside the edge of the Chun-Tu wheat field, the group planned to enter the field directly, despite the towering wheat standing over 4 meters high beneath the tires of the massive truck. It was merely slightly elevated grass, With a slight increase in power, the truck's front bumper flattened the wheat before them, creating a broad passageway. Jack followed closely behind in his vehicle. The tips of the wheat crackled against the truck's front, juices splattering against the windshield, which V wiped clean with the large wipers. Jack, in the rear, experienced a heart-pounding ride as the rebounding wheat struck the underside of his vehicle, producing an incessant clattering sound. In the moonlit, dark green wheat field, the large and small vehicles swiftly traversed, leaving a straight path in their wake. The diminishing convoy gradually approached the Chun 2 processing facility. From a distance, Arthur noticed something lurking within the darkness of the sky ahead. The built-in Chaluzi plug-in in his eye rotated slightly, allowing him to discern the objects ahead. 3 diminutive devices adorned with pairs of slanted wings. V, look over there. Arthur pointed towards the devices. Addressing V. They are military-grade pterosaurs. It seems we need to accelerate. Chapter 46. Electromagnetic surge. Listening to the gravity in V's tone, Arthur retrieved Achilles from beside his seat. Should we take them down? Then you better steady your aim. V smirked, shifting the gear lever upward before slamming down on the accelerator. Power surged like wildfire from the engine beneath, the Chun 2 in the coupling pipe gushing forth with urgency. And Arthur could almost hear the resounding thud of the pistons striking the cylinder walls. Achilles in his grasp closed, vibrating slightly with the buzzing of electricity as he extended the gun barrel through the already open side window. Amidst the uniform wheat, a flash of blue fire flickered like stars that eye in the distance. Clusters of sparks erupted in the darkness, plummeting into the wheat below. The 3 drones were obliterated within the span of 3 electromagnetic charges. Alas, Arthur, your marksmanship is truly remarkable, V praised, glancing over as she pressed the gas pedal of the colossal vehicle. Ma'am, it appears the drones are converging, Rebecca reminded from the back. Not to worry, little one. We have arrived. Ahead, a towering wall loomed, nearly level with the truck. Witnessing this, V hesitated not a moment before flooring the gas pedal. Her long black braid swayed slightly as she flashed a confident smile. Arthur instinctively grasped the handle beside him. Boom! The wall collapsed instantly upon impact with the truck, debris and steel raining down like an avalanche upon the front of the vehicle, scraping and crashing against it. Amidst the cacophony, the windshield and protective panels shielded them from harm. It appeared V had prepared in advance. Had this been the previous truck, they might have perished beneath the rubble. The sudden jolt sent Arthur lunging forward, but he managed to brace himself with his arm, catching Rebecca, who was about to be thrown forward. After breaking through the wall, the truck pushed through the rubble, gradually coming to a stop after traveling a short distance. As the dust settled, Rebecca, with her arms wrapped around her head and eyes shut, slowly opened her eyes to the glass mere inches from her face. With an annoyed pout, she glanced at V, who had been the cause of her predicament. You reckless woman, why did you not warn others while driving like that? Little sister, you ought to call me big sister, V retorted, slinging the rifle over her shoulder as she exited the truck. Let me down, you jerk, Arthur, Rebecca exclaimed, realizing she was being held aloft by him, flailing her short arms. The group following closely behind the truck entered the factory through the breach created. Upon disembarking, Arthur immediately surveyed his surroundings. The so-called factory was vast, surrounded by ample open space. In the distance, he spotted several enormous round fermentation tanks, nearly identical to those he had seen in the Northern Industrial District but seemingly larger. Hey, Arthur. V approached from the opposite side of the truck, patting his arm. Cover me, I'm going to activate our secret weapon. I heard that. Shifting his gaze towards the wall, he noted several drones approaching the gap. Meanwhile, Rebecca was still stuck on the truck's ladder. Arthur glanced up to see her short legs searching for Arthur, set Rebecca down from his arms onto the ground, and said with irritation, I could probably apply to be a kindergarten teacher, just as a drawing instructor. You jerk, Arthur. I'm nearly 20, Rebecca exclaimed angrily, stamping her foot and marching towards the front of the vehicle with her gun raised. At the rear, Jack and the others were engaged in fierce gunfire with the incoming drones. These small machines wielded surprisingly formidable firepower, turning their recently driven off-road vehicle into a sieve. Lucy was crouched behind the car when a pterosaur, taking cover, locked its gun onto her. Arthur raised his weapon and swiftly shot the drone down. Get behind me. Use the truck as cover. His hoarse voice reached Lucy's ears, prompting her to instinctively retreat. The cluster of electric energy bullets activated by Achilles proved effective against the drones, easily piercing through their defenses due to the heat energy enveloping them. Conversely, it seemed effective against anyone. That rascal David, with the help of Stanislaus, managed to hold his own against these somewhat clumsy drones. Yet, the pressure they faced showed no signs of alleviating. An increasing swarm of drones approached from all directions, their activated bullets nearly painting the sky red. "Hey!" Rebecca's voice echoed from the front of the truck. "A vehicle is coming from that direction. Move quickly." Behind them, the drone's firepower wove a fiery net, attempting to breach the trios by merely ascending a few iron steps. One could gain entry into the compartment. His footsteps were heavy, resonating against the steps with a cacophonous clatter, accompanied by the creaking of metal as Jack approached the peculiar apparatus. It was an odd black contraption, presumably crafted from iron, angular and sharp, resembling a coffin. Though considerably larger, several thick pipes dangled from the ceiling, connecting to the far end of the device. After circling this iron enigma, Jack seemed to have discovered something. Extending his arm toward it, "Maldita sea!" he exclaimed, retreating abruptly and colliding with the railing, startled enough to let slip a phrase from his homeland. That moment, Arthur had just caught up, and upon witnessing the scene, he couldn't help but inquire, "What has happened? Have you seen a ghost?" He too leaned in to take a look. There was a small window, merely the size of a human face, through which a soft green light emanated. Now fogged with the condensation wiped away by Jack, Arthur leaned down, preparing to clear the mist, when a delicate hand stealthily reached out from behind, brushing against the window. The sight of whatever lay within did not frighten him, but the hand emerging from behind startled him. Regaining his composure, Arthur shook his head in resignation, dismissing V's mischievousness, and peered through the now clear window. There appeared a gaunt man, the green light casting an eerie glow on his face. His mouth was agape, a thick black tube protruding from it, his throat appearing grotesquely swollen. A transparent plastic airway had been inserted directly into a gash on his neck, quivering slightly with his chest's rise and fall. Adorning his head was a black halo, an item Arthur recognized as being used during the Ultra Dream process. Most unsettling, however, was his expression, his brows and eyes turned downwards, imbued with the semblance of a grin, rendering him even more disturbingly uncanny in the green light. Arthur furrowed his brow at this grotesque sight, questioning, "What on earth is happening? He seems to be alive." It was evident that every biological laboratory would be equipped with a designated area for housing experimental subjects. Bacteria were confined within boxes, rabbits and mice caged, and now it appeared that humans were being imprisoned within boxes. V's tone was icy, clearly incensed by such conduct. These madmen. How many more are confined in this seemingly endless iron chamber? She cast her gaze forward, the extent of the confinement still unknown. Should we release them? They seem to be breathing. Releasing them would be futile. These individuals have worn the Ultra Dream headsets for far too long. They must be utterly deranged. Madmen cannot survive. Arthur observed the scene. Recollections of a past life surfaced, one filled with the abhorrent memories of a laboratory that had grotesquely sewn pig heads onto human bodies. There are always madmen lurking within the crowd. Just as Arthur and Jack were lost in their thoughts, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from the depths of the building, accompanied by voices and commotion. "Quick! Someone's coming! Eliminate them!" shouted the intruders. "If you surrender, you might just survive." Survive? A single word surged in Arthur's mind, enveloped in a fury that granted him a new understanding of their audacity. Surrender, only to be shoved into boxes by these brutes. He repositioned V, placing her behind the iron box, and drew his weapon, dispatching the loudest of the group with a single shot. "Damn it!" From the distance, voices emerged. "This is company territory. Do you know what you're doing?" Hearing this, Arthur exhaled sharply, unable to conceal the rage in his eyes any longer. He had grown weary of the arrogant demeanor of these brutes. Chapter 48. Descent. The capabilities of this group seemed not as formidable as their confidence suggested. Furthermore, they were few in number, merely a squad of a dozen or so. The sporadic gunfire posed no substantial threat to Arthur and his companions, following the flickering light of their gun muzzles. Arthur's bullets found their marks, silencing one individual after another until only one remained, who Jack dispatched with the butt of his weapon. Under the dim green light, the last man fell to the ground, weeping and pleading for mercy. Jack's expression was cold as he crouched down, aiming his gun at the sobbing figure. "I have but one question. Where is the elevator?" "Inside, to the right." A single gunshot shattered the surrounding silence. Meanwhile, V, using the iron box for support, slowly rose to her feet, muttering a curse under her breath. "Damn it, this is never ending." Having hastily dealt with the aftermath, the group made their way toward the elevator. Although V walked with a slight limp, it was evident she was gradually improving. That we can't use that elevator. The internal system of the biotechnological facility is locked down, unless we have hackers to breach the mainframe. We restuck. She explained the situation. It doesn't seem too high. Perhaps we can just descend directly. Arthur interjected. Descending directly sounds splendid. I had Jack prepare the rapid descent gear. We'll just use the elevator shaft. As she spoke, V patted the large pack Jack was carrying, which he had salvaged from a car reduced to scrap by a drone. Jack, you remain above to cover us, and when we retreat, pull us up. By this time, they had reached the elevator door. V deftly retrieved a small red object from Jack's pack and affixed it to the elevator door. Once finished, she signaled for the others to step back. Although Arthur couldn't discern the nature of her device, he needed no clarification. He was all too familiar with such scenes, having previously detonated railway tracks. After retreating a short distance, a resounding explosion echoed, and the elevator doors vanished, leaving only a few steel cables dangling in their wake. Dim red light illuminated the vertical shaft. How deep does this thing go? Arthur casually inquired. It appears to be several hundred meters deep. V replied from behind, causing Arthur's relaxed demeanor to momentarily stiffen. I don't actually fly. Before he could finish his thought, a small object was thrust into his hand. Line, reel, hook, strap. Though V said nothing, Arthur instantly recognized the purpose of this simple item. By the time he looked up again, V was already fastening it onto herself. Move faster. We are short on time, she urged. Without hesitation, Arthur began to secure the gear on his own body. David, you protect Lucy and stay with Jack above. Upon hearing Arthur's directive, David's expression turned excited. I can do it. Enough, David. Stay up top. It's not safe here. Those who were alerted could return at any moment. And you must cover Jack. Arthur placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. As for your mother, trust me, I don't often make promises, but I will take care of this. With that, he resumed attaching the gear to himself. As for Rebecca, Arthur halted mid-sentence. Rebecca had already donned her gear, standing at the elevator's edge, tentatively reaching for the swaying steel cables, seemingly unfazed by the sheer drop below. She appeared utterly fearless, her courage seemingly forged of iron. Upon hearing her name, Rebecca turned, her large eyes filled with inquiry. What is it? Nothing. Arthur finished assembling the equipment, stepping over to pull Rebecca back slightly. V, I hope this thing works well. He glanced down, discreetly swallowing hard. The dark red lights formed a straight line downwards, tapering to a small crimson dot at the bottom. Damn it, it's so deep. Are we drilling for oil down there? V slapped Arthur on the back, laughing as she explained. It's a nuclear defense laboratory, hence its considerable depth. Using the steel cables, 3 of them began their descent. According to V, the majority of the security forces were concentrated above ground, so David and Jack would likely face greater peril. The metallic hook scraped against the cables, sparking as they descended, with a nut that, when tightened, would slow their descent. During this rapid drop, Arthur soon spotted the twisted elevator doors lying quietly below. Just before reaching the bottom, he tightened the nut, and with a shower of sparks, his feet landed firmly on the ground. After the others descended, Arthur pushed aside the fallen elevator doors, revealing the top of the lift shaft. Rubbing his hands together, V gazed at the small cover, exclaiming, V finally arrived. Turning her attention back to Arthur, she instructed, use your gun. The thermal energy from Achilles' bullets can penetrate it directly, preventing ricochets. But it's not as reliable as you might think. As Arthur drew his rifle, he noticed it had seemingly returned to normal. What is going on? It just auto-closed. The scope was filled with gibberish. I thought it was broken. The recent electromagnetic explosion must have rebooted it. A main battle rifle is not so easily damaged, especially one showcasing military technology. Shrugging nonchalantly, Arthur gripped the weapon, feeling the familiar vibrations. With a hum, a hexagonal red hole appeared in the iron cover. A few shots later, the cover fell limply away. Subsequently, V resorted to her old tricks, using explosives to breach the elevator doors below. The trio took refuge atop the elevator shaft, feeling a slight tremor beneath their feet, and beheld the ominous abyss beyond the doors. It appeared that the laboratory's power supply had been severed. In the depths of the darkness, something seemed to lurk. It seemed that scoundrel Bane had concealed himself. V gazed into the darkness before her, laced with sarcasm. However, capturing vermin is indeed my forte. Upon hearing this, Arthur felt a twinge of curiosity and instinctively inquired, who do you mean? Bane, the overall supervisor here, a complete scoundrel. Squinting, Arthur furrowed his brows as he regarded V. You mean Bain Linton? V, noticing the expression on Arthur's face, began to feel somewhat perplexed. What, do you know this fellow? I unearthed this guy's information through company channels. Me. I once dealt with a chap named Bain Linton. A fool with jellyfish growing in his brain. Arthur's voice was low and contemplative. Could it be a case of shared names? He didn't believe such coincidence was possible. Were they encountering a ghost? Who knew if he feared bullets? Nearby, Rebecca brandished her small handgun. Her demeanor one of eager anticipation. It was evident she felt no trepidation whatsoever. Witnessing this, V chuckled, taking advantage of her height to ruffle Rebecca's hair in approval. Whoever it may be, there's nothing in this world that doesn't fear bullets. If there's fear, it's only of bullets that aren't large enough. Setting aside this bizarre information, V retrieved a lighting device, and the group ventured forth. The abrupt beam illuminated the path ahead, its brilliance reflecting off the porcelain-white floor, casting light across a vast expanse. At this juncture, they could no longer afford to conceal their position. It was unwise to proceed in darkness, as traps could lurk in wait. The trio advanced with utmost caution, the light rendering everything inside and out transparent. They found themselves in a spacious corridor, entirely whitewashed. Scattered about were numerous idle medical trolleys, their contents disordered in some places and orderly in others, creating an overall impression of normalcy, as if everyone had vanished in an instant amidst a bustling workload. Neat silver doors lined both sides, each marked only with simple numerical designations, devoid of any further explanation as to their contents. Yet, Arthur and his companions were not inclined to investigate each one individually. The peculiar scene before them demanded their full attention. Chapter 49. The half-man. The harsh, pallid light flickered as they proceeded, the trio remaining vigilant. Yet they encountered naught but emptiness along the way. This place was vast. Just traversing the lengthy corridor took them nearly half an hour before they stumbled upon a different scene. Before them stood a massive glass wall, horizontally partitioning the entire laboratory, through which light streamed into the expansive area beyond. Within this cavernous space, towering to a height of 4 stories, various instruments lay in disarray. At the center stood a colossal cylindrical pillar, nearly 10 meters in diameter, seemingly serving as the terminal display for this base. It appears we are nearing our destination, Arthur declared, stepping out of the line as V's light enveloped him. He pushed against the enormous glass door, which opened soundlessly, as if it had been anticipating their arrival. The 2 women followed closely behind. The entire building's power supply had been cut off. Perhaps it was due to that electromagnetic bomb. V's voice reached Arthur's ears as she briskly approached the massive pillar, her eyes scanning the surroundings. While she busied herself, Arthur and Rebecca chose not to disperse, for the specifics of this place remained unclear, and splitting up could lead to unforeseen dangers. The equipment appears functional, but someone has cut the power. It's unclear where the personnel have vanished to. Let us focus on restoring power first. Her mission involved the laboratory's data. Without electricity, V found herself at a loss. Should she attempt to extract the terminal's hard drive? Yet, the central database of such large facilities was typically immense, far beyond what a single person could carry. This way, V exclaimed, having determined the direction, and led the way onward. Restoring power? Arthur quickened his pace to catch up and inquired, how come you seem to know everything? I only possess a smattering of knowledge about everything. There's nothing to boast about. V replied as she reached the edge of the space. The walls were lined with iron doors, resembling those of the corridor outside. Without hesitation, she pushed one open. With a loud clang, she was met with impenetrable darkness inside. Activating her lighting device, V boldly stepped in. Before them lay an extensive generator room, flanked by towering generators that stood taller than a person, arranged in 2 neat rows, each containing nearly 10 units. The lights flickered as V located the nameplate on a nearby generator. Titan Arm, industrial generator. We need to find the source of this generator's power, and then see if there's any fuel available. Indeed, deep within the generator room, they discovered a controllable panel alongside a massive oval storage tank. V approached and kicked the tank, which emitted a dull thud. It seems there's no shortage of fuel here. After all, this is the most advanced alcohol 2 processing facility. Next, she found several battery sets in the corner, intended for initiating the generator. After a few simple operations, a rumbling noise filled the air, followed by the gradual illumination of the laboratory's lights. Curious, the equipment is operational. Yet where have all the personnel gone? Did they evacuate prematurely? The trio returned to the previous hall, now also aglow with pristine light, and witnessed electrical sparks dancing upon the towering cylindrical pillar. Swiftly approaching the control panel beneath the gigantic screen, V extracted a data transfer cable from her wrist and plugged it in. Given the potential for unexpected events outside, time was of the essence. They decided to prioritize completing their objective over pondering the oddities surrounding them. However, V soon disconnected the cable, furrowing her brow in alarm. Damn it, there's nothing here. Damn, we've been played. Before she could finish her sentence, her body suddenly wavered, and she leaned against the nearby console for support. Damn it, I've triggered ICE's defense protocol. There's an unshakable puppet on my tail. This is a trap. Just as she began to utter another word, she lost consciousness, collapsing helplessly toward the ground. Arthur rushed forward, catching her limp form and gently laying her down. Beside them, Rebecca had already drawn her firearm, her expression one of wariness as she scanned the surroundings. Baring her teeth. Damn it, Arthur, that wretched woman has fallen victim. What do we do now? Rising with a grave expression, Arthur surveyed the silent hall, the atmosphere thick with tension. Narrowing his eyes, he slowly drew his rifle from his back. His voice hoarse yet resolute. If any scoundrel dares to show their face, we shall crush their wretched head. Plain and simple. As his words hung in the air, the large iron door at the far end of the hall creaked open. The sound echoed ominously in the hushed environment. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bane Linton, the leader of this hell. As the words were spoken, a tall, gaunt, middle-aged man emerged, his hands clasped before him. A smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Arthur. Gazing at the man with sunken cheeks, Arthur found that this face began to merge in his memory with that of the corpse who had taken his own life in the underground laboratory. Yet, his icy gaze betrayed no flicker of emotion, the Achilles in his grip crackling ominously. Just as Rebecca had suggested, they would ascertain whether this man feared bullets. Arthur was determined to see how many Bane Lintons there truly were. Sensing the tension, the man raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, slowly lifting them above his head. I am but a defenseless individual, devoid of danger, yet I can assist you in locating what you seek. Why rush to end my life? Moreover, individuals like us, the madmen, generally do not favor gambling. If I dared to emerge, it implies I am prepared for death. Killing me hastily would be rather dull. Exhaling slowly, Arthur's firearm gradually relaxed in his grip. He despised confronting such individuals, yet with V still unconscious, keeping the man alive could prove advantageous. I'm not fond of overthinking, Arthur replied coldly, but I excel at enlightening the minds of others. The man stood at a distance neither too far nor too near, his smile concealing unknown motives. His hollow cheeks moved as he spoke. It seems we have crossed paths before, perhaps not. Arthur's eyes were obscured by the shadow of his hat. Regrettably, it appears you are not inclined to engage with someone like me. I am to die today, much like my half-brain ensnared in blue. As he spoke, his eerie smile deepened, his finger lightly tapping his temple. Did I sever this? It seems I removed a little more than half, cleaning up those fellows' methods. Observing Bane's evidently unstable demeanor, Arthur inquired in a low voice, which fellows? Yet the man seemed disinclined to answer this question. Hey, is there anything you need assistance with? I am to die today, feeling rather cheerful, so let me help you. Those data, those pharmaceuticals, whatever you desire, I shall provide. Gazing intently at the awkward smile adorning Bane's face, Arthur found himself uncertain whether the man was genuinely unhinged or merely feigning it. According to Bane's own claims, he possessed only half a mind, though the veracity of this assertion remained dubious. Can you assist us? Is this the condition for exchanging lives? Are you attempting to preserve your own existence with these abominable artifacts? No, do not misconstrue my intent. These are the fruits born of my own hell, sprouting from the corpses of thousands. Who were their children? Who were their parents? Innocent or otherwise, none met a good end. I merely wish to see if you would dare to utilize these grotesque items. Arthur's response consisted of but two words as he slowly extended his hand. Hand it over, observing Bane's hand rummaging in his pocket. Arthur's right shoulder sank slightly, his arm hanging naturally by his side, until he saw Bane extract a palm-sized chip, waving it before him. A quantum chip, a fine product from the Crystal Palace. Do you know why it is so advanced? Because there are no laws there. As he spoke, Bane tossed the chip towards Arthur. Once Arthur caught it, Bane continued, as for your friend, she will be perfectly fine, merely left with an unforgettable experience. With that, Bane suddenly drew a pistol from his waist and pointed it at his own chin. In the end, enjoy yourselves. Chapter 50. The familiarity of a grim conclusion. Bang. A spray of blood erupted above Bane's head. Staring at the blue chip in his hand, Arthur suppressed his rising doubts. He could only hope that V would awaken soon to examine the information within, searching for any substances capable of inducing the redivision of neural cells. At that moment, V lay on the ground, her mind playing out a scene that felt as real as a grand illusion. It was a jarring environment, with iron bars before her, casting shadows and light across her face. She was evidently seated in a vehicle, likely one meant for transporting dogs, as indicated by the surrounding iron bars. Two male voices drifted from the front, laced with a sense of reckless malice. That woman is bound to go mad. Mad? Who wouldn't lose their sanity? Without money, we would go mad too. A stench of smoke wafted from that direction, a pungent, low-quality odor reminiscent of burning paper. The dialogue continued. Is it worth a good sum? Haha. Rest assured, they pay handsomely for such healthy, almost unmodified bodies. The purer, the more valuable. We are definitely hitting the jackpot this time. Alas, after all, she is a child we watched grow up. Her mother worked so hard to support her education. It hasn't been easy. Shut your mouth. If you could just suppress that damn smile of yours, I might believe you a little. At that moment, laughter erupted from the two men. Ha ha ha. He he he. Once we get the money, we'll have our fun. Listening to their words, V felt an involuntary response from her body. This reminded her of the advanced illusion technology. Damn it, this should be a memory. The attack speed of the defense protocol trap was inversely proportional to its memory size, meaning that, to some extent, the more lethal the trap, the slower its attack. Moreover, these edited memories typically had limited memory capacity. She hoped the duration would be brief. The memory continued to load, and it only engaged her visual, auditory, and olfactory senses, likely to minimize memory size by omitting others. The owner of this memory had legs that were already grotesquely twisted, limply bouncing with the vehicle's jolts. After a burst of colorful static, V's perspective shifted to a familiar location, where towering weed extended along the roadside, leading to a grand gate. The girl was dragged down, watching her distorted legs scrape the ground, crimson blood leaving two trails as she could even glimpse the exposed flesh. However, she was swiftly lifted onto a stretcher, where she could still see the backs of the two men and faintly hear their conversation. That's far too little. I told you not to go overboard. Damn it. This is my discovery. Bringing you along is already generous. Besides, we can still trick her mother into coming. They all say a pair is worth more. At that moment, the girl lost consciousness, and V's perspective plunged into darkness. The next instant, accompanied by familiar static, her view shifted to a noodle shop. A person was seated there, facing two men, one stout and one thin. The stout man appeared honest, albeit with beady, dark eyes, while the thin man wore a cruel expression, his cheekbones sharply protruding. Indeed, we saw it. She was taken away by a dog transport vehicle. Yes, the vehicle stopped right by the roadside, and several men got out. That child was so frail, she hardly resisted and was dragged aboard. Hiss, some details are fuzzy. We'll take you to find her. V couldn't hear her body's voice, merely watching her perspective hastily leave the restaurant. Trailing after the two men, another burst of static ensued. This time the scene was exceedingly brief. It felt as if two perspectives were directly thrust into V's mind. She saw the girl's lost legs and the wrinkles and half-white hair of a middle-aged woman simultaneously. She also caught sight of two identical faces, a tall, thin middle-aged man with sunken cheeks wearing a disconcerting smile. Those versed in the study of expressions would quickly discern that something was amiss, while every face exhibits asymmetry. This man's was far more pronounced. The right side of his face scarcely moved, relying solely on the left to create a slight motion. V recognized him, the man named Bain. He leaned closer to the middle-aged woman, and at that moment, V could see both his face and his back, a disconcerting perspective that made her feel nauseous. You can't blame me. I paid for this, not a small sum. This is how the world operates. Sometimes, one can only say, tough luck. In the midst of the man's unsettling grin, V once again succumbed to darkness. When she finally opened her eyes, she was met with the faces of Arthur and Rebecca. V exhaled slowly. Damn Bain Linton, we have another task ahead of us, to eliminate this beast. Upon hearing V's words, Arthur and Rebecca instinctively turned to the sides, revealing the scene behind them. A solitary corpse lay there. What is going on? Did that bastard die? Struggling to sit up, V couldn't resist confirming it with a glance. Moreover, it appeared to be a suicide. She sensed that it was not as simple as it seemed. Arthur's voice rang out from behind her. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from V, he looked perplexed, unsure of her experiences. However, now was not the time to discuss such matters. He produced the blue chip and briefly recounted its origins. I'll give it a try, but I can't risk connecting it to my head. so it may take a bit longer. V took the chip, taking a few seconds to recover from her extreme anger. The bright cylindrical indicator displayed complex data that began to scroll, her slender, pale fingers deftly maneuvering over the control panel. David's mother is injured. She needs a substance that can stimulate the redivision of neural cells. Please search for it. Arthur explained beside her. Let me take a look. ASV manipulated the controls. The scrolling data on the screen rapidly diminished until, at last, she exclaimed, found it. There's ready-made medicine in the cold storage. Moreover, with this, I can also report to the higher-ups. V extracted the chip from the console and tucked it into the compartment of her clothing. Then let us go check it out. I hope we can help that boy David resolve this concern. Arthur moved towards the direction V indicated. The door Bane had just exited. Upon entering, they quickly grasped where the occupants had vanished. It was a room resembling a reporting chamber, filled with people, all of whom were bleeding from their orifices. Dead beyond recovery. Selecting one at random, V conducted a cursory examination, declaring, he died not long ago. His body temperature hasn't yet dissipated, and there are clear signs of muscular relaxation. His brain was incinerated, if I'm not mistaken. All these individuals share this fate. They must have been left with nothing in their heads. Arthur scanned the area, estimating over 100 people. Undoubtedly, they were all victims of Bane's slaughter. This also spared Arthur and his companions some ammunition costs. Ignoring the scene, the trio navigated through the orderly corpses and arrived at another door. According to the chip's contents, many medications here have undergone basic testing. The one we seek is inside. Pushing open the door, they were immediately met with a chilling breeze, illuminated by a purple glow. In a room of moderate size, shelves lined the perimeter, emitting cold air. D6782, V murmured, following the information to the corresponding location. What lay before them were small, silver metal briefcases. Arthur opened one to find a glass vial the width of an infant's arm, filled with a greenish liquid swirling beneath the purple light. We should retreat. Arthur closed the vial and began to head back the way they came. However, before the trio could make significant progress, Jack's voice echoed through the communication channel, accompanied by the distant sound of gunfire. Chapter 51. An unexpected situation. Jack, are there gunshots on your end? What exactly is happening? Arthur inquired over the communication channel, leading the way. It was evident that the security personnel outside had returned, numbering around 50, only to be subsequently diverted by our little brothers. Jack's voice indicated that the gunfire was indeed receding. It seems we must hasten our pace. Arthur shouted back, we need to pick up the speed. Ladies, the generator's power was likely responsible for the critical facilities within that grand hall. In the long, dimly lit corridor outside, only two faint strips of light illuminated the way. The three quickly maneuvered around the scattered carts and debris in the expansive corridor, making their way towards the elevator shaft. Outside, David was retreating while firing at the pursuing enemies from behind. Although the Cyanweisten on him had been fine-tuned by Victor for easier use, excessive operation still left him feeling faint. Damn it. Come over here and let me vent some frustration, David shouted, peering out from behind cover, his handgun continuing to spit fire. However, he was soon forced back behind cover by the barrage of bullets from the other side. Are you all that weak when pulling the trigger, you filthy bastards? At that moment, David was racking his brain, recalling Arthur's foul-mouthed antics, hoping to infuriate the enemies and stretch the line, despite having taken on numerous commissions. His shooting was still rather conventional, and his Cyanweisten could handle most minor skirmishes. David had never faced so many adversaries simultaneously. With bullets sparking off the cover, David shrank his head back, peering ahead. The enemies behind were closing in, and he needed to find another place to hide. His gaze fell upon a fermentation tank not far ahead, its dark underbelly and interlaced sturdy supports providing an ideal spot to outmaneuver the approaching foes. Activating the Cyanweisten, his vision was instantly enveloped in a rich green hue, and as the sound reminiscent of a technological device powering up faded, the world around him slowed down. Turning around, he carefully aimed, shooting each pursuer as they drew near, disregarding the results, and sprinted towards the fermentation tank. Below, as Arthur and the others neared the elevator, a scene prompted them to slow their pace. A metal door had been punctured by a sharp object, its twisted remnants grotesquely curling outward, as if something were crawling out from within. Damn, this is a disaster. V's voice came out strained. Arthur scanned the area, particularly the shadows on the ceiling, but found nothing amiss. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on towards the elevator. All right, keep up. Let us get out of this hellhole. His rifle was already raised in readiness. They remained vigilant until they reached the elevator, where Arthur exclaimed, Ladies, it seems fortune is on our side. Now, once we ascend, We can bid farewell to this damned place. In the elevator shaft, Arthur leaped up, grasping the small opening and hoisting himself up, then pulling the two women up with him. He did not need assistance, primarily because Rebecca's jump, though not insignificant, did not compensate for her inherent limitations. Jack. How's it looking up there? We've made it down here. Standing in the elevator cabin, Arthur gazed upwards. Seeing the top shrink into a crimson, David's a reliable lad. And Lucy has awakened. Look, we're still progressing smoothly, as ever. Arthur furrowed his brows, an uneasy feeling creeping in. Wait there, I'll lower the rope. They could descend directly using the elevator's steel cable, but ascending by climbing the cable was out of the question. V had prepared a simple lifting device, which Jack had brought along, grasping the descending steel rope. Arthur secured his belt buckle to it, and instructed Jack to activate the device above. The other two followed suit. As the mechanism tightened the rope, the trio ascended slowly, until after climbing more than 20 meters, Arthur inadvertently looked up and witnessed a scene he would never forget. In the dim red light, a gigantic monster was bracing its twisted limbs against the walls of the elevator shaft. 2 rows of 8 blood-red, menacing eyes stared unblinkingly at the ascending Arthur. The steel rope around his waist swayed between the creature's 2 nearly 2-meter-long black blades. Good heavens, Arthur whispered, then shouted downwards. Get down quickly. We have trouble. The massive shadow of the monster silently loomed closer to Arthur. Meanwhile, below, David was engulfed in darkness beneath the giant fermentation tank. Leaning against a colossal support pillar, he breathed heavily. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. He decided to resolve all troubles right here. Although the darkness offered him considerable advantages, his opponents were not easily dispatched. They had likely undergone extensive military training. 4 or 5 men formed a group, their lights illuminating a teammate, leaving no chance for the enemy to pick them off one by one. David crept up behind one of the squads. His eyes fixed on the objects at their waists, several thermobaric grenades. He needed to eliminate this group quickly, seize the grenades, and create some commotion around him, activating the Cyanweisten as the world turned green. David wiped the fresh blood trickling from his nose that he had used this prosthetic numerous times in the recent battle against the drone swarm, during the recent retreat and diversion of enemies. He had also relied on it several times. Now, he was nearing his limit. In the light of this squad, a shadow suddenly darted past, resulting in 5 bursts of blood. He relished the sensation of pressing the gun barrel against an enemy's forehead. At least he wouldn't miss. He had no idea how Arthur managed to disregard distance entirely. The commotion from David's end prompted a few exclamations from around. There's a situation here. Stay alert. Damn it, that guy is over here. Desperately crouching low, David forced himself to remain calm, hurriedly unfastening 2 grenades. Pulling the pins, he hurled them in the direction of the noise. Boom, boom, the successive explosions erupted, and under the cover of the flames, David escaped from the squad he had ambushed, still clutching 2 grenades in his hand. Damn it, grenades. Turn off the lights. Engage in darkness combat. Maintain communication. In the dark, orders were issued, and David's world plunged into darkness. The faint sources of light vanished in an instant. This is troublesome. Those bastards, David cursed inwardly, while simultaneously striving to minimize his own noise. David, just as he was on high alert in the surrounding darkness, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from the brain-machine communication. That cool tone could only belong to Lucy. A heavy weight lifted from his youthful heart. I'm here. What's the situation over there? Lucy's voice was weak, yet tinged with unmistakable urgency. I am beneath the fermentation tank. It's very dark, and we can't see each other. We're at a stalemate. David relayed through the communication network. Hold on, let me in through the brain machine. I can help you. Hearing Lucy's words, David promptly agreed to the intrusion protocol. In the large storage room for supplies, Lucy sat on the floor, leaning against the cold wall, enduring the sporadic dizziness surging in her mind. She connected to David's brain dash machine. By scanning the fluctuations in the traffic around him, she could identify the enemies surrounding David. David, I've highlighted the enemies around you. With that, she rubbed her temples vigorously before continuing. You need to resolve this quickly. Are you all right, Lucy? You seem. David, sheltered behind cover, sensed something amiss in Lucy's voice and asked with concern. Let's talk. Just get it done. The youth recoiled slightly. Chapter 52. On the edge of life and death in his line of sight. Fine threads spread through the air, ultimately illuminating the figure of an enemy at the end of each strand. In such circumstances, the battle became simpler. In the darkness, Precise bullets or grenades rolling to the enemy's feet swiftly claimed lives. The bullets were so accurate because David only fired when he stealthily approached the enemy. Even if they realized something was amiss and severed the brain-machine connection, it was already too late. Before long, only one enemy remained. He held a handgun, the muzzle pressing quietly against the back of David's head. Without a word, he pulled the trigger. As the body crumpled to the ground, a faint, crisp sound reached David's ears. It was a familiar sound, the pin being pulled from a thermobaric grenade. Instantly activating the Cyanweisten, David retreated. But before he could take more than a few steps, something exploded behind him. That guy had set a booby trap. With no time to ponder, he dove to the side and hit the ground. 2 successive explosions echoed, and a loud ringing filled David's ears, almost overwhelming him. David, David. The voice of Lucy echoed incessantly in his mind. Managing to pierce through the cacophony that clouded his thoughts. He struggled to rise, shaking his disordered head. I'm not dead. As he fought to sit up, he beheld his mangled legs, gritting his teeth in despair. However, it seemed he could not walk anymore. Lucy, residing in David's mind, witnessed this scene. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she glanced at Jack, who was intently observing the small ascent mechanism, ensuring no mishaps occurred. Staggering, Lucy leaned closer. David is injured. Shrapnel has wounded his legs. I must assist him. Leaving those words behind, Lucy turned and headed outside. Casting a glance at the frail silhouette of the girl, Jack called out, "Sister, your body. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. Then take that lad David and retreat towards the truck. We will arrive shortly." However, before Jack could finish his sentence, the rope of the lift mechanism issued a faint snapping sound as it descended. The once taut line even bouncing back slightly. Oh no. Jack swiftly dashed to the lift entrance, peering down. What happened? He shouted into the comms. Arthur's voice echoed from the depths of the lift shaft. Yet the reverberations made it impossible for Jack to discern the specifics. Lucy, sensing the anomaly, halted her departure. What is going on? It remains unclear. Jack hastily tugged at the lift rope, only to find it dangling empty at the other end. He quickly turned to inspect the lift structure, relieved to see it undamaged. "Lucy," he said, his voice steady as he regarded the girl before him, who appeared somewhat lost. "Go find David. Get him out first." With David's legs injured and his mobility compromised, should any support personnel trace the remnants of battle to him, he would be left in an inescapable predicament. If you encounter any danger on the way, hide. We will provide cover. With that, Jack contacted the team below. 2 black blades, each over 2 meters long, crossed to sever the lift ropes of the three, subsequently lunging towards Arthur, with no time to ponder the sensation of falling. Arthur's gaze was fixed upward, tracking the creature's movements. He crouched, narrowly avoiding the blade aimed at his chest as it sliced over his shoulders. The blade embedded itself into the shaft's wall, plunging deep as if cutting through butter. While Arthur was forcefully pressed against the wall. We need to huff. Deal with this girl first. Trapped, Arthur finally discerned the creature before him. Its facial features had vanished, replaced with 2 rows of glowing red eyes and a myriad of stitching marks. From the joints of its arms, its forearms had been replaced by 2 massive blades, now bearing down on Arthur's shoulder as if intent on severing his arm. The reason for referring to it as a girl stemmed from its still human torso, which retained female physiological characteristics. The creature's abdomen, its organs had been substituted with an exposed metallic device that rotated incessantly within its body, resembling a gyroscope, straining against the creature's downward pressure. Arthur was grateful for the decision to train with Jack. Had he not regained much of his strength, he might have been cleaved in 2 at that moment. He was pinned against the wall, his feet dangling, producing a muffled sound from his throat as he strained. By subtly drawing his legs together and exerting force, he could certainly kick the creature away temporarily. Yet, he refrained, instead casting a glance downward. Due to their earlier entanglement, Arthur was now only about 5 meters from the bottom, and both women had already exited the lift shaft. Without further hesitation, he kicked hard against the creature's abdomen, then plummeted toward the base. Thud. Arthur's shoulder slammed against the box's top, and suppressing the excruciating pain, he quickly crawled toward the opening. V and Rebecca were waiting below, and upon seeing Arthur's emergence, they swiftly pulled him down. The moment Arthur surfaced, 2 long blades pierced the box's top, hovering perilously above the group. "What in the world is that?" Rebecca exclaimed, dragging the fallen Arthur away, her heart racing as she gazed at the blades. She had been at the bottom moments ago and had seen nothing. Rolling over, Arthur positioned the Achilles that rested on his shoulder in front of him. Fortunately, during the ascent, it had succumbed to gravity and fallen into his armpit. Otherwise, considering the force with which Arthur had been slammed against the wall by the creature, his spine would undoubtedly have been shattered. Rising from the ground, Arthur observed that the two long blades had carved a large hole in the elevator box like intricate paper cuttings. What it is, I do not know, but it is indeed a monstrous entity. As Arthur's voice, hoarse and grave, echoed, a metal plate crashed to the ground. Through the hole in the elevator shaft, a red glow illuminated the scene. As the creature, resembling a twisted giant insect, writhed its limbs and scuttled along the corridor's ceiling. 8 crimson mechanical eyes scanned the vicinity, locking onto the three with unwavering focus. Above, Jack had yet to catch his breath when he received a communication from Lucy. More people are heading your way. They haven't even checked for signs of battle at David's location. I cannot discern their numbers, but there are definitely many. You all take cover. Jack's expression grew serious as he glanced at the lift mechanism on the ground. Making his way toward the approaching reinforcements, he needed to buy some time. That lift shaft was the sole passage for both ascent and descent. If they were surrounded outside, neither Arthur nor the others, including himself, would stand a chance of escaping. Chambering his twin pistols, Jack murmured, "It seems this is not going as smoothly as anticipated." The moonlight was obscured by the factory's massive fermentation tanks, illuminating only a meager patch of ground. Jack had scarcely advanced a short distance when he spotted shadowy figures lurking in the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his pistols. Like a dam holding back a flood, the unleashed tongues of flames startled the dark. And the foremost line of adversaries fell in surprise. Enemy attack. Damn it, how dare they come here and stir up trouble? Grab your guns and put some holes in this guy. Opposite him, sporadic bursts of gunfire ignited the darkness, compelling Jack to retreat behind cover as he swiftly swapped magazines in his pistols. The intense barrage forced him back, yet he capitalized on the enemy's lack of awareness to buy precious time. At that moment, Arthur's voice crackled through the comms. "Jack, we have an enthusiastic lady blocking our path. It may take some time to resolve." Listening to the cacophony of grinding metal in his ear, Jack half extended his hand, emptying his weapon's magazine before responding, "Funny, I am also encountering some complications. If you do not resolve your situation quickly, we may find ourselves in a dire predicament." Chapter 53. Slaying in the dimly lit underground. The creature's dual blades scraped against the walls, emitting a shrill, piercing sound. In his mind, Jack's voice mingled with the sound of fierce gunfire, causing Arthur's brow to furrow deeper. They needed to evacuate swiftly. Yet the creature before them was forcing them back. It twisted its grotesque limbs along the ceiling's corners, rapidly approaching the trio's position. Raising his weapon, Arthur wasted no time, firing a shot at the shadow above. However, the narrative was evidently more complex than that. From Arthur's perspective, the creature seemed to distort time itself, dodging the bullet. It lunged toward Arthur with a speed he could barely comprehend. In this contest unfolding within the fissures of time, the malevolent wind from the two blades nearly tore Arthur apart, but he narrowly evaded their grasp. The debris surrounding him was reduced to shreds, resembling remnants tossed into a shredder, floating in disarray. "Damn it, we are in deep trouble." V muttered under her breath, her ammunition spent. Seemingly only Arthur possessed the reflexes to keep pace with such speed. Fortunately, this time, the creature targeted Arthur. Had it been the other two girls, they would have surely been overwhelmed. ATV's remark, Arthur recalled David, yet he was far slower than this creature. The creature's velocity rendered bullets ineffective against it. Perhaps they needed to subdue it. As Arthur spoke, he fired another shot, provoking the creature into a relentless pursuit. Observing the monster, V's ocular implants flickered momentarily before she resignedly regained her clarity. The creature bore no neural network, rendering hacking attempts futile. Skillfully avoiding the blades that sliced beside him, Arthur shoulder-checked the creature's body, unleashing Achilles without prior charge, only for the creature to evade with a swift maneuver. "Damn it!" Feeling a sharp pain searing through his shoulder, Arthur cursed softly, his gaze shifting to the ceiling. The creature seemed to favor hanging upside down, fixating intently on its prey. "Arthur, we are running out of time. This approach is untenable." V refrained from shooting impulsively this time. Instead, she seized the moment while the creature paused to discuss tactics. "If a master were guiding us, I would gladly follow without question." Arthur kept his voice low. "A decoy, someone to restrain it, and another to shoot. It's that simple. In a moment, I shall serve as the bait, allowing Rebecca to pin it down, after which you can seize the opportunity to fire." She spoke swiftly, subtly gesturing towards the creature's body with her gaze. "Do you see the device on its abdomen? That is the key to its rapid movement and balance. Aim for their. If the chance arises, a shot to the head would also be advantageous." "That's all. I will act as the bait." Rebecca tightened her grip on the handgun, her focus unwavering on the creature above. I cannot hold this beast. With that, she hurled the handgun, sending it crashing against the ceiling. The diminutive figure darted forward. Clearly, her weapon was devoid of ammunition that if bullets could not directly strike the creature, it was evident that this sluggish handgun would not fare any better. Yet, the creature was drawn to the flying object, racing toward Rebecca with astonishing speed. Perhaps the handgun's slow trajectory had prevented it from utilizing its stun wavestone. Arthur remained steadfastly focused on the creature, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Rebecca's figure quickly approached the monster. Utilizing her smaller stature, she slipped beneath the sweeping blades. And Arthur swiftly followed, recognizing that Rebecca could not withstand the creature's onslaught alone. They needed to alleviate some of the pressure. The flurry of massive blades was momentarily disrupted by their interference, yet it stubbornly turned back to pursue its initially locked target. Arthur swiftly made his way to Jack's side, emptying the chambers of his revolver. One could hardly imagine the extent of the allure possessed by that vivacious lady. As he fumbled to reload his weapon, he couldn't resist the temptation to share a jest, quite amusing. Though perhaps it would be best to save the humor for when we emerge unscathed. Jack's pallid expression softened, primarily because he was acutely aware of the searing pain radiating from his leg. This was a positive sign, indicating that his limb still had life in it. Jack certainly did not wish to exchange it for a cumbersome iron prosthetic. Very well. I assumed you were pondering about me, as well as my marksmanship. With that, Arthur snapped the revolving cylinder of the revolver back into place and discharged another 6 rounds. The group of 4 to 5 dozen pursuers soon fell victim to the firepower of the quartet. Whether a few managed to escape was beyond their concern, especially since they were all nursing wounds. Jack, it's time to head home, my friend. Arthur secured the revolver at his waist, freeing his hands to pat Jack on the shoulder. Indeed, but I might require a bit of assistance here. With trembling hands, Jack painstakingly unwound the safety rope that was ensnared around his leg, still dripping with crimson. Observing this, Arthur gestured towards Jack's leg. Very well. I sincerely hope you can confirm that we did not have to drag you up by your leg. Once he had disentangled all the ropes from his limb, Jack cast them aside and replied, regrettably, the truth is, it is thanks to my leg. Arthur's lips twitched before he regained his composure, his voice as raspy as ever. Thank heavens you still possess some sense, not tangling that damned rope around your neck. Shut up, Arthur, we need to leave. V's voice cut through from behind, her expression irritable as she glared at the now silent Arthur. You're in charge of supporting Jack. His leg is severely injured. Great. Letting an injured man assist another injured man. That's something you can manage. In the darkness of the night, the 4 figures retraced their steps, with approximately 2 hours remaining until dawn. What had begun as a well-structured team now consisted of merely 3 who could walk steadily. Arthur held Achilles, while Rebecca trailed closely behind him, and Jack. As for V, having sensed the absence of imminent danger, she darted into the neighboring shadows to set up something. That old woman truly is a nuisance. Rebecca murmured beside her, perhaps. She is in a hurry, one can never tell. The night's operation hung by a thread, seemingly awakening Arthur's primal instincts, or perhaps the dissipating thread allowed him to relax. In any case, Jack was somewhat disinclined to engage with him at present. How are you all faring? The voice of Lucy echoed through the communication channel, inquiring about their situation. Not bad, at least no one was left behind. V responded, emerging from the shadows with an air of tall elegance, her striking figure exuding a certain flair. Behind her, a high braid swayed with her movements. There has been no activity near the truck. After speaking, Lucy fell silent once more, as was her customary reticence. You wretched woman, where have you been? In front of V, Rebecca never referred to her as an old woman, though the girl was a bit eccentric. She possessed a clear understanding of her combat prowess. Leave a little something behind, and you'll find out soon enough. With that, V shot a fierce glare at Arthur, indicating she was not in the mood for conversation. The group reconvened near the truck, where David leaned against a massive tire, his legs wrapped in tattered pieces of Lucy's coat, with darkened blood seeping through. How are you holding up, kid? You don't look so well. Lifting his head, David caught sight of their arrival and hesitated before replying, I'm fine. Arthur, did you not find a way to treat my mother? Standing tall, Arthur tossed the silver box into his hands. Let us hope it works. Cheer up, kid, at least you can still talk, even if you can't get up for the time being. In the back of the truck, the electromagnetic bomb, scorched black from its explosion, lay in wait. David, Jack, and Lucy opted to remain in the rear compartment, with the 2 injured and a temporary nurse attending to them. In the front, however, it was still the original 3. V was behind the wheel. Arthur occupied the passenger seat, while Rebecca lingered in the back. This fellow, refusing to remove his shoes, had turned the rear into a mess, now bent over with both hands resting on the backs of the driver's seats. Before the massive steering wheel, V once again donned the black-rimmed goggles, ready for the night ahead. Chapter 55, Rebirth in the Darkness. The roar of the beast echoed once more, departing through the breach it had created. At the wheel, V gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other retrieved a metal cube from her tightly packed pocket. Arthur merely cast a glance before diverting his gaze, initially thinking she was about to light up a smoke. "You know, guess what I just did?" Hearing V's words, Arthur replied nonchalantly, "Let me guess. You went off to discreetly draw a map. Damn it. I'm not fond of riddles. To eliminate future troubles. You see, the processing of alcohol 2 involves 2 procedures, prolonged anaerobic treatment and a final aerobic process. I just helped open the oxygen valve on a tank, so soon enough, there will be quite a show. As she spoke, V tossed the metal cube in her hand, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Clearly disgusted by the inhumane conditions she had witnessed, during their exchange, the truck had covered a significant distance, or at least enough for V's satisfaction. She pried open the top of the metal cube with her thumb, and with a sharp crack, she forcefully pressed it down. The moment she tossed it out the window, the truck was suddenly jolted backward by a tremendous force. The sight was akin to the sun crashing to the earth. An orange-red blaze dispersing the night's darkness entirely. In the rearview mirror, Arthur glimpsed the fireball that had deftly appeared above the Alcohol 2 factory. Almost immediately, the thunderous sound of the explosion rolled in like a tsunami, drowning out the ears of all present. "Well done." In Arthur's eyes, the reflection of the fireball's intense glow seemed to purge the shadows dwelling within his heart. "What did you say?" Amidst the thundering explosion, V appeared to sense Arthur speaking to her, and she inquired back, "Damn it, I meant to say, good job, V. All right, Arthur, and might I add, your little mouth is quite sweet." It was evident that V's smile had lifted even further. The truck sped towards Night City, leaving the explosion's brilliance in its wake. The path was clear, bolstered by the endorsement of a high-ranking official from the counterintelligence department. Their truck had not even faced procedural questioning. Neon lights and crowds enveloped them once more. In the span of just half a day, their experiences had been nothing short of tumultuous. The first order of business was to deliver the 3 injured to Old Vic. Although none could walk steadily, at least not a single one had been left behind. Observing the intact group, Victor's face broke into a smile. He had been waiting in the clinic for news of their condition. And now, seeing the scene he had longed for, his fatigue and worry dissipated. Watching Old Vic skillfully don the medical assistance kit, Arthur pointed to David, who was injured the most severely. "Let us check on this kid first, lest he becomes the second Pyrrha." Ignoring Rebecca's furious glare at his feet, Arthur casually found an empty chair to sit down. The treatment for the 3 lasted through the entire night, with Old Vic's deep voice echoing throughout the underground clinic. Glancing at the bandages wrapped around his left shoulder, Arthur broached a question that had lingered in his mind. Why is it that the monster lurking underground, its Sion Wasteland, was so much faster than David's? Overall, Sion Wasteland is merely a cybernetic enhancement targeting reaction speed. It does not have a direct correlation with actual speed. The dawn light began to break, and Victor finally concluded his tasks, lifting a steaming cup of coffee. He leaned back in a chair at a table, casually explaining, "Ordinary people cannot attain the physical capabilities to match Sion Wasteland's reaction speed. Unless, of course, they are a cybernetic lunatic." It seemed that the monster was a man-made cybernetic madman. Rebecca continued to swing her legs restlessly. Only 3 individuals had truly encountered that monster, while V had left shortly after returning to Night City, although the others had direct contact, through Arthur and Rebecca's descriptions. They could vaguely grasp the inherent dangers. By the way, we did manage to bring back one of the targets for this mission, the drug that might treat David's mother. Arthur lay back, relaxing as he directly inquired about David. "Kid, what are you planning to do? Directly inject it, or something else?" Upon hearing this question, David grinned foolishly at Victor, who couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "All right, I'll take a look for you. But with my knowledge, I might not discern much." Old Vic's modesty earned him heartfelt gratitude from David. Anyone who had witnessed Victor's skills would never be foolish enough to assume he lacked competence. Fortunately, the injuries of the 3 were not severe. With a few days of quiet rest, they would fully recover. As for the payment for this job, V had previously mentioned that after deducting the compensation for the 10-man cannon fodder, there would still be about 600,000 euros remaining. Distributing the funds among the participants of the task, each individual would receive a considerable sum. As the evening of the following day approached, although the injuries of the wounded had yet to heal completely. The deep weariness etched upon their faces from the prior day had faded away. In the city of night, Arthur had grown accustomed to this place, where nighttime truly breathed life into its essence. This evening, V had extended an invitation to everyone involved in the commission to gather at the establishment known as Lai Sheng. This venue was arguably the most renowned bar in the entire city of night. Nestled within a modest Chinatown, it lay in the city's gray area, undeniably serving as its epicenter. All intermediaries took pride in conducting business here, while every mercenary regarded the opportunity to drink here as a badge of honor. To delve deeper, this place functioned as the information nexus of the City of Night, the largest underground intelligence trading platform. Answers to all inquiries, known and unknown, could be found here. It was precisely this reputation that secured its unparalleled status within the shadowy underworld, earning it respect from all. Like all mysterious locales and tales, Lai Sheng was situated in an unassuming basement, a ritualistic secret known to many. Almost everyone was aware that beneath lay the bar. Outside Lai Sheng, in a seemingly dilapidated parking lot, Arthur and his companions awaited V, the initiator of this drinking gathering, who turned out to be the last to arrive. From a distance, the sound of a roaring engine grew louder, and soon a striking white sports car careened into view. The engine's growl was coarse and thunderous as the car halted abruptly before Arthur and his companions. V emerged from the ostentatious vehicle, her appearance markedly different from before. She wore a pair of impeccably tailored black trousers that hugged her long legs, complemented by a fitted gray vest and a delicate yellow coat that was both lightweight and refined. The exquisite floral patterns on her attire, intricately stitched, were a testament to its superior quality. "Look at Our Lady, adorned with peacock feathers like a mother hen," Arthur quipped with a teasing grin. "Regardless, since you're treating, I'll make sure to indulge a bit more and then vomit on your feathers." "Come now, Arthur, you can't handle too much," V retorted as she shut the car door behind her, perhaps due to my tardiness. "I won't dwell on your jest. Everyone traversing from Westbrook to Watson District during this hour is indeed quite a challenge. However, I am here to distribute the funds." She confidently led the way toward the staircase descending into the basement. As they made their way, Jack sidled up beside V, his face alight with curiosity regarding her card at a Herrera. "A thug? I expected someone of your stature to drive something a bit more prestigious." Like a Rayfield, Jack had an undeniable weakness for motorcycles and sports cars. "Haha, but I stuffed something inside. Only a thug's chassis could accommodate it," V replied mysteriously, igniting Jack's intrigue. Upon reaching the entrance of Lai Sheng, V exchanged nods with the burly security guard before stepping inside. Chapter 56. The bar. Observing this scene, Jack was taken aback, his curiosity evident. "I thought places like Lai Sheng wouldn't welcome someone like you." Unlike other bars, Lai Sheng was not a cacophony of noise and dimness. Instead, it boasted ample light, with a soft, pleasant green hue enveloping every corner. Arthur scanned the surroundings briefly before following closely behind the two. Hearing Jack's comment, V chuckled. "Someone like me? A corporate dog, perhaps?" Jack chuckled awkwardly, his gaze evasive as he waved his hands. "That we're good brothers, after all." V's subsequent explanation was delivered in a hushed tone. "Lai Sheng is not as innocent as you might imagine. Do you think that's why there's so much corporate intelligence here?" They found an unoccupied bar counter and took their seats. A robust woman approached, her long brown curls framing her smiling face. "Good evening. What can I get for you? Here's the menu. In 2076. The menu was transmitted directly to their neural displays. "Look at these drinks, all top shelf. No wonder Lai Sheng is so famous." Jack, the aspiring big shot, was visibly excited. As they animatedly discussed their drink choices, V observed the bartender, who exuded a certain masculine charm, with a smile. "And you, care for a drink? My treat." The atmosphere was exceedingly jovial, especially since it was time to share the spoils. David, with a beaming smile, tilted his head back as if attempting to swallow the very light bulbs above. When it came to the distribution of funds, he resolutely declared, "I'm here to find medicine for my mother. No cuts for me." Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur delivered a sharp smack to the back of the lad's head. "6 of us, 100,000 each, and V gets a share as well. Today's drinks will come from that. As for the rest, I'm not one for overthinking, and I don't understand it." With that proclamation, Arthur downed his drink in one go, the sound of the glass clattering against the table confirming his decision. V, with a wry smile, lifted her glass and drained its contents. Even those who assign tasks can receive payment. This surely must be a first in the City of Night. As the drinks flowed, the conversation drifted far from the commission, especially Jack, who, after finishing a glass, eagerly tapped the bar top. "Another round. Old-fashioned tequila, beer with chili. Oh yes, The female bartender leaned slightly, retrieving the ingredients from beneath the counter. Johnny Silverhand, looks like you've done your homework, she said, pointing at Jack with a grin. Arthur, who had been engrossed in toasting his glass with a lit cigar, looked up, puzzled. What hand? What kind of slang is that? It's an old custom here. Drinks are named after regulars. Drinks, names. Arthur had never paid attention to such details. As long as it smelled like alcohol, he would consume it. How does one leave their own mark in this place? V, her opulent attire stained with alcohol, inquired with interest. You must first die.in a spectacular manner, so as to be remembered, much like the names on the drink list. That is quite something. Jack nudged Arthur with his elbow and raised his chin. Everyone eventually has their day in the sun. It's the least one can do to make their existence worthwhile. Arthur remained silent, his gaze distant, in his past life. Did he leave in style? That would be truly unremarkable. One ought to depart without regrets. As for how many witnessed his demise, who cared about that? Don't be such a downer, Arthur. Jack playfully patted him on the back before turning to the bartender. Hey, I'm Jack Wells. How about a drink named after me? Sure. Tell me, and I'll remember. Wiping the glass in her hand, the bartender smiled. .1 vodka, on the rocks, with lime juice and ginger beer. And most importantly, a dash of love. Jack's concoction elicited laughter from those around him. Haha, Jack, you might need a pink dress to match that. Arthur, half leaning on the table, chuckled as he looked at Jack. Indeed, someone of your caliber should stick to playing with mud at home. A sudden voice pierced through from Arthur's right, its tone ambiguous and irksome. The voice extinguished the smile on Arthur's face, and he slowly straightened up, turning slightly. Before him stood a man with a rooster-like hairstyle, clad in a flimsy denim shirt that revealed extensive tattoos. Buddy, I was talking to my friends. Would you kindly step aside? Arthur's tone was calm, like a feeble breeze. Beside him, Jack and the others fell silent, sensing the tension. Buddy, I was talking to my friends. Would you kindly step aside? The man mockingly repeated Arthur's words, swaying his head nonchalantly. Exhaling slowly, Arthur slammed his glass onto the table, and everything fell into a hushed stillness. The liquid within the glass swayed, as if struggling to regain its tranquility. Suddenly, the surface of the drink rippled violently, spilling a bit. Grabbing the man by the head, Arthur forcefully pressed him down onto the table. Listen. Listen. His hoarse voice was low, almost a whisper. I know that as long as there are people in this world, there will always be fools. And I've heard this bar has its own set of rules. Now, buddy, take a guess. At this point, Arthur's gaze landed on the man, who was thrashing beneath his grip. The rules here, will they protect your life? I'm leaving, brother. Don't be impulsive. The man's face became smeared with his own tears, his bravado deflating entirely. The moment Arthur released his grip, the man vanished without a trace. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Arthur shrugged, clutching his glass. Fools. It seems I encounter them quite frequently. If he hadn't backed down. Would you truly dare to draw a gun here? V resumed polishing the glass, glancing down as she asked. Guns are made to be fired. Taking a sip of his drink, Arthur replied, conversely, is this not a rather prestigious setting? Why then, are such individuals present? Arthur inquired. Many intermediaries tend to favor newcomers, as you well know. However, the likelihood of being admitted here again is slim. With a slight shrug, the barmaid lowered her voice a notch. What is your name? V expressed a burgeoning interest in the rather robust woman, who appeared to have experienced the world. Claire, the bartender of the afterlife, remarked with a smile, this profession is fraught with competition. Following a brief interlude, the atmosphere among the group returned to its lively state, resuming discussions about libations. Jack animatedly elaborated on his tastes. Drinking, devoid of love, is utterly devoid of flavor, rendering it a mere chore. Thus, it holds paramount importance. He raised a glass named after himself, resembling a child who has just acquired a new toy. I am David Martinez. This lad perpetually wears that exaggerated grin, especially when Arthur has yet to reprimand him. A bullet glass filled with vodka and ice. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Lucy beside him, discreetly adding, and perhaps a splash of Coke. This gesture was so overt that it did not escape anyone else's notice. Amidst the laughter, Lucy blushed, tilting her head slightly to the side. And you, would you care to share your name, as a means of adding to the merriment? After a moment of contemplation, Arthur found himself reminiscing about Dutch. The formula concerning that individual instantaneously resurfaced in his mind. Saliva, a powder keg intellect, coupled with a dash of a plan as absurd as dog excrement, shaking his head to dispel the bizarre thoughts. Arthur's gaze fell upon the drink before him, the cigar above it wafting the aroma of tobacco. A name. You may call it Cowboy. Claire's eyes circled the gamblers had atop Arthur's head, nodding in agreement. Quite fitting for you. As for the formula. I adore all strong spirits, perhaps accompanied by a roasted cigar. At the long bar of the Afterlife Tavern, the group downed 6 shots, each brimming with the names of the obscure. Chapter 57. Rare Acts of Kindness Gatherings, Cultivation. After every grand undertaking, one must recuperate for a few days. In Watson District, within a towering skyscraper, lies Arthur's apartment. Scattered across the floor are several empty bottles, half-smoked cigars, and fast food containers with spilled sauce. The sun is high in the sky. It is around 10 in the morning, yet the windows of this apartment are tightly sealed, enveloping the interior in darkness. On the single bed in the corner, the sound of snoring reverberates, causing dust to dance. Ding, ding, the crisp sound of a bell rings out. An arm irritably flails, as if attempting to expel the noise from his mind. Ding, ugh. The flailing arm sends the occupant of the bed tumbling to the floor with a muffled grunt. Damn it. Rubbing his head, Arthur steadied himself with one hand on the bed's edge. Cursing as he rose, he sat there on the floor, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Ding, all right, that sound in his head. Without even glancing at the caller, he answered the communication. What a beautiful morning, I mean. If it weren't for this call. Arthur, let me correct you. It is now 11 in the morning, not morning. The voice on the other end of the line was immediately recognizable to Arthur. It's always morning before I get out of bed. Stumbling to his feet, Arthur shook his head. Throbbing from the hangover. He dragged his body toward the bathroom, clattering and kicking over all the clutter in his path. What do you want from me? Lady, you are the big boss of the company. We aren't exactly on the same level. Surely, you don't have any dirty work for me again, do you? Splashing warm water from the faucet onto his face. Arthur finally began to regain some semblance of alertness. It's not that. It's a personal matter. Forget it. It's difficult to explain here. Just hurry down. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Didn't afford Arthur a chance to respond before abruptly ending the call. Before the mirror, Arthur vigorously rubbed his face, stiffened from the hangover. He violently kicked aside the clutter in front of the wardrobe. Throwing on a rough, brown overcoat, he grabbed a hat from the side and stepped out the door. Watson District is never short of people, and amidst the bustling crowd below, Arthur spotted V's figure. So what is it? Can we discuss it now? V was seated on a public bench by the roadside, with passers-by occasionally glancing her way, particularly the men. Let us go. Get in the car, she commanded. Upon seeing Arthur approach, V promptly stood, striding toward the curb with purpose. It was still that silver GTR, its menacing air intakes resembling a shark's gills, accompanied by the growl of a low engine. A streak of white surged onto the main road of Watson District. Surveying the vibrant red leather interior, Arthur nodded appreciatively. It certainly looked the part. He reached out to touch it, adding, Is this made from turkey skin? All right, Arthur, let us discuss serious matters. The sunlight reflected off V's sunglasses, illuminating the car's windows. Do you remember that monster? Arthur knew precisely what she referred to, the creature from the underground lab of the Chuan 2 factory that nearly ended their lives. What? If you miss it so much, you could rummage through the ashes. You shot it in the head, remember? Ignoring Arthur's sarcasm, V continued speaking. That shot pierced through 2 heads, did you know? Within that grotesque flesh suit. 2 brains were stitched together. Listening to her words, Arthur's brow furrowed tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping along the edge of the car window. So what? Are you implying I killed 2 people, but in that circumstance? One couldn't just leave them alive? Arthur gazed out at the swiftly receding scenery, perplexed. That was the brain of a mother and daughter. V's eyes, concealed beneath her sunglasses, betrayed no emotion, yet her tone lacked its usual cheerfulness. Instead, harboring a suppressed rage. When I was at the Black Central Hub, I was pursued by their defensive protocols, which implanted a puppet in my head. That puppet held a memory, the one just before the mother and daughter were captured. They were sold by 2 scoundrels, and I intend to track them down. Casting a glance at V, Arthur quickly averted his gaze, muttering, Who would have thought you cared about such trivial matters? Shouldn't your mind be focused on climbing higher instead? The modified GTR, indeed, possessed extraordinary power. Amidst the roar and the vibrations, the 2 soon departed Watson District, heading south towards Santo Domingo, the River Valley District, a place of stark disparities, where advanced modern factories neighbor dilapidated junkyards. An old nuclear power plant stands abandoned here, leaving one to wonder if its radiation would cause the locals to sprout gills. Passing through a narrow tunnel, they arrived at a working-class neighborhood. The River Valley District is inhabited by laborers, individuals engaged in exhausting and stifling jobs, each appearing listless. Among the mother and daughter, the mother worked in a robotics factory, her meager earnings supporting her daughter's education in a better environment. The individuals we seek are their neighbors, ASV concluded her statement. The GTR's wheels screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust that it was a simple repair shop, the pungent scent of motor oil immediately invading Arthur's nostrils. He found no aversion to this smell. It was far preferable to the stench of manure from Livestock Town. No sooner had they exited the vehicle than a portly man approached, his hands and arms smeared with black, discarded motor oil, his clothing riddled with dark stains. The man smiled amiably, his small eyes squinting at V, who walked ahead. Toc Herrera in front of my shop. I might not sleep for a month. He rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with just the right amount of flattery. We look like we're here for car repairs. Arthur, standing behind V, spoke in a low voice. The fat man halted, chuckling awkwardly in place. Don't be ridiculous, friends. Who comes to a repair shop for anything other than repairs? Since exiting the vehicle, V had been fixated on the building next door. It was a dilapidated two-story metal shack, constructed of uneven, jagged sheets of iron. Perhaps alerted by the commotion outside, a tall, gaunt man emerged from the depths of the shop, clad in a metal tool belt, appearing as though he had just finished a task. We are here to find those two individuals next door, V stated, indicating the shabby building she had been observing. Don't be absurd. The fat man's expression shifted slightly, yet he feigned nonchalance, waving his hand dismissively. How could anyone live in such a rundown place? It has been abandoned for many years. Behind him, the tall, thin man wore a stiff expression and spoke in a brusque tone. If you're not here for business, then scram. I don't have time to play house with you wealthy folks. Arthur's gaze swept over the bulging form at the man's waist, awaiting V's next move. No1. V's fury was nearly palpable, and the consequences of her suppressed emotions manifested as she swiftly drew her handgun. Do you find it amusing to play dumb with me? You scoundrel. The gunshot rang out, striking the fat man squarely in the forehead. Fool, go to hell. Upon witnessing this scene, the tall and slender man fumbled anxiously at his waist, his words a chaotic mix of surrender and bravado. Don't kill me. This wasn't my idea. I'll kill you. At that moment, confronted by two adversaries wielding absolute power, the man no longer felt the exhilaration that accompanied the act of selling out his own kind. What demons were here? Merely two ordinary individuals, perhaps even ones who had once performed acts of kindness. But surely, you must have some money. Arthur drew his gun, and the bullet pierced the man's elbow joint. Clutching his arm, he let out a heart-wrenching scream, writhing in agony on the ground. I wonder, when that girl was harmed, did she scream this loudly? V's gun was aimed at the man's head. Don't kill me, it's not me. I didn't do it. It was that fat guy. His eyes trembled as he stared down the barrel, shaking his head like a winnowing fan. Chapter 58. A gift from beyond the stars. V suddenly found herself feeling somewhat disenchanted. Casually pulling the trigger. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Arthur regarded the unfolding scene with an odd expression. What's this? The company's princess believes she has captured a figure of grave sin, only to discover she has merely stumbled upon two petty thieves, leaving her a tad disappointed. V, having grown accustomed to Arthur's sardonic remarks, shrugged indifferently and replied, It's simply curious how a neighbor of nearly a decade could suddenly become like this. People are just like that, Arthur mused. Yesterday, they wouldn't even step on a few ants, and today they're willing to kill a dozen for a handful of cash. But I'm not like that. Frowning as she gazed at the two lifeless bodies at her feet, V's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps, inadvertently, I have transformed into an executioner. Clearly, she was referring to her role in the affairs of the wasteland. Hey, girl, if you called me out here for matters like this, isn't that a bit presumptuous? Arthur shifted the topic. I mean, having witnessed my abilities, and then bringing me in to deal with such petty thieves? Of course not. V's face brightened with her signature confident smile. I have gifts for you all. You, Jack, and even Rebecca, everyone has a share. These treasures I procured in Europe, smuggled out of Crystal Palace, will surely leave you astounded. Crystal Palace, that iron hunk floating in the sky. Arthur was familiar with it. Advertisements for the extravagant establishment flooded television screens, boasting of its unparalleled luxury. A bunch of fools too large to fit on the ground. What could they possibly produce? As a genuine cowboy, Arthur instinctively recoiled from such a closed and narrow environment. It seems you are a staunch traditionalist. Well, that doesn't matter. What's important is the gift I intend to bestow upon you. By the way, it's a cybernetic enhancement. Just name a location, and I'll deliver it this afternoon. After sizing up V, who wore a beaming smile, Arthur hesitated but eventually provided the information for Victor's clinic. Prepare for the gift, Arthur. It's a treasure that those on the ground will never access in their lifetime. Upon entering the clinic, Arthur found Victor engrossed in a machine, oblivious to his arrival. It wasn't until Arthur cleared his throat that Victor looked up, seemingly startled. Busy, are we, old Vic? Busy indeed. Thanks to the affairs of your little brother, Victor replied. Fatigue etched on his features. He rubbed the back of his neck and continued. The substances you brought back are exceedingly complex and have taxed my capabilities. What's the situation? Arthur inquired, moving closer. This is the company's culmination. All macromolecules. Victor began but paused, casting an annoyed glance at Arthur. If you don't understand, why ask? Just tell me why I'm here. You know I don't come without a reason. Someone wants to gift me a cybernetic enhancement, said to be a fine product from the Crystal Palace. And thought I'd show it to you as well. Arthur chuckled. Show it? More like you're here to have me do some work. Aren't you? Victor shot back, his eyes narrowing. He resumed his tasks. Dismissing Arthur, following the address, V discovered the clinic nestled in a corner. This time she had arrived in a spacious vehicle. Upon opening the trunk, 3 silver metal cases lay quietly within. Not long ago, I was working in Europe, but an incident occurred. The wasteland insisted there were more pressing matters, so they whisked us away. These items were originally not meant for me, but due to circumstances, they have become mine. Arthur questioned. Pressing matters. Is it about that damned alcohol factory? Indeed. One of the technologies there is crucial for the wasteland's most significant research. I wonder how those up top got wind of it. Pondering, Arthur recalled the slaughterhouse he and Jack had dismantled. Although the information regarding blue matter had been automatically erased, other research materials remained intact. V's voice interrupted his thoughts. Quick. Summon the recipient of the gift. She lifted a small box. You'll take those 2. The boxes were indeed heavy, particularly one that appeared deceptively small, nearly causing Arthur to stumble. What on earth is this? That's yours. The first to arrive was Rebecca, hailing from Watson District. Upon receiving news from Arthur, she rushed over. You wretched woman, what are you doing here? Upon seeing V, Rebecca's expression turned sour. I'm here to deliver gifts. As she spoke, V, relying on her height advantage, playfully placed her hand atop Rebecca's head. Not interested, crossing her arms defiantly. Rebecca peeked at the 3 boxes on the table before turning away. I'm not interested. 1 pair of military-grade cybernetic arms from the Crystal Palace's military technology lab. They seem to be gorilla arms. Really don't want them? V observed Rebecca with a smile, finding amusement in the little woman's stubbornness. If you insist on giving them to me, well, it's not what I desire. Rebecca's tone lacked conviction, even ignoring the hand resting on her head. She had long wished to enhance her firepower, as her current small pistol could no longer satisfy her. However, the shotgun she coveted was too powerful for her slender arms to handle. Leaving it in use. V's smile remained unwavering as she lifted the outermost box and shook it playfully. If you truly don't want it, this could fetch quite a sum. As soon as the words left her lips, Rebecca lunged forward, snatching the box from V's hands. How can you sell a gift? You wretched woman. The box contained a bionic arm, with a complex mechanical structure concealed beneath its sleek, dark exterior. To protect its user, it was equipped with an intelligent threshold. Otherwise, the recoil alone would be enough to send its owner reeling. Fortunately, it had been ingeniously designed to significantly reduce the strain on its user, alleviating concerns about diminished performance. Additionally, it inherited many functionalities from hand prosthetics, including ballistic coordination management. Well, V queried, observing Rebecca, whose head was only partially visible behind the box. Consider yourself fortunate. Your gift is quite impressive. Her fondness for this gift even overshadowed her innate nature. Before long, Jack arrived as well. This fellow, whenever he found a moment of leisure, would roam Night City on his dilapidated vehicle, occasionally bringing along Victor's nurse. After parking his bright red Nazer, Jack strode in confidently. Hey, what's up, guys? What brings you here? Seeing the beaming smile on his face, one could only assume he had made progress with Misty. By the way, my mom has been wanting to meet you since she learned you were back. This remark was directed at V, an orphan who had been raised in Haywood, where many had lent her a helping hand. Having successfully completed my mission, I've had some free time lately. So I plan to visit MRS. Wells. As she spoke, V lifted another box, explaining, This is your gift, Jack. Eagerly approaching, Jack scrutinized the box, asking, What's inside? Looks promising. This is a complete emergency cybernetic package, including a secondary heart, auxiliary circulatory system, and biosensors, among other things. All top-tier goods from the Crystal Palace. Not only will they save your life, but they'll also enhance your strength. It's perfectly suited for you. After absorbing all the information, Jack rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Sister, with such a wonderful gift, I should get one for myself first. It's not easy in the company. V, you're far more at risk than I am. Enough chit-chat. Jack, these are all black cybernetic bodies, the kind that seemingly materialize from thin air, with the best possible origins. Unfortunately, I am a member of the Outcasts, and all the cybernetics on my body must be registered with the company, which is tantamount to a form of confiscation. Having them would simply be a waste. Chapter 59, Gravitational Osteo. Well then. Jack ceased to elaborate further and directly lifted the silver-white suitcase. It seems that the power of my fist can ascend to a new level. Old Wei, who was deep within the clinic, had long heard the commotion and wore a smile as he observed the scene before him. It appears you have made quite an extraordinary friend, and one who is exceedingly generous at that. This is V, working in the Outcasts, but trustworthy. We are the true insiders. After introducing V, Jack proceeded to introduce Victor. This is Victor, the most remarkable cybernetic doctor in Night City. Regardless of the severity of the injury, he is the one to consult. No matter whether they were acquainted beforehand, as long as Jack, this lively Jim, was present, there would never be an awkward silence. As both men took their respective suitcases, Arthur directly brought forward the remaining one that belonged to him. The best way to satiate his curiosity was simply to take a glance. Arthur opened the heavy suitcase. Upon the black sponge lay a completely black dagger. The hilt was approximately the length of a man's forearm, double-edged, with several intricate blood grooves etched along the blade. Its hilt was wrapped diagonally in pitch-black leather. A dagger. Arthur cast a curious glance at V. While he did not particularly care for the value of gifts, the nature of this one was distinctly different. With an uncontainable smile, V began to explain. Do you know why the global giants place such immense importance on space? All companies are striving to seize power there, to claim a more significant voice. Very well. Arthur's tone bore impatience. Should I be tipping you for this exquisite tale? Observing the slight bewilderment on Arthur's face, V was uncertain whether to laugh. All right. To put it simply, this contraption is related to the lunar mass accelerator. You know, the device capable of hurling stones from the sky down to Earth. Its core technology comprises two aspects. One is the dense atomic arrangement, and the other is the controllable gravitational field. V approached Arthur's suitcase, pointing at the dagger lying quietly within, and stated, the cybernetic enhancement I am giving you is called gravitational osteo. In a sense, this is part of the cybernetic enhancement I am gifting you. The gravitational field is a highly stable force field, largely unaffected by external influences. This dagger acts as a counterweight for the enhancement. Otherwise, after the bone structure is infused into your body, the muscles would be unable to bear the excessive weight. As he spoke, V lifted the black sponge beneath the dagger, revealing a dozen tightly sealed small vials. The heavy metallic sheen glimmered under the light. This is the cybernetic enhancement. It is in liquid form. As for the installation, it's quite simple. Inject it into the bone, then lie down for a few days. Casting a complex glance at V, Arthur, though not fully comprehending much of what had been said, instinctively recoiled at the peculiar installation method. The cybernetic enhancement could be foregone. My abilities do not require such external augmentation. What if it adversely affects my marksmanship? In that case, I shall decide and give it to Jack instead. Enough with the rambling. V boisterously pressed down on Arthur's shoulder. It is a high night. The remarkable creation of those native to space. Just these few vials demand an immense amount of energy, and they can only be produced in conjunction with a large, controllable gravitational field like the lunar mass accelerator. Very well. With that, Arthur attempted to grasp one of the vials, struggling considerably to lift it. So, if I were to integrate this into my body, there is no risk of becoming paralyzed, right? I have mentioned. The technology is well established. The gravitational field will intelligently counterbalance any excess weight. Moreover, it can be summoned back when needed. For instance, when you throw a punch. Liquid cybernetics. What a monumental concept. This is an enhancement built upon the native organs. Victor had been attentively listening to V's explanation and could within the counterintelligence division, there remain several individuals affiliated with a Bernicki. Jenkins has instructed her to eliminate them discreetly and without leaving a trace. Nonchalantly pouring the remaining half-glass of liquor onto a nearby potted bamboo, V stretched languidly and rose to her feet. Damn it. There are just too many trivial matters to attend to all day long. Shaking her head, she decided to set aside tomorrow's concerns for now and seek some amusement. Perhaps she would pay a visit to Arthur, who still struggled to stand, to pass the time. In Victor's clinic. The new cybernetic enhancements for Arthur and his companions had been successfully installed. However, while Jack and Rebecca were nearly fully recovered, only Arthur required support from the table to walk. At that moment, Arthur leaned against the life pod, staring blankly ahead. Victor was busy behind him, still analyzing the composition of that vial of medicine. He had spent considerable time assisting the trio with their cybernetic adjustments in recent days. As for Arthur's current state, it was primarily due to the pain he had endured, with the bloodshot veins in his eyes threatening to burst forth. Old Vic, Are you sure I'm all right? I feel like I'm gravely injured. Arthur's voice was frail, having not experienced a decent night's sleep in days. While Jack had fully recovered and even wandered around the Devil's Boxing Club, Arthur still appeared half alive. Your cybernetics essentially function as a type of enhancer. They will integrate with your skeletal structure and gradually form a gravitational field. During this process, you will experience some sensations, which is entirely normal. Some sensations. Arthur felt his body. After the pain, there was now an odd itchiness. Both the pain and itch seemed to emanate from within his bones. As the two exchanged idle chatter, the clinic's door swung open abruptly. V entered with an air of excitement. Arthur, let's go have a drink. Old Vic, would you care to join us? Me? I can't leave my clinic unattended. Drinking is out of the question. Victor rejected the offer first, as he became engrossed in his work and disregarded everything else. Meanwhile, Arthur stiffly glanced at his half-damaged body, his voice heavy with a sense of resignation. Listen, V. Though I'm unsure what animosity exists between us. Truly, perhaps you could consider granting me a swift end. Arthur's frailty did not sway V's resolve in the slightest. Jack was preoccupied with Misty, who would surely need a compatible drinking companion. Come on. Arthur, it's merely a cybernetic enhancement. What you need now is a distraction, followed by a good night's sleep. Later, outside the Liz bar, a man pushing a wheelchair appeared. Damn it, I look like a wreck. Arthur complained incessantly. They resembled spectators observing a monkey riding a bicycle. Hey, Arthur, all you need is to drink until you're unconscious, and then you won't see a thing. V followed closely behind, unfazed by the gazes around them, and strode inside. Amidst the bar's signature purple lighting, Arthur's vision gradually blurred once more. He indeed enjoyed a refreshing sleep. The following day, as Arthur awoke to the sound of clanging and rattling, he gradually regained consciousness. It dawned on him that the excruciating sensations that had tormented him for days had completely vanished. Moreover, he sensed a new awareness within his body, akin to the control he had over his arms and legs. He attempted to manipulate this feeling, experiencing a peculiar fluctuation in weight. Additionally, his body seemed to have acquired an extra extension. Following the sensation, he discovered his lower back, the hard object, his dagger. Upon grasping it, the sensation of controlling its weight returned to Arthur's mind. Unfortunately, this feeling only manifested when he held it. According to V's description, his current bone density could rival that of top-tier alloys. This represented a significant enhancement for him. Not to mention the extraordinary ability to manipulate gravity. Arthur twisted his neck and stretched his now normal body in front of the mirror, feeling a delightful release as a series of pops echoed. Outside the Turbo restaurant, man, now semi-retired, often lingered there. Similarly, Dorio had also entered a near-retirement phase, leading a leisurely life. Reclining in a lounge chair, man wore loose sunglasses. With David sprawled beside him, I hope my mother wakes up. Everything else seems trivial in comparison. David felt relaxed, no longer stubbornly wearing his mother's coat or obsessively taking on tasks to improve himself. Like me, only after true retirement did I realize how insignificant past goals seemed. Compared to Dorio, Pila, and the others. Being a legend feels like a fleeting dream. That moment, man's tone had softened, resembling that of an ordinary elder. Indeed, when compared to my mother's life, standing atop the Arasaka Tower is utterly inconsequential. The two engaged in casual conversation, akin to old friends, with an atmosphere of ease that belied their mercenary identities. They had just finished lunch, and it was time to unwind. By the way, is that drug you retrieved really trustworthy? Man inquired casually, recalling his acquaintance with Gloria. I had Victor examine that substance. It should be ready soon. He added, had you known Victor sooner, you wouldn't be facing this predicament. This referred, of course, to the issue of cyberpsychosis. A skilled cybernetic surgeon can not only assess an individual's threshold for endurance, but also optimize their capabilities through better-suited enhancements. Speaking of Victor, man reminisced about the comforting skills of that man. Yet, life is as such. Since retiring, he had gained clarity on many matters. For instance, merely being alive is fortunate, and more importantly, understanding what truly matters to oneself. He felt no significant regret, but rather a profound sense of gratitude. For he had managed to turn back in time. David, if your mother wakes up, will she still be a border walker? Man asked curiously. Perhaps, but my mother probably wouldn't approve. I simply want to save enough money to live a less impoverished life. In this city, countless individuals perished from starvation due to poverty, and many lost their lives over mere sustenance. Artificial meat made from cockroaches is something that some people cannot even beg for. In this city, the true evil lies solely in poverty. If one cannot afford food, they may have no choice but to return to their former ways. David and Man continued their light-hearted conversation until a long sedan halted before them. David instinctively frowned as he felt the dust stirred up by the car's wheels strike his face. Eye in the sunlight. A tall, slender man appeared before them, quite leisurely. Man, but I wonder, are you in need of money lately? The man's sinister voice was far from pleasant, making listeners feel uncomfortable. As you can see, I have retired and dismantled all my cybernetics. Compared to this old life, I'd prefer to remain a pawn. Upon seeing the visitor, Man showed no inclination to rise. The Turbo restaurant's green neon lights illuminated the man's face, revealing his white, short hair and a well-tailored red suit. Most unsettling, however, were the 3 vertically stacked eyes installed in his right eye socket. Resembling certain multi-eyed insects. I can see discontent in your eyes, Man. You are far from as detached as you believe. Looking down upon the two, he fancied himself familiar with Man, a stubborn and obsessive man, whom he deemed easy to manipulate. Faraday. I recall stating quite clearly that I am retired. I no longer take on jobs. Man maintained a smile, though his tone conveyed undeniable finality that was evident to all. Hearing this, the faint smile on Faraday's face gradually diminished, revealing a glint of malice in his 4 eyes. Could it be that I failed to express myself clearly? I have a job for you, and I hope you will accept it. Are you hard of hearing? Or do you consider me one of your subordinates? Man's tone turned icy, and the atmosphere between them grew tense. For some time, Faraday had harbored the desire to recruit Man's team, although he never intended to treat them as equals. However, it must be noted that Faraday was a self-serving individual. In his eyes, everyone around him was merely a pawn. After a prolonged silence, Faraday suddenly let out a cold chuckle, his gaze still frosty. You should be as clever as you once were, Man. Trust me, this is a grave mistake. Leaving that threatening remark behind, he cast a casual glance at David before turning to return to the car, leaving behind a suffocating odor of exhaust fumes. That intermediary who hired us to steal cars. He withheld crucial information during that job and nearly got us killed. David remarked, watching the car recede into the distance, his tone laced with indignation. They indeed had come perilously close to death that time, as the Tiger Claw gang had concentrated their forces due to that batch of biotechnological experimental drugs and chips. Yet, Faraday remained silent regarding these crucial details. Had it not been for Man's urgent assistance in diverting a group of individuals, and the fortuitous encounter with Arthur and Jack atop the overpass, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself from Lucy. He had no desire to become embroiled in that affair. After all, the vehicle belonged to someone named Tian Zhongxinan. That was a figure associated with the infamous Ao Wan, and anything linked to Ao Wan could hardly be trivial. Man's voice was calm. He had always been aware that Faraday was not an ideal collaborator. However, when he returned from his military service and began navigating the Night City, Faraday had extended a helping hand. It was this connection that led him to frequently accept the tasks entrusted by Faraday. Was he truly untroubled by this? I mean, it seems this matter is anything but straightforward. Recalling the moment when the other party had hurled threats, David felt a vague sense of unease. There is no need to worry excessively. Faraday does not relish excessive ties with mercenaries. He is, by nature, a solitary figure and lacks formidable strength. Absent any ulterior motives, he would not seek to provoke us. Man did not dwell on these concerns, instead shifting the conversation to another topic. Currently, Man's team was far from the cohesive unit it once was, seldom undertaking missions together anymore. Particularly, Chi Wei often appeared only after long intervals. This was not entirely unfavorable. Everyone opted for relatively mundane tasks with minimal risk. Furthermore, should they encounter matters beyond their capacity, reconvening would not be too late. David nonchalantly remarked that, at the very least, he and Lucy had developed a comfortable rapport. Upon hearing this, Man chuckled heartily. Indeed, I have retired. These matters now fall upon your shoulders. To a certain extent, one could say that Man's team had long since disbanded. In the depths of the familiar pachinko parlor on Twist Street, Arthur stood casually with his hands resting on his belt. Opposite him, kneeling behind a low coffee table, was an elderly woman with silver hair. The gentle smile adorning her face exuded a natural warmth. Yet she was undeniably the reigning authority within this dark underbelly of the region. Observing Okada Wakako as she deftly handled the delicate tea cups before her, Arthur spoke. Madam, I am currently not in need of funds, so I plan to take a few days off. As a born and bred cowboy, Arthur had no habit of saving money. Rather, he tended to work only when funds ran low. I understand, but for this task, I must find someone I can trust. Pushing a steaming cup of bitter tea towards Arthur, Wakako smiled and encouraged him to taste it. She then added, although it appears I have a thriving establishment, I lack truly capable individuals. This task cannot afford any errors. Despite having collaborated on only a few missions, Arthur and Okada Wakako surprisingly found common ground in their conversation. Arthur grasped the teacup and took a sip, only to wince at the scalding temperature, spilling some on his hand and instinctively tossing the cup back onto the table with a clatter, embarrassed by the tea splattered across the table. Arthur slowly retracted his hand behind him, with a pristine wet towel in hand. Wakako observed Arthur's movements with amusement and explained, "It seems you are not accustomed to such things. Hot tea must be sipped slowly." Once her hands were folded calmly before her, she continued, "It is evident that you wish to steer clear of murky waters for the time being, but this situation is indeed exceptional, so I must take the liberty of asking." Taking the offered damp towel, Arthur pressed it against his reddened right hand, finally responding to Wakako's words. Furrowing his brow, he replied, all right, let me be your errand boy. I have grown accustomed to it." Arthur was, indeed, not one to easily refuse. However, he insisted on knowing the specifics before providing a definitive answer. Wakako's hand glided over the tea bowl, stirring the clear tea within. "We are all aware of the situation with the Westbrook. The Tiger Claw gang, emboldened by Alhuan's backing, has become outrageously brazen here." As she spoke, the elderly woman's gaze drifted, as if lost in recollection. "I assume you have frequented the Ritz bar, which is relatively quieter." Arthur remained silent, patiently awaiting her elaboration. "That establishment belongs to the Mox gang, a refuge for the downtrodden licking their wounds, the youngest gang in this night city, so weak that few regard them. Initially, it was the territory of Elizabeth Ritz Bowden, a woman of dubious origin, whose humble beginnings rendered her compassionate towards the struggling girls under her care, until, that is, a few small-time leaders from the Tiger Claw gang, who have always been reckless, tormented several of the girls there into a state of despair." Listening intently to the elderly woman's words, Arthur was eager to learn more about the bar he often visited. Fueled by anger, a desire to protect, and the intent to intimidate, Ritz eliminated those few men and displayed their corpses. However, that was during the Tiger Claw gang's most rampant period, and the outcome was grim. Ritz was murdered, sacrificing her life to rally the entire community in defiance. In the end, they were left with nothing but ruins, upon which they erected a new bar and established the Mox gang. Pausing for a moment, Wakako took a sip of her tea, moistening her parched lips. "It seems my new endeavor will be related to these unfortunate girls." Arthur interjected, clarifying that he bore no disdain for those with tragic backgrounds. As he was a cowboy at heart. "I know Ritz. She was a fighter, never backing down in her life. When she sought my assistance against the Tiger Claw gang, I found myself hesitating, uncertain whether to aid her. In the end, she never came to me." Chapter 62. The shooting challenge. "Even after her death, I remained uncertain whether I would have helped her. I am a businessman, and aiding her. Saya." Wakako exhaled deeply before uttering the latter part of her statement, clearly indicating a losing proposition. "If you were merely a businessman, this matter would not linger in your mind, remembering it for 10 years. Arthur replied. "So, what exactly is my task?" "Still involving those scoundrels from the Tiger Claw gang. But this time the issue arises at the cloud top. As you know, I provide shelter to many individuals, particularly those defenseless sex workers, who are indeed unfortunate girls. I am aware that many sex workers seek work at the cloud top. It seems the working conditions there are not as ideal as one might imagine." Arthur took another sip of the bitter tea. While it was quite astringent, it was surprisingly palatable. "Just yesterday, 3 girls were brought into my establishment. They were lifeless upon arrival. Their appearance was tragic, and I find it hard to describe, but the despair etched on their faces is something I must carry to their graves. I had always thought I was too old for anger. Yet, some matters cannot be brushed aside so easily. For this task, you are to transition from a middleman to a principal contractor." Adjusting his gambler's hat, Arthur inquired directly, "I will take this job. Now, what's the reward? If you're short on funds, I can offer a discount." He. Shaking her head with a chuckle, Wakako elaborated, "The commission is not easy, which is why I sought you out. This is an act of vengeance, so there are no taboos. Let us be direct. Go to the top 3 levels of the Cloud Top's office area and take a round of their establishment. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Should the Tiger Claw gang retaliate, I will handle them myself and see if they dare to confront me. I have resided in Westbrook for over 40 years. And perhaps I have indeed taken too many steps back." This elderly woman, typically so amiable, revealed a formidable side when provoked. As for the reward, I shall provide 50,000 euros and a special gift, a cherished item of mine. Watching Arthur's retreating figure, Wakako revealed a satisfied smile. She was a shrewd individual, possessing a keen eye for character. Arthur was a young man she held in high regard, worthy of her trust and investment. Sometimes, drawing closer to someone does not necessitate bestowing favors. For certain individuals, the debt of personal connection can serve as a favorable alternative. Detailed task information soon arrived. Scheduled for the following night, Wakako would ensure that innocent individuals in the vicinity were evacuated in advance. Thus, Arthur's role was simply to infiltrate and then escape. With this thought, he instinctively reached for the dagger concealed at his lower back. If that dagger were to be more than 5,000 meters away, Arthur would lose the ability to freely manipulate the gravitational field of his cybernetic body. However, the default gravitational field of the cybernetic body was calibrated to the weight of ordinary bones, thus avoiding the awkward predicament of outright paralysis. Exiting Wakako's pachinko parlor, the bustling crowd of Twist Street greeted Arthur's eyes. This was the height of activity in Night City, and from afar, one could still glimpse the towering skyscraper housing Cloud Top. The extravagant neon lights pierced through the moment the call connected. That iconic cacophony surged forth, and without even needing to see, Arthur could easily envision Rebecca jumping up to speak. "Pray tell, who snatched your pacifier?" he grumbled, rubbing his ears in vain annoyance. "That bald, rotund fellow downstairs at your place has opened a gun shop that sells nothing but crap." Instantly, a figure materialized in Arthur's mind, Wilson, the proprietor of the Second Amendment. Which was indeed the name of his gun shop. That guy was exuberant, and nearly all the residents of the H10 skyscraper knew him well. A loudmouthed fatso. Although Arthur wasn't particularly close to him, they were acquaintances of sorts, mainly because he bore an uncanny resemblance to a friend of Arthur's, in appearance, hairstyle, beard, and even name. What on earth is going on? Damn it. Never mind. I'll deal with it when I get back. Irritated, he hung up the call and hurried home. The bustling atmosphere of H10 was not merely confined to the throngs of vendors below. Even the upper residential areas thrived with vibrancy. Numerous shops lined the streets. And aside from the few emaciated homeless loafing at the storefronts, the overall impression was one of opulence. As the elevator doors opened, Arthur was greeted by a crowd gathered outside, a sea of faces. The gun shop, usually deserted, was now overflowing with eager patrons, all jostling to get closer. The moment Arthur's signature Gambler S had appeared, a gap was instantly created in the throng, allowing a small figure to nimbly slip through. With her two green braids bobbing behind her, there was no mistaking that it was Rebecca. Her arms, once ordinary and even somewhat short, had been replaced with the most advanced gorilla prosthetics, making it a breeze for her to part the crowd. "Arthur, over here, help me teach that fatso a lesson," Rebecca shouted as she rushed toward him, grabbing his arm with fervor. "Damn that lard, I ought to put a few holes in his big backside." The little girl tugged Arthur along, dragging him into the gun shop, while continuing to berate the man. "What is going on? If it's your beloved game of house, I absolutely refuse to partake." The Second Amendment was not just a gun shop. It also served as a miniature shooting range. Wilson was an avid shooting enthusiast, to the point where one could say he ran the shop as a side venture. He would eagerly invite neighbors to his store to shoot, only to mercilessly mock those who performed poorly. In short, his sharp tongue did little to bolster the shop's business. Inside, Wilson stood before the shooting range entrance, arms crossed, a serious expression on his face as he regarded the returning Rebecca. However, his comical looks did little to instill any sense of intimidation. "Arthur, this rude little girl might need to be taken home by you." "What? Did she relieve herself in your shop?" At times, it seemed that Arthur's barbs could wound even more than those of an enemy. Caught off guard by Arthur's comment, Wilson appeared momentarily stunned before his expression hardened once more. "Damn you, Arthur. Shut up. That fatso won't sell me a gun, even though I'm offering to pay. It's not like I'm robbing him. Why should he refuse me? Rules are rules. You need to complete the challenge I set before I sell you a gun. Otherwise, it's off the table," Wilson said, puffing out his chest while glaring at Rebecca. While he was a shooting aficionado, he was also a rather generous boss. Despite the shop's seemingly remote location, he had connections and occasionally procured some exceptional merchandise. He rarely sold these items, but instead used them as bait for shooting contests or challenges. Rebecca lifted her chin confidently, patting Arthur on the side. "My friend will take my place, but I advise you not to push him too hard. Otherwise, you might just end up empty-handed. In this shooting challenge, several tiers of scores were established, with the highest scores allowing participants to win guns outright. I'd love to snag one for free. If I could shoot like that, it would be worth the experience. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Arthur, carrying a hint of suspicion. They knew each other and exchanged greetings frequently, but could he really be a hidden sharpshooter? Wilson, however, was not optimistic. As a shooting enthusiast, he was well versed in the subject. For instance, someone who frequently practiced shooting must surely have calluses on their hands, right? That fatso, anyone can challenge him, right? We need to clarify this beforehand to avoid any complaints. Rebecca continued to shout, her confidence evidently bolstered. Enough chatter. If you want to shoot, come inside. Don't waste my time. Wilson squeezed his rotund frame through the door leading to the indoor shooting range. Inside, there were several makeshift shooting windows and a target room extending several meters deep, with 6 tracks on the ceiling holding targets. The rules were straightforward. 100 seconds, each target scored individually, randomly dropping down in quantity and order. A perfect score was 10 points, and a miss was 0. The final score would be the average of all attempts. So, are you ready? Choosing a random window. Arthur drew out his revolver, a rather large specimen among handguns. Seeing this, Wilson couldn't help but comment, the targets will drop quite rapidly. You'd better use a gun with less recoil and a larger magazine. Just watch, kid. And keep your mouth shut. Arthur removed his hat and placed it aside, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Let us begin. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Go. Bang. Before Wilson's words fully escaped his lips, Arthur's gun erupted with fire. A target that hadn't even fully descended was swiftly sent back up in a puff of smoke. Bang, bang. The targets that followed met the same fate, even when multiple targets dropped simultaneously. They were all swiftly dispatched. Arthur's movements for reloading were leisurely. It was as if shooting required no time at all for him. When the 100 seconds elapsed, he turned to see Wilson's jaw hanging open in disbelief, his small eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How about that? Fatso. Hand over my gun like a good lad. With her hands on her hips, Rebecca raised her chin defiantly, as though she herself had just completed the shooting. Full score. A sharpshooter. Arthur, you've been hiding your talents. Snapped back to reality, Wilson disregarded Rebecca and instead scrutinized Arthur with astonishment. Incredible. With that, he excitedly darted out of the shooting room and behind the counter of the gun shop. When he returned, he was holding a black gun case over a meter long, hefty and imposing. Here you go, Arthur. Compared to your astounding marksmanship, this prize is but a trifling gift. As he handed the case to Arthur, Rebecca, enraged at being ignored, stomped her feet in frustration. Armed with his spoils and accompanied by the triumphant Rebecca, Arthur exited the gun shop. How did you find me here? He inquired during their walk. Assuming she was likely seeking him out. Naturally. To try out my new cybernetic limbs, Rebecca exclaimed with glee, her 2 short arms animatedly gesturing before her. I heard you've recovered quite well. Let us show off the new gear. With all the middlemen you know, why not snag a job? Compared to you, I'm still a novice. Arthur paused, contemplating before continuing. You see. Trailing behind others 1T earn you any recognition. At the very least, you should choose a respectable leader. What, do you think man is a poor choice? Rebecca retorted, her red eyes wide, puffing out her cheeks as she gazed at Arthur. The leader I'm referring to isn't man. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at Arthur's door. The simple metal sliding door automatically opened upon detecting Arthur's identity. In the dim light, the pungent odor of alcohol assaulted Rebecca's senses, causing her to recoil in shock. Is this your home? Do you sleep among the bottles? She stared incredulously at the scene before her. Following the dim light of the hallway, the ground was littered with glimmering glass bottles. What? Do you expect a mercenary's room to be tidy? I am no princess or heiress. Arthur strode inside, nonchalantly kicking aside the obstacles in his path. Approaching the sofa, he swept the items from the table onto the floor and placed the hefty gun case atop it. What's in this heavy thing? Ignoring the mess at his feet, Rebecca rushed over, unrestrained as she plopped down in front of the gun case. Budget firepower, killing, kinetic shotgun. She eagerly nudged Arthur aside, impatiently opening the case. Affordable firepower, as the name suggests, was born for the common folk. Its products are notorious for their budget-friendly prices and abysmal quality control. On the firearms produced by this company, one can even observe the jagged edges of metal parts. Arthur glanced irritably at the eagerly enthusiastic Rebecca beside him and remarked, with such equipment, you could easily scavenge a whole basketful just by wandering around the industrial district in the north of the city, the territory of the Vortex Gang, or even sift through the garbage. The killing gun, bulky in size yet lacking in substance, was crammed with a far greater amount of gunpowder than it could handle. It either dislocates the user's shoulder with its recoil or transforms into a bomb cradled in their arms. This is not the standard killing model, Rebecca explained, having already retrieved the massive black shotgun from its box. Were it not for her latest cybernetic enhancements, wielding this weapon would be quite challenging for her. This was a custom collectible crafted by affordable firepower. With one hand free, she rapped on the barrel, which was as thick as a cannon. Number 7 black steel, the material capable of striking rocket nozzles. A weapon piled high with subpar materials. You might as well treat it like a jet engine. Its recoil would surely launch you into the sky. Ignoring Arthur's jests, Rebecca tossed the gun between her hands, effortlessly throwing the hefty piece into the air to spin a couple of times before catching it again. Disregarding its dull color, this is a perfect weapon. I need to give it some proper maintenance. As if declaring a proclamation, the shotgun whirled in her grip. Let us name it Iron Courage. Take your iron egg and go home to play. He grasped Rebecca by the collar, unceremoniously tossing both her and the shotgun out the door. It was already quite late, yet Rebecca showed no signs of leaving, so Arthur had no choice but to accompany her for a while. You idiot, it's Iron Courage. Outside, Rebecca spread her legs and plopped down on the ground, looking up at Arthur with one arm extended, her fist pounding insistently against his door. When are we taking the commission? I'll come find you tomorrow. For now, go home and be ready. With that response, Rebecca sprang up from the ground, hoisting her newly acquired shotgun, Iron Courage, onto her small shoulder as she departed. She and Pilar resided in the Watson district, not far from this place. Inside, Arthur rummaged through a cabinet for a moment before retrieving a brand new bottle of liquor. Since the job was set for the next evening, tonight's affairs were of little consequence. It wasn't until midnight that the room was filled with the thunderous sounds of snoring, with only a few additional bottles on the floor to mark the passage of time. At the edge of the northern Watson district, Jackson Street marks the boundary of the northern industrial area, the Watson district, and even the entire Night City. The surrounding dilapidated houses seem like relics from a century ago, and the night here could indeed be described as dark. With the lights from the center of Night City barely reaching this far, the area is unexpectedly quiet, resembling a place forsaken by Night City. A row of old, three-story buildings, each around 10 meters tall, stands here, with neon lights above and the moon shining unobscured. In the darkness, Rebecca clutched her Iron Courage, a smile still lingering on her face. Chapter 64. Red flowing under the purple lights as she approached the apartment. Rebecca noticed a dark blue van parked at the entrance, nearly black in hue. She recognized the vehicle as belonging to a woman who lived upstairs, a taciturn individual who rarely visited, despite living nearby. They hadn't exchanged many words. Casually bypassing the van, she headed straight home. Once inside, she carelessly tossed her shotgun onto Pilar's desk before collapsing onto the sofa. Pilar was seated at his workstation, sparks occasionally flying before him. He had not installed a leg prosthetic and was currently seated in a rudimentary wheelchair, seemingly handcrafted. According to his own words, good steel must be put to good use. Hey, old man, take a look at my new gun. Isn't it cool? She kicked off her shoes with force, curling her pudgy legs up, her hands pressed down on them. Like a weeble wobble, she swayed left and right, raising her voice towards Pilar, leaning forward. Pilar grasped the seemingly hefty shotgun, caught off guard and nearly stumbling. Is this a custom model? Why is it so heavy? Steadying himself, he brought it closer. It was brand new, showing no signs of wear, and the metal was well maintained. A quick glance revealed the firearm's intricacies. He was a seasoned gunsmith, and such details were not difficult for him to discern. It could accommodate special deer rounds or explosive lead shots. And if one disregarded its recoil, it was indeed a fine weapon. In this era, the challenge in designing kinetic firearms lay primarily in the choice of materials, as their structures were generally simple. The difficulty resided in selecting the appropriate materials for each component and fine-tuning the overall mechanical structure. The design of the killing gun was not particularly successful. Its inferior materials pursued power far beyond its limits. This had resulted in numerous unfortunate souls meeting their demise at the hands of their own weapons. High-grade materials were prohibitively expensive, unsuitable for such low-end market products, with only a few hundred commemorative items utilizing aerospace-grade materials. Yet even if the material issues were resolved, the unreasonable mechanical structure remained a significant flaw. The overwhelming recoil invariably posed a headache for its users. What do you plan to modify, or is it merely for my admiration? Pilar's peculiar prosthetic hands fiddled with the weapon for a moment before he set it down, turning his gaze towards Rebecca. The ammunition is somewhat lacking. Let us add some more power, like she was unconcerned about its recoil. Little Rebecca seemed eager to wield a tank's main cannon. Ha, my dear sister, I hope your new prosthetic can handle it. As he spoke, the sparks before him erupted once more. The next day, when Arthur arrived, Rebecca's gun had transformed into a vibrant green, adorned with pink stripes. She raised it high above her head, laughing as she asked Arthur, "What do you think of its new color scheme?" "Like a toy, yet it truly suits you," Arthur replied nonchalantly. "Time to go. The commission is set for tonight, and I believe it will pique your interest." He had not even brought a rifle, opting only for the handgun at his waist and a small knife. Cloud Up, the largest den of indulgence in Night City, resided within the towering H8 skyscraper, drawing people like a beacon. As night fell, those who had toiled all day would reinvigorate themselves, spending their hard-earned wages for an unforgettable evening. Stepping into the elevator, as the silvery doors slid apart, a cascade of purple light flooded the space, caressing the senses like a woman's lavender polish, teasing at the heartstrings. This was indeed a far cry from the foul-smelling lodgings of the Old West. Arthur strode inside and dialed Kajiko's number. Behind the scenes, she had already arranged everything. I've arrived. Kajiko, shall I wait at the front desk? As he spoke, a young woman at the front desk approached, her lips moist and inviting. Welcome to Cloud Op, your personalized paradise. Her blue hair was styled into two buns, revealing a seductive neck. We're not here to consume. Rebecca, just barely reaching the counter, had to tiptoe to lean against it. The desk clerk, momentarily puzzled by Rebecca, soon hurried through the mysterious door behind her. I in the communication, Kajiko's voice came through. It'll be ready soon. The kids will be leaving shortly. After finishing her sentence, she voluntarily hung up. Arthur, what exactly are we doing here? Did the Tiger Claw gang stir up trouble again? Rebecca inquired, tilting her head, placing Iron Courage firmly on the table before her. Your mind seems to have grasped what's happening. It appears our little kittens have quite the notorious reputation, Arthur remarked, surveying the darkened interior of Cloud Op. Soon, your new toy will be making some noise. Once the girls had exited, anyone capable of moving would be fair game. Before long, a multitude of workers gathered, spilling out in a chaotic rush. They paid no heed to Arthur and Rebecca standing by the counter as they orderly entered the elevator. Arthur regarded the scene with confusion, particularly perplexed by the men in the crowd dressed in bizarre attire, tight clothing, glittering sequins on their heads, and long, fluttering eyelashes. Although he was unfamiliar with these individuals, Arthur felt an impulse to throw a punch. What's going on? Why are all the people inside fleeing? Shouldn't the security of the Tiger Claw gang be checking things out? Forcing himself to look away, Arthur relaxed his clenched fists, redirecting the conversation. How should I know? Rebecca replied bluntly, resting her head on her arms stacked on the counter. The evacuation was swift, and soon, silence returned to the space. Just as calmness settled, a burly man burst forth from the dark void. In Arthur's mind, a message reached his neurointerface, precisely the news from Wakeko. Make your move, Arthur. At this moment, they were in the preparation stage before the opening of the Cloud Pinnacle, where there were hardly any patrons. With his left hand, he drew the small knife that accompanied his cybernetic body from his right hip. Holding it in his hand, Arthur tossed it lightly before shifting it to his right hand. What is happening? Where are those filthy bitches? The burly man had yet to steady himself when he shouted in haste, but what greeted him was a spinning black throwing knife. As he glanced at the man's forehead, now bearing a wound that only held the knife's handle, Arthur nodded in satisfaction, while he marveled at the blade's sharpness. He also acknowledged that his past skills had not dulled. It was not until the battle concluded that Rebecca returned the iron shield from the counter to her hands, casting a slightly reproachful glance at Arthur. Clearly, she was upset that he had snatched her opportunity to fire. With a flick of his finger, the dagger embedded in the burly man's forehead trembled slightly before soaring back into Arthur's grasp. Within a 15-meter range, the dagger and the two gravitational fields created by Arthur's gravity-altering bones could interact with one another. This interaction was not complex, and it could not make the dagger fly at will as if manipulated by telekinesis. However, retrieving it from a distance or accelerating it post-launch was indeed feasible. Witnessing this scene, Rebecca did not display any shock. Nowadays, there were electromagnetic knives capable of similar effects, though they were far from the stability of gravitational fields. Holding the small knife and feeling the unique connection it had with his body, Arthur decided it deserved a name. What should he call it? As he pondered, he held it before him. The pitch-black double-edged blade, with its slender, streamlined body, was a sight to behold. Observing the slight narrowing of the double-edged blade at the handle, a fitting name emerged in his mind. Let us call it Swallow. Chapter 65. Slaughter. The sound of the burly man hitting the ground was neither too loud nor too soft. As the two stepped into the dimly lit, ambiguous purple glow, leaving behind a trail of indistinguishable footprints under the light. On either side lay corridors and shadowy compartments, most of the room doors ajar, evidently neglected by the departing staff. Ahead, at the end of the corridor, the sound of approaching footsteps indicated the arrival of the oblivious Tiger Claw gang security. Gripping the swallow, the dark blade, though sharp, did not reflect light, shredding the already dim ambience into fragments. Timing his move, Arthur exerted force from his shoulder, sending the swallow silently into the air, like scissors cutting through darkness. At the corner, just in time, a figure rushed out, followed by a spray of blood darker than the purple light. Before the security could recover from the shock of their comrade's sudden demise, Arthur's right hand, which had just thrown the swallow. Drew the prelude from his waist, slightly shifting his stance. He leveled his right arm, aiming the dark gun barrel straight ahead. A few fine wrinkles appeared at the corner of his right eye, as if trying to squeeze the target into view. Within this youthful form resided a monster that no creature, save for the ravages of disease, could kill. As the subsequent guards charged one after another, Arthur's revolver fired round after round. The dull gunfire echoed through the corridor, resonating over a considerable distance. From afar, a voice emerged, though it was in a language Arthur could not comprehend. "Damn you, Arthur!" Rebecca glared at him with fury, her iron shield flipping in her hands as she muttered loudly, clearly lamenting that Arthur had deprived her of a chance to shoot. Summoning back the swallow, they pressed forward, turning the corner to find a grand and spacious ballroom before them. At its center stood a circular stage 1 meter high, surrounded by sofas and simple partitions. At this moment, the stage was teeming with tiger claw minions, all wearing tense expressions as they gazed toward the corridor. Until 2 figures, one large and one small, emerged from the corridor. Enemy attack, counterattack, eliminate those 2 bastards. In the next instant, a hail of bullets descended upon them. In a swift motion, Arthur lunged toward the edge of the stage. Still holding the shrieking Rebecca, the girl seemed entirely oblivious to the concept of cover, as if it were merely luck that kept her from being hit by bullets, with his hand shielding her head. Arthur pressed her down to the edge, finally freeing his opportunity to shoot. At that moment, bullets flew throughout the ballroom. Glass, sofas, and various crystal ambience lights shattered under the relentless barrage, amidst the surrounding noise. Arthur could only observe discreetly. The Tiger Claw gang members maintained their usual flamboyant attire, their hair vibrant like parrot feathers, and their glowing tattoos flickering in the dimness. There was no need for Arthur's discerning eye to mark them as enemies. They had already highlighted themselves. How curious, this bunch of clowns with feathers stuck in their foreheads had transformed into armed gunmen. With a hint of mockery, Arthur withdrew. Smoke still billowed from the muzzle of his gun as he loaded bullets into the chamber. Compared to the guards from the recent Pier 2 factory, these Tiger Claw gang members resembled nothing more than street thugs, their shots wildly erratic. Well, they were merely bullies of ordinary folk, and their incompetence matched their reputation. Beneath the ballroom's purple hue, blood splattered until tranquility finally returned. Tucking the prelude back into its holster, Arthur glanced at the Tiger Claw member with bright green hair at his feet and casually discarded the obstruction aside. Perhaps strutting on the streets would be a more suitable choice for them. As they proceeded, Arthur dispatched any remaining threats with a shot, and the duo soon found the staircase leading upstairs. However, positioned at the stairwell was a burly man clad in a silver suit. He was not as tall as Jack, but his build was even more robust, resembling a pillar standing on the ground. This fellow stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out, seemingly arrogant yet exuding an innate humility. Despite the fierce gun battle outside, he had remained steadfast in his position without budging an inch. Yet, Arthur had no time to ruminate over his demeanor. He drew his gun and fired directly at the man's forehead. As sparks erupted from the man's brow, he merely tilted his head and stared back at Arthur, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Now, it's my turn," he shouted in a language Arthur could not understand, charging directly at him. Thud! The man's fist crashed violently against Arthur's crossed arms, sending him staggering back a few steps. In that moment, Arthur silently augmented the gravitational force of all his bones, as if a dam holding back a raging river, absorbing the tremendous impact before him. In the past, when faced with hulking figures whose muscle fibers threatened to burst through their skin, Arthur had to keep his distance, weighing whether his bones could withstand the force. But now, he found himself unbound by such trepidation. The burly man shook his hands, although his previous punch had pushed Arthur back. That had been his full strength. His physical power was undoubtedly greater than that of a grizzly bear, yet striking Arthur felt akin to hitting an iron stake. Angrily, he raised his arm and bellowed at Arthur, bringing down another heavy blow. Regrettably, this time he could not unleash his formidable strength. With a resounding crash, the burly man flew backward like a rag doll. Upon closer inspection, as he tumbled to the ground, he was left with merely the upper half of his body intact. Rebecca, who had been near Arthur, had retreated a considerable distance by now. "Oh my, did you see that, Arthur? My iron shield." She raised the shotgun high above her head, smoke still billowing from its muzzle. "Very well, but remember to be clever next time. Don't get yourself shot." Arthur attempted to open the glass door, but it indicated that he had no access rights. Glancing down at the puddle on the ground, he speculated that the access card was likely hidden within. Subtly shifting to a side. It seems it's your time to shine again. Sometimes, I truly feel that perhaps your gun is better suited for other purposes. Rebecca, wielding the iron shield, glanced at the glass door, pouted, and viciously pulled the trigger. A thunderous explosion sent shards flying, instantly creating a gaping hole in the door, with glass fragments littering the ground. Using the gunstock, she enlarged the opening slightly, and the duo crouched to slip inside. Traversing the staircase corridor, the lighting on this level remained dim, with semi-open makeup rooms scattered about, clearly a place for the girls to arm themselves. The terrain here was more intricate than below, prompting Arthur and Rebecca to proceed with heightened caution as the Swallow flitted silently, dispatching numerous lurking foes. Having neutralized the defenses on these two levels, they recognized that this was merely supplementary. Their true objective lay in the top-level office area. To reach the upper floors, they needed to take the elevator. After a thorough search, they finally found an inconspicuous small door that led them out of the dimly lit environment suffused with ambiguous purple light. This area was almost entirely exposed, allowing them to see the outside scenery from a distance, with vibrant neon lights illuminating the surroundings. This was the maintenance room, responsible for the proper functioning of the entire cloud pinnacle system. Deep within this layer, they discovered the elevator. Arthur, this damn elevator requires authorization to operate, Rebecca exclaimed, leaning over the panel and fiddling with it for a while, her two braids swaying left and right behind her. Although I harbor a strong disdain for that old woman, her presence undeniably brings a degree of convenience. With no hackers available, we have no choice but to seek out the panel terminal. From a distance, Arthur stood behind an iron mesh wall, gesturing to Rebecca in front of a panel, beckoning her over. Come take a look. Is this what we need? Chapter 66. Ascension. Despite Rebecca being an unrestrained lunatic, Arthur proved himself to be a fool when it came to computers. Now, he could only resort to desperate measures and let Rebecca examine the terminal. After Rebecca made a circuit around the terminal on the wall, Arthur's incessant chatter resumed. Excellent. It seems you should be able to reach it. On her tiptoes, Rebecca spun around sharply. You fool, Arthur, be quiet. She threw her hands up in exasperation, and Arthur took a step back. Go for it. The permissions were stored within an encrypted database on the terminal. Although I couldn't access it, a physical bypass should be feasible. However, those above will receive an intrusion alert. After rummaging through the terminal for a while, Rebecca turned back to Arthur. Forget about that. We came in through the front door. You don't think they are oblivious, do you? While they may be a ragtag bunch, if there's this much commotion without any alert, I must question whether we are assaulting a pigpen. Beside the terminal, amidst a tangle of wires, Rebecca swiftly located the elevator module they were searching for. After a flurry of operations, she clapped her hands and turned back. It's done. Who would have thought you could actually manage a few gestures? When they returned to the elevator, the red exclamation mark on the panel had indeed vanished, leaving only the button for the top floor. Without a second thought, Rebecca strode inside, ready to press the button. Stop, you reckless little imp, Arthur urgently called out, watching the scene unfold with a hint of helplessness. What's wrong? We're fixing the elevator, and then we won't need it. Are we supposed to climb up? It's quite a distance to the top, Rebecca, visibly impatient, retorted. Observing the petite girl, unafraid and headstrong, Arthur felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. You just said the people above are already aware of our presence. If you go up like this, they only need to toss in a few grenades and spray bullets, and we'll become mere corpses on the ground. Are you eager to meet your maker? Unfortunately, for individuals like us, the chances of reaching the heavens are slim. Well, what do you suggest? This is our only way. Arthur scanned the surroundings, his gaze locking onto the ceiling of the elevator shaft. The destination was solely the top floor, where those up there would likely be stationed. If they could leap in from below beforehand, they could perfectly evade encirclement. The structural blueprint of those 3 floors was in Wakate's files, and the elevator was constructed with a glass material that was not particularly sturdy. While this plan appeared perilous, upon closer examination, it was surprisingly logical. With that thought, Arthur stepped into the elevator shaft and looked up. The ceiling was composed of a solid steel plate, and he found no convenient opening to exploit. Raising his head, Arthur drew out his dagger, hoping that this blade would suffice to cut through the steel plate. Gripping it tightly as he concentrated, an unexpected heaviness emanated from the light dagger. The small blade quickly grew heavy, to the point where Arthur could barely hold it. With both hands gripping it, he harnessed its inertia and thrust it forcefully against the side wall of the elevator shaft. The blade penetrated the metal surprisingly smoothly, continuing to increase its weight. A gash was effortlessly carved out as if slicing paper. Twisting his shoulders, he leaped up, grabbing the edge of the elevator shaft. His fingers clung fiercely, and with all his strength, he hoisted himself up. The moment he emerged through the opening, a fierce wind enveloped him, as if a multitude of unseen hands were tugging at his clothing. To facilitate his climb, Arthur had previously reduced his skeletal weight, But now, under the onslaught of the high-altitude winds, his body tilted towards the gusts. In the pitch-black yet dazzling night sky above the city. His form appeared as a banner belonging solely to him. As he landed atop the elevator shaft, he significantly increased the weight of his leg bones, anchoring himself firmly in place. "Perhaps you should stay below," he shouted towards the opening amidst the howling winds. In response, he was met with the sight of a pair of green braids bouncing up and down, along with two hands reaching outward. "Okay." Arthur's hoarse voice was carried far by the wind. He bent down and grasped those two short arms, effortlessly lifting the petite Rebecca up. "If you fly out like a rag doll, I swear I won't come looking for you. That scene would surely be quite unpleasant." Though he jested, Arthur clutched her tightly under his arm. Rebecca, caught under his arm, remained silent, her little legs dangling helplessly in the air. The fierce winds above tugged her braids in one direction as she looked ahead. Arthur followed her gaze. Before them, not far from Westbrook, stood the municipal center, the very brain of the night city. In the darkness, the headquarters of several colossal corporations sprawled beneath the night sky, their massive black forms partially illuminated by neon lights, revealing only a fraction of their shadowy outlines. These silent giants loomed around the central circular municipal forum. Like gluttonous diners awaiting a feast, coldly surveying the entire city, anticipating a sumptuous meal, Night City is a place that cannot be overlooked. Its dazzling lights draw the world's gaze yet fail to illuminate itself effectively. In simpler terms, be careful while walking. Avoid stepping into the shadowy excrement by the roadside. As the wind intensified, swirling around Arthur and Rebecca, they drew ever closer to the rooftop lights. As they neared the shimmering glow above, Arthur pinpointed their landing direction. With one arm securing Rebecca, the other hand held the now heavy dagger, causing the veins in his arm to bulge. Utilizing the upward momentum of the elevator, the heavy dagger flew out, shattering the glass at their intended landing spot. Arthur straightened up, adjusting his center of gravity to allow him to exert force atop the elevator shaft. Focusing, he squinted his eyes, twisting his waist and shoulders, and threw Rebecca into the opening. He watched with relief as she successfully entered the cavity. With no time to hesitate, Arthur crouched and leaped towards that direction. The fierce wind howled in his ears, and beneath him, the neon lights flickered dreamily. In this elevated realm, a figure flashed past. Leveraging the connection between himself and the dagger, he accurately landed within the opening. As the dagger's weight surged to its maximum, within a 15-meter radius, the gravitational bond between it and Arthur became akin to an invisible rope, proving to be quite an effective tactic. Rolling upon landing, Arthur swiftly rose to his feet, while Rebecca had already positioned her iron shield in front of her. Glancing at the girl's short shorts and the expanse of exposed skin, Arthur couldn't help but remark, "You're lucky you weren't scratched by anything on the ground and didn't end up crying. But remember, we didn't come out here to perform on stage. Choose more practical attire next time." Humph. Listening to Arthur's admonishment, Rebecca stomped her foot, puffed out her cheeks, but refrained from arguing. "Let us go. You little rascal, we must act before they react." It seemed that all security was focused on the top floor, fixated on the elevator. Before ascending, Rebecca had physically dismantled the critical structure of its door mechanism, likely exhausting those up top significantly. In the dim light, Arthur drew his weapon from his waist, retrieved the dagger, and cautiously ventured outside. The weighted state of the dagger was unsuitable for recall, as it might pull Arthur back instead. Chapter 67. The Malevolent Head on the Rooftop. A middle-aged man in a fitted suit stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gloomy expression nearly palpable. His hair was a mix of black and white, and his brow was furrowed with deep lines of frustration. This man was Hiroshi Sato, the representative of the Tiger Claw Gang and the Cloud Op. He was all too familiar with the attackers. He never anticipated that Wakatake would respond so directly and mercilessly over something so trivial. The Tiger Claw Gang's power had always relied on its vast numbers, those members who roamed the streets and highways, adorned with their distinctive fluorescent tattoos, while they might seem somewhat childish upon closer inspection, were indeed effective displays of the gang's might. Yet, such a large-scale membership inevitably attracted trouble, drawing in many ruthless individuals. They acted with impunity, committing heinous acts that incited public outrage. Although the higher-ups within the gang generally disapproved of such troublemakers, they had no choice but to rely on them. In Night City, the Tiger Claw Gang could mitigate most of their misdeeds, but only to a degree. Compared to the true mercenary world, these gang members, who thrived on the backs of ordinary people, were somewhat naive. He discreetly cast a glance at a robust figure looming in the rear right, known as Pan Shanchuan. This individual served as his direct superior and was among the select few at the pinnacle of the Tiger Claw Gang. The current predicament had been instigated by some of his trusted confidants. As the elevator gradually came to a halt on the rooftop, the portly figure gestured for the surrounding crowd to take action. In an instant, the clattering sound of bullets ricocheted against the tightly sealed elevator doors. Hearing the commotion above, Arthur and Rebecca quickened their pace. The floor was dimly lit, cluttered with disordered control panels, resembling a hub for managing the facilities of the Cloud Summit. When confronted with a door that refused to budge, Arthur effortlessly found the route leading upward with the help of Yinzi. There were 3 levels in total. It was uncertain whether this one counted. Continuing their ascent, the scene that unfolded before them transformed dramatically. The entire space was adorned with smooth, lustrous materials of unknown origin, complemented by strategically placed potted plants. To one side, a spacious high-altitude balcony boasted a swimming pool, a bar, and all manner of amenities. This floor appeared to be devoid of personnel, evidently. They were quite confident in the structure of their stronghold, as it seemed only the elevator provided access for intruders. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur and Rebecca slipped into the interior, heading toward the source of the disturbance. Instead of rushing to the rooftop, they opted to remain concealed beneath the staircase, awaiting the arrival of unsuspecting adversaries. Arthur, during their vigil, Rebecca peered from a room, waving her slender arm to beckon him over. "Come here. I found something valuable." Curiosity piqued, he approached and peered through the doorway. The space appeared to be a conference room, furnished with a row of grand sofas and a coffee table in the center, while a massive glass wall dominated one side of the room. A small door in that wall led to a dark iron pathway extending outside the building, likely a private docking point for airborne vehicles. At that moment, Rebecca stood beside a safe, which towered even taller than Arthur. "Look at this. Perhaps we can strike it rich." "I thought these things were a relic of the past," he replied, reaching out to touch it, feeling a substantial weight emanate from its surface, stroking his chin. He squinted thoughtfully. Not even a bomb could breach this. However, shortly, someone will assist us in opening it. His experience with such devices led him to believe his assessment was sound. Just as he spoke, the gunfire above grew more sporadic. It seemed the elevator was nearing its limit. On the rooftop, the members of the Tiger Claw gang exerted considerable effort to blast open the door, subsequently inserting a fragmentation grenade within. After the explosion, several approached to investigate, only to find nothing amiss. Ha ha. Pan Shanchuan erupted in laughter at the situation, clapping Sato Hiromi on the shoulder. "See, nothing to worry about. This was merely a show of force. Ogata Wakako isn't so foolish as to provoke the Tiger Claw gang over a few women. With so many women in the Cloud Summit, why target Wakako specifically? Side out, I hope all is well." Hiromi's response was grave, laden with concern. "Boss, with no one in sight, a recent shooter discarded his weapon onto the ground." Hearing the remarks of the 2 high-ranking members behind him, he turned and ambled over, shaking his head. "You've likely spent too long in the Cloud Summit. You've gone soft at your core. Next time we play, we should include you." With that, he closed his eyes, hands extended before him, his body trembling as though in a fit. That sensation, "Let's see some blood. It would bolster our courage." His face bore a brazen arrogance, and suddenly, he smirked with a lewd and brutal grin. This was none other than Pan Shanchuan's recent favorite, who had dared to provoke Wakako. Before Hiromi, he showed no respect, hinting at a desire to usurp her position. Ignoring the deranged individual, Sato Hiromi turned toward the rooftop ladder, contemplating how to replace his current boss. This rotund man was one of the few brutish figures among the upper echelons. Surviving this long in such a position was no small feat. However, his base consisted solely of the gang's lunatics, who had become ensnared and unable to move freely. The security team spread out for vigilance, while Hiromi and Shanchuan returned indoors, aiming to relax their recently taut nerves. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the elite members of the Tiger Claw gang fell one after another, silently succumbing to their fates. Beneath the cover of night, Yinzi flitted about like a ghost. Inside the conference room, Ito Hiromi awaited the arrival of the airborne vehicle to pick up Shanchuan. Until, who goes there? Ito Hiromi sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at the door. It seemed he had heard the faint sound of someone collapsing. As he spoke, the door, as if sensing the commotion, slowly creaked open. 2 figures, one large and one small, stood outside. "You are that cowboy," he stammered, retreating a step before tripping over the sofa and falling back onto it. "Strange that you seem to recognize me." The brim of Arthur's gambler hat cast a shadow over the upper half of his face, his raspy voice emerging as though drawn directly from his throat. Hiromi certainly recognized him. The 2 had been responsible for dismantling a significant stronghold of the Tiger Claw gang, after making off with their spoils. They had even managed to escape unscathed. "There must be a misunderstanding between us. Trust me, we could be friends." The man spoke with a peculiar accent, But fortunately, Arthur understood him. Friends. I would be quite willing to make friends. However, my friends seem rather disinclined to associate with your kind. He shrugged, slightly shaking his head as he stepped further into the room. This is not my affair, sir. It is these fellows. In a panic, Ito Hiromi rolled backward, hiding behind the sofa, his finger hastily pointing at the two-seated figures. As his words fell, the exaggeratedly dressed thin man erupted into a tirade. Baka, bastard, I'll send you to your death right now. His shrill voice screeched as he reached for the pistol at his waist. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the man's arm fell limply, followed by agonized cries. Although Arthur could not decipher the man's frantic babble, his expression spoke volumes of his distress. The massive firearm spun elegantly between Arthur's fingers before he lunged forward, delivering a kick that sent the man sprawling onto his back. He then stepped onto the wailing mouth of his adversary. Shut up. All that remained were muffled whimpers. Lowering his gaze, Arthur coldly regarded the man beneath his foot, grinding it down with force. I know you, friend, from the list. You seem to have a penchant for violence, especially against the weak-willed. Listening to the man's pain groans, Arthur added, and you bark quite loudly, like a dog, yet your bite seems far less formidable. Gradually lifting his foot, he noted that the man's front teeth were now absent. Swallowed whole, the man, with a gaping mouth, mumbled incoherently, begging for mercy. Chapter 68. Old trait. It appears you can speak. All fools share a common trait, spouting nonsense while attempting to deceive those who do not understand. Arthur once more pressed down on the gunshot wound on the man's shoulder, indifferent to his agonized cries as he continued speaking. The dossier on Wakako detailed the fates of those girls, gaping wounds on their lower abdomens, jagged and evidently torn apart. In essence, while Arthur was no saint, a smoldering anger simmered within him. They mentioned 2 others were with you. I've yet to see them. Why don't they come out to greet me? Go around me. Go around me. With a swift motion, he seized the corpulent man by the back of his collar and yanked him over. Gripping him firmly, he hurled the hefty figure onto the standing safe. Damn it, you bastard. Open it. The hoarse, gravelly voice thundered as Arthur delivered a vicious kick to him. Although this was an act from 2 centuries past, Arthur found himself adept at the familiar task once more. You scoundrel. Hurry up. With the gun pressed against the portly man's ample head, Arthur pulled the trigger without hesitation. The indentation on the man's forehead was perhaps the sole distinguishing feature now. Whether it was due to the jarring impact or the disorienting buzz from the bullet that struck the back of his head, the man sat on the floor, dazed for several moments before he trembled back to reality. Can't open it. I don't know the password. But he knows. Please don't kill me. Go ask him. As the rotund figure lifted his hand to point towards Hiroki, who was hiding behind the sofa, Arthur brutally kicked his elbow. There was no need for mercy with those marked for death. You seem quite uncooperative, he remarked. Remember, you still have one hand, clutching his grotesquely twisted elbow. Hiroki couldn't even muster a cry of pain, instead pleading loudly, believe me, I truly don't know. I'm innocent. I beg you, spare me this once. Bending down, Arthur grasped the man's collar at the shoulders and slammed him against the safe door. Open the damn door. The man, his face pressed against the door, squirmed and whimpered, his muffled voice stubbornly breaking through. Please. Please. Arthur tossed him to the ground and squinted at the man shielding his face, his gravelly voice resonating once more. Your name is on the list. As he spoke, another bullet struck the indentation at Hiroki's skull with unerring accuracy, disappearing within. A small spray of crimson blossomed onto the carpet, leaving a dark stain. Arthur's gaze shifted towards the man in the suit hiding behind the sofa. I hear you can open this damn door. Do it. The urgency in his voice sent a shiver down Hiroki's spine as he raised his hands, stumbling forward. All right. Please don't kill me. He trembled as he bent down. This safe was no longer the endless spinning dial of the past. The illuminated panel displayed various biometric modules. After a flurry of frantic movements, the heavy iron door finally sprang open, and Arthur promptly kicked the man out of the way. The safe itself was illuminated, revealing gold bars radiating a brilliant yellow light, stacked nearly to Arthur's waist. Rebecca, who had rushed over, was left speechless. In this day and age, gold was a rare commodity, nearly all claimed by major corporations. For Rebecca, this was the first time she had seen such wealth in her life. Aside from the foil components in her cybernetic enhancements. In stark contrast to Rebecca's astonishment, Arthur was thoroughly familiar with the sight. He picked up a bar, weighing it in his hand, and could immediately ascertain its authenticity. This is incredible, Arthur. We might actually be able to retire, Rebecca stammered, gazing in at the scene before her. Although the thin layer of gold bars was merely a fade, it still amounted to a considerable sum. The loss of such a treasure would surely cause distress to any corporation. Tossing the gold bar back into the pile, Arthur covered it with a coat draped over the nearby sofa. Ultimately, he lacked a true appreciation for the value of gold, still stuck in his past understanding. Yet, this was perhaps a blessing, as it kept him from being as overly excited as Rebecca was. Interesting, a small-time leader of the Tiger Claw gang has amassed such a fortune in gold. This is yours. This gold belongs to you, not me, Hiroki stammered, pushing himself back as he shook his head frantically. I just have one question. Whose gold is it, yours or theirs? Arthur stepped closer, his weapon poised with palpable intent. It's mine. I secretly intercepted it. If you spare my life, I will ensure it remains hidden. Shaking his head slowly, Arthur silenced him with a shot. He relished the answer, yet the man could not be allowed to live. For someone so ruthless, extinguishing his life bore no psychological burden. As he dealt with the fallen figure. The still wailing villain, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Perhaps you should fetch a bag if you wish to avoid handling it directly, Arthur remarked, tapping Rebecca on the head with irritation, rubbing her forehead. Rebecca snapped back to reality, not even sparing Arthur a glare. Soon, she was back, waving a bag in her hands. Taking the bag, she deftly began to store the gold bars one by one. Though their size was modest. Even with Arthur's strength, he could barely manage to hoist the bag onto his shoulder. Thankfully, the bag was sturdy enough. Each time he took on a job with Okada and Wakako, unexpected treasures emerged. This time was no exception. Once they reached the rooftop, they confirmed the battered elevator, ensuring everything was in order before stepping inside. As the elevator descended rapidly, Rebecca finally regained her composure. Arthur, those they aren't fake. Are they? Watching the elevator plummet, Arthur replied curtly, little one, perhaps you should ponder how to spend this money. Furthermore, it would be wise to remain discreet for the time being. After transferring to another elevator, they finally returned to ground level. The streets of Japan remained bustling, vibrant with life. Aside from those unwelcome patrons grumbling outside, no one seemed to take notice of the unfolding scene. Chapter 69. Into the Treasure Mountain the following day. Still in Japan, at Okada and Wakako's pachinko parlor, Arthur leaned against the doorframe, observing the serene, elderly woman before him. Ever the picture of elegance, he knew that seeking her out would provide a solution to his problems. As she tinkered with her tea set, seemingly never weary of the ritual, Arthur remarked, "You seem uninterested in that place." The elder replied gently, "A simple truth. If you wish to avoid conflict, do not seize what belongs to others. Although my actions may appear excessive, in this city, lives lost are the least valuable currency." Sighing heavily, Arthur shook his head. "These trifling matters are not my concern. However, I am willing to accept the job you offered. Let us consider it a pleasant collaboration." "Pleasant collaboration, my friend," she echoed, turning to retrieve a slender box adorned with intricate white carvings of a tiger gazing forward. As promised, a gift. You know I am Japanese. I have a fondness for items from my homeland. This is my treasure." Stepping closer, Arthur accepted the box, the weight feeling just right in his hands. "What is this?" "A white tiger, a sword from Japan, crafted from the finest materials." The elder explained with a smile. However, upon hearing the keyword, Arthur barely listened further. "A sword? For a slicing fruit, perhaps?" Such a thought remained unspoken, while Arthur often lacked tact. He restrained himself in the presence of such a venerable elder. "Well, I likely won't have use for it. That's all right. You may pass it on to someone else. I won't mind. But I hope you don't give it to a collector. It has languished in silence for too long with me." On his way back, Arthur carried the sword case, but found his mind occupied with other thoughts. Specifically, what to do with the gold bars. It seemed he could finally embark on the ultimate plan from his past life, disappearing. Yet, this was clearly impractical. In this world, he was no longer a solitary figure. Arthur soon arrived at Victor's dimly lit clinic, where cheers erupted from within, indicating that old Vic was enjoying a leisurely day. Upon hearing the door open, Victor peeked from behind the screen, the shifting light playing across his face. "Arthur, what brings you to seek out this old man?" Unstrapping the sword case from his back, Arthur placed it on the table before Victor, pulling a chair over. "Oh, old Vic." Arthur spread his hands before him, tilting his head. "You won't believe what I found. Is it this?" Victor inquired, lifting the box closer and weighing it in his hand. "This is a clinic, not a weapons depot." "Not exactly," Arthur rasped, gesturing toward the table. "I recently took on a job and came into unexpected wealth." He cleared his throat. "A batch of gold." As Arthur's words settled, Victor paused, his focus shifting from the box in his hand to Arthur. He regarded him earnestly, as if to ascertain whether the man was jesting. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone grave. "How much?" "Approximately 30 pounds, Arthur replied after a moment's reflection, recalling the weight of the bag on his shoulder. In his mind, he silently calculated, estimating it to be around 15 kilograms. when Victor solemnly inquired. Not many people are aware of this matter, are they? Observing the seriousness etched upon Victor's face, Arthur too subdued his earlier levity. Rebecca knows. That little girl has been spending a lot of time with me lately. After a moment's contemplation, he added, that girl.is reliable.as for her background. Please do not tell me it involves something pilfered from the company. The Yunding, that notoriously infamous den of iniquity, is where the items were taken from the owner himself. Furthermore, this time, there were no witnesses left who could speak of it.I in the dim light. It was only upon hearing this that Victor's expression softened slightly. Is the matter truly that grave? Although this batch of gold is considerable, it cannot be that exaggerated, can it? Victor's reaction seemed rather intense, prompting Arthur to ask, it appears you are not well acquainted with the local market conditions. Gold is not merely a precious metal. Every neural module in cybernetic bodies requires a trace amount of gold to function, and it is exceedingly difficult to reclaim. Presently, gold can be deemed a strategic resource, cherished by major corporations. Nodding in sudden enlightenment, Arthur concluded, it seems this windfall is worth far more than I initially perceived. It is not that simple. The regulation surrounding gold is unprecedentedly stringent from both the companies and the government. It's akin to a pack of sharks sensing blood in the water. Victor interjected, dousing Arthur's enthusiasm with a cold reality. Must we merely stand by and watch? It is more frustrating than having nothing at all, Arthur replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Take it slow. It will need to be done in batches, but it should be feasible. However, it will require a longer time frame. If you have a trusted intermediary, you might also consider seeking luck through them. In terms of connections and channels, those individuals indeed possess considerable expertise. Shrugging, Victor shifted his gaze toward the item before them, the long knife gifted by Wacko. This is a fine piece as well. Where did you acquire it? Wacko gifted it to me. Arthur replied, somewhat at a loss. It has not seen use for over 2 centuries. Seeing Arthur's reaction, Victor could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in resignation. In your hands, it has become a pearl covered in dust. Surely, one cannot expect a gunslinger to wield a blade. That would be a regressive step, much like forcing me to reside in a tree. Arthur rose, continuing, let us leave that sack of gold with you. We can take our time to sell it. If it proves impossible to dispose of, just have Jack craft a bracelet or something. Let us not allow this to lead to any trouble. Arthur was not particularly concerned about wealth. The joy derived from fine wine and cheap liquor bore no discernible difference for him. In the past, he had wished for the well-being of everyone in his gang. Earning money to purchase a sprawling farm would have been a splendid choice. However, in this life, if one dared to lay down their arms, they would have to worry about becoming a casualty in the morning's lottery of the dead. As for the farm, the arable land was a premium asset firmly in the hands of corporations, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. After their conversation, Arthur made his way homeward, where Rebecca was guarding the gold. Upon passing the biometric scan, Arthur stepped into his home, adorned with a rug made of empty liquor bottles. Rebecca sat cross-legged atop the glass coffee table, preferring its surface over the soft couch. Upon spotting Arthur, she leapt down and dashed to him. We have a total of 73 pieces. It seems our haul is substantial, Arthur remarked as he walked. So, have you thought about how you wish to spend your retirement?